Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome to the beginning of the end here for North America League Stage 2. 8 teams have found themselves in this position. Only one can make it to the Montreal Major and have a chance at international glory. For some of those teams, this is a nightmare. For others, it is a dream they have fought hard to achieve. This is the last chance qualifiers, the knife's edge, the last ditch here in the NAL. This is a place where anything can happen, gentlemen, and the only thing that is certain is that every game matters. And to bring you every game, I am Corbeck, joined by Laxing and Foxe. Excited to be back on a broadcast with you guys. Even if we're not in the studio, we're still here, same energy. I think Fox is muted, so.
Sorry about that. Obviously, I'm excited to be here. LCQ is where every single team plays their whole stage for. And to me, as a player, I mean, it's the most entertaining time to watch because you can see people just lose. You know, everything meant up to this moment, only one team can make it to the major, so it's exciting.
Yeah, no, definitely looking forward to being here as well. And we've got, you know, a little bit of review to do, though, gentlemen, before we can push forward too far here. Let's take a look at the playoffs week because there was a lot of action, some upsets, some ups and downs, some things that I think we didn't necessarily expect when we sent our 3 teams to the major.
Yeah, I think obviously one of the games that stuck out to me the most, which it was just playing for the seeding, was the Dark Zero versus Sonics. I mean, that was the game that we wanted to see to kick off the stage. But thankfully, we got to see it in the end, and that was an absolute barn burner of a game. That went all 45 rounds were needed for that game. It was quite the back and forth. But again, I am very glad to be sending the 3 teams that we are currently sending, and can't wait to see who that 4th is going to be.
Oh, yeah, it's very exciting. I mean, if you're a North American fan, I think everyone's happy with our representatives so far. But even the teams that are now playing in the LCQ put up a great fight. I think the teams that we didn't expect to have a good showing, like Wild Card and M80, actually overperformed and did really well. It was an exciting time to watch. C9 beat their hand. Not what we expected from the previous major champs. So obviously, hopefully they've fixed things going into the LCQ.
You know, definitely. I mean, I think when we look at the end of it, obviously Sonics, Dark Zero, Space Station Gaming, these are the teams that made it. They all deserved to be there. Of course, across the broader sort of world of Siege, we've been seeing teams qualify across, you know, throughout the globe, right? And that's been really exciting. There's been a lot of playoff action, a lot of people kind of following who's going what and who's going where, really putting us sort of on note here. I mean, you can see the 3 teams from NAL, the 3 teams from Europe, and of course the 3 teams from Brazil, and a scattering from over in the Asia, Korea, and Japan regions.
Yeah, we're in a situation where there's no one deficit team that is smoking everybody amongst the rest. I feel like this is going to be probably the closest major that we've been able to see. Every single region is sending their best representatives. Every team is obviously doing great. And when you look at previous stages, previous years, there's always one team, you know, a Furia, potentially a G2 before them that you're always stressed out to play against. But right now, I'd say every team is on a very level playing field. I'm excited to see the play styles of different regions match up.
Yeah, and what you're seeing here, I mean, I think is pretty standard across the board, who you'd expect to be seeing, obviously, with our NA being those 3. But Brazil, I mean, not seeing Furia there is kind of interesting. Obviously, they still have a chance. But then even for Europe, I mean, BDS, that's a team I'm super excited. We did see Secret in Manchester. Now we're seeing VP, so that should be very fun. What I'm very curious, especially with those 3 regions in specific, is the shield meta. Because what we've seen in Brazil, we haven't seen that shield meta too often. So I am very curious, once we actually do get to Montreal, what that shield meta is going to look like for Brazil, pairing up against NAL, Europe, and then across the Asian regions.
Oh, definitely. That's something I think I'm excited to see as well. Of course, there's some phase 1 teams that have not yet finished, sort of the qualifier teams still working out. Obviously, Latam, where I'm from, they've still got some work going down in there. Brazil, a lot of LCQs still here to go, but I'm happy to see some of these other phase 1 teams in. It's nice to see Team Falcons making as well. It's great to see them from the MENA region.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they're a team that ever since the first tournament that they showed themselves, there was a lot. I mean, they represented the MENA region well, and there's a lot of talent coming out of there. Obviously, I think I'll go one step further to say that MENA has already found more success than all of APAC combined so far. So it's very exciting to see them at least come back on over GK. I mean, obviously, those 2 teams always go back and forth based on who gets that qualification spot. So I'm excited to see who they'll be going up against that makes it through the LCQ for the 3 major regions that we've yet to determine.
Now, for those 4 that we saw, I was looking at FearX. Obviously, their track record does not look good at the international performance, so I am hoping that we can see a little bit of success coming out of them, but nonetheless, they are making Montreal, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely a good smattering of teams. But of course, we'll be sending one more team here from the NAL. It'll be the team that wins out in this LCQ bracket. And well, M80 are kind of the favorite, I think, coming into this. But man, there are some tough matches here, guys.
Absolutely. I mean, I personally think M80, based off of their performance through playoffs, they are sitting in that position to be the favorite. But there was a lot of life that we saw. I mean, OXG got their big win back and to make it a 1-7, win-loss throughout the stage. So, I mean, there's teams that we're expecting to see bouncing back. Obviously, when pressure is on the line, that's where you see teams come alive. So LCQ, there's nothing more, there's nothing that weighs heavier than the pressure of an LCQ.
Well, you have M80 on that side of the bracket. I actually have Wildcard. Wildcard have truly impressed me in their most recent games. Obviously, they did fall short in those playoffs, but what we were seeing from them was what we wanted to see throughout stage, or the glimpses of. And just recently coming off of a hot 2-0 versus Cloud9 Beast Coast, and we already talked about them, the former major champions, they aren't looking too hot. And to lose to Wildcard, where they're ramping up towards the end of this and now going into the LCQ, I cannot wait to see how well Wildcard does, and to see if they can get that rematch against Cloud9 Beast Coast that I'm sure that they want to have against.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. But of course, that's the action we'll be getting into tomorrow. Today, here are our first 2 matches. We've got M80 versus Space Station Gaming Academy. A tier 2 team fought their way to be here through the qualifiers. And of course, we have a rematch from Playday 9, Luminosity versus Oxygen. But that first match, I mean, I already said it. I think Fox has said it as well. M80 is a team that we're kind of pegging to be favorites here. They probably overperformed expectations in the playoffs. They are going up against SSG Academy, which is a really solid tier 2 team, but alas, they are a tier 2 team. They don't have a lot of experience playing against tier 1 opponents.
I mean, I got to say this. I think you got to feel pretty comfortably in M80 coming into this situation, to especially start your LCQ run, that you are playing against a T2 team that maybe lacks a little bit of structure, maybe lacks a little bit of team identity, but still, you also got to give them the respect because of that. You don't know what they're capable of. You don't know what they can pull out. So it can be a very scary situation that you find yourself in starting an LCQ like this. But overall, you should feel comfortable that you are going against the lesser of strengths going into this.
I mean, you'd hope so. I mean, I don't know who's going to have a rougher road, SSG Academy today or CL4L that's playing against C9BC. I mean, obviously, those are the 2 powerhouse teams that we're expecting to make it towards that LCQ final. But when you're playing against an underdog, I feel like there's a lot of things that could catch you off guard if you're M80. So if you're not taking the other opponent as seriously as you should, they could run away from you.
Yeah, and of course, last week in the playoffs for M80, it was a bit of a tragedy, right? We know the roster well at this point in time. They've got talent, they've got gun skill. They just could not seal the deal when they needed to.
Not at all. I mean, the reason why M80 is, in my opinion, the favorites for this LCQ is just based off of their playoffs potential, because during the regular stage, they only got 5th, and it was a very lackluster performance. There was nothing too surprising. M80 is a team that's been good on all ends so far, very flexible, but they haven't been great in many specific situations. I mean, if you look here, they're beating up on the bad teams and they're losing to the good teams, and it's nothing too crazy. Little bit of back and forth during the regular stage, but obviously when you transition into playoffs, they kept it very close to the teams that we didn't expect them to do, beating 2-0 C9BC, keeping it close against Dark Zero, but then all of a sudden they fall off towards SSG, and you're asking yourself, why is the inconsistencies for M80 keep showing up even with a hot start into playoffs? Yes, they lost to Dark Zero, but then the fall off to get 0-2'd by SSG in a devastating fashion. You sit there and you try to wonder what's M80 doing wrong. And at the end of the day, they're really only following up with individual performance. And time again, that's all we have been seeing from them. And we need to see more, especially when the LCQ comes, because there's not only going to be individual performance that can carry you to a major spot.
Yeah, and individual performance is great. It helps that you can rely on every single player, but especially like you're saying, we're here in an LCQ. Everything is on the line. You need to be playing as a team here to secure your spot to Montreal. And even if you do secure your spot to Montreal, you can't, again, rely on solo plays, someone just making a big play. Everyone needs to be there, because that is what truly makes a championship winning roster, when you have that teamwork, when you have that coordination. And there are glimpses where we see M80 really have that teamwork and have that synergy, but then in other situations we see them fall flat and obviously fall short, where they did fall out of playoff contention. So hopefully here they can get a foothold of what they want to do, how they want to operate around the map and work with one another. But it needs to be a consistent process throughout this entire LCQ, and hopefully making that spot to Montreal and then thus going forward.
Right. I mean, consistency is what we want to see. And so far, the biggest issue with M80 is their maps. They're consistently going to maps that they should not be going to. Obviously, these are all play out through this stage, and you can clearly see the maps, Clubhouse and Border, the ones that they're winning, they have not lost on them this stage. Yes, teams are going to ban it, but we saw a drastic difference of the maps that M80 took Dark Zero to that almost got them that win. The maps that they took C9BC to that got them that 2-0. And then against SSG, they just go to Bank and Labs. And those are maps that you would expect M80 to have changed from their stage losses to playoffs, but they didn't. It was the same sloppy, sporadic M80. And that just relies on big individual plays. And this is an issue that we can't see going into LCQ, is them continuously picking maps off of ego and believing that they can just outgun the opponent in front of them. Maybe they can outgun SSG Academy today, but to win the LCQ, the map picks need to be more strategical to give M80 the best position possible.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I talked about that teamwork and communication needing to carry them in throughout this LCQ and into Montreal. But yeah, I mean, their map split's very lackluster. I mean, you have a Clubhouse and a Border being your strongest, and Clubhouse being the strongest, but that's a very default map. At least you can kind of feel good possibly going into this game. Sure, we don't know the map bans yet, but majority T2 teams do like these default maps. So it can be a little bit of a double-edged sword, but granted, they are 5-0 on it. You do got to feel good, but I do want to see a more diverse map pool. And like you said, more strategy, more strategic prowess going into these maps than what we've currently seen throughout the stage and into playoffs and now possibly into LCQ.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I think they're getting a little bit of a lucky draw here playing against, obviously, the Tier 2 team. But, hey, Space Station Gaming Academy, if you've been following Tier 2, you know these names. They earned their place here. They're looking to follow up on what their big brother organization is. The big question is, can they actually do it, or are they just going to be a little outclassed here in terms of the competition?
You know, they're familiar faces here. As you saw in that slide that we saw in the beginning of this, they have been in the LCQs twice now. This will now be their third time, so hopefully this will be the one that they can get the job done. But it's still, they got a long road ahead. They have a lot of pro teams to possibly beat. This is their first run in how they even got here to begin with. Now, keep in mind, it does look great, but again, that's against a lot of T3, T2 teams. Then when you get into that qualifier playoffs, that's where it starts to get a little questionable. Sure, they did start out strong, but it's that last game that I'm looking at the most, the Los game, because something that you need to take in mind here is Dream was with this roster during that Los as a sub, and that game was relatively close, and Dream was at the top of the leaderboard of every single one of those games, having that pro player experience along with Rampy. Now you're losing that. Yes, you are bringing in Jabates because he had to get subbed in for Dream, but ultimately at least you still have Rampy, and that's something that needs to be highlighted here, because this is all of Rampy's accolades. He's a historical player. He's an OG.
Not sure if we just lost. There he is.
What am I? Hello?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Perfect. I see my Discord jumping up and down. No, but I am looking for this team to be looking at Rampy to just help lead this team, lead this charge, learn from him teach them, even him learn from these guys in order to push them to their limits and possibly grab this Montreal spot. But it is a very big, tall ask. But I did actually talk to Focal before this game, and he said, yes, Dream was a very impactful player. It was great, but they did work with 3 support players to try to make it work, and they lacked their aggressive entry of Jabates. So I also am going to be watching heavily on Jabates here to see how well he can entry into this game against M80.
Yeah, and it kind of gives them a little bit of an edge, because if you don't have your main player going into the open qualifiers, you're relying on individual prowess. Now you have a whole new set of arsenals now that you have your full team, especially against a pro team. That's what you're going to need.
Well, I know you've heard a lot from us, so let's hear from the 2 teams. Here's Rampy and Kino talking about their LCQ matchup.
Hi, I'm Rampy, and I play for Space Station Gaming Academy.
My name is Kino, and I play for Amity. Playoffs for Amity was interesting. I feel like we didn't play as well as it might seem. After the Cloud9 Beast Coast game, we realized that the hero play saved us. We can't rely on that, so we focus a lot more on, our fundamentals. Our best game in playoffs was against Dark Zero. It's the game that I feel like we had the best chance of winning. We showed a way better version of us against Dark Zero. Ended up forgetting some small details on Clubhouse. Ended up costing us the match. So we have to be way better for this LCQ.
Open quals went pretty well for the most part. I mean, MK's game, we lost to them. I would say we manhandled Fluffy. MK's is just a hard matchup for this team, and it's just something we just kind of have to figure out. It's a play style thing and understanding how they play. And I think if we play them again, I think it will be a much cleaner game. It's been a kind of like a refreshing start for me. It's fun playing with people that are like really hungry to grind and learn about the game, and it's nice helping these guys out. And I think in other ways they're helping me out, and they might not even realize it. This is just helping me develop more as a player, and I do understand that my last 2 stages weren't too good, not up to my par, so hopefully I can get back on the right track here. I'm happy to be matched up against M80. I think sometimes playing against other T2 teams, I think it's a little harder for this team. They actually like playing pro teams more. They've said it to me, and it makes sense because they scrim them all the time. They have like a pretty good idea of what's supposed to be happening.
Tier 2 teams tend to be more aggressive than usual. We gotta treat those guys with respect. During EWC quals, we played them. We almost lost the first step. We went to OT, so we know those guys are a very good team, and we can't play around. We have to take them serious.
I mean, they're a good team. They're kind of a different style than what most NA teams are normally, and I think it's going to be a very weird learning curve for us because this team we're brawlers, but I don't necessarily think being a brawler is a good thing against a team like M80 because they got shooters. We got to be playing our best and doing what we're supposed to be doing that day.
They have some experienced players on that team like Rampy. I feel like still they haven't been through enough games and enough experience to cover everything, all the gaps, all the play style gaps. Even we'll see, I guess.
Goals and expectations for this game. I mean, we're expecting to win. We never go into a game thinking we're going to lose. I'm very just excited to play with these guys in a big match like this. I think it's going to be refreshing and maybe a little Cinderella story here.
Expectations and goals, always to win. We're all dedicated. We're all putting in the work to win this thing. We know that we slacked during playoffs and during the NAL season. We all know that because it showed in game. And we know if we don't put in the effort, we're not going to win. You have to treat every team with respect, but always expecting to win.
Well, I'm excited to kind of see the sort of clear-eyed analysis from both those teams. No real overconfidence from SSGA. And of course, Kino giving that tier 2 team the respect they deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, respect needs to be brought here because there's really not much information on SSG Academy. And when you play against a T2 team that wasn't even playing with their full roster in the open quals, you have no idea what they're going to bring you to. You have no idea what maps you're going to go to. And if you're M80, we just highlighted how maps have been the biggest thing for their success. If they let it go to a overexposed big map like Bank, that is not what we want to see from M80. Because
like that?
These are maps that, yeah, they'll just like that. I mean, if M80 just tries to bring them to these, oh my God, they try to bring them to these huge maps. I mean, you got to be stressed out if you're M80. Yes, you're playing against a T2 team that you're not going to be expecting to outgun you. But Rampy said it in the interview. When you have a team of brawlers against a team like M80, it's not going to work out in your favor. So I'm expecting Rampy to lead his team into playing a lot more strategically. And obviously M80 letting these maps up. Obviously we saw them 0-3 on Bank. These big maps don't usually play out in their favor. So I'm a little worried for M80.
Yeah, I think the first map definitely goes into Space Station Academy's favor here, just for the simple fact it's hard to clamp down a team that you don't have any VODs on that can bring in something new to the table. And a lot of T2 teams are innovative in how they play Siege. It's just quicker on the T1 teams to truly identify what is going on and how they can counter it. But then you look at that lair pick. Thankfully, M80 actually looked extremely dominant on it throughout the stage. They only played it once. They beat low 7-1. So that's got to feel good, but that's still not a big sample size for them to, I think, to take a team like SSG Academy to. Granted, you feel good that you had that 7-1, but again, you're playing against an unknown entity. You don't know their idiosyncrasies of what each and every single player does that you do low. So it is a little scary. I think both maps do favor both teams in some area that can maybe we could see a third map. But overall, I mean, you are seeing the picks from both myself and Fox. I still do have to give it to M80 just for the simple fact that they are the T1 team. They have gone through their bumps and hurdles and understand what they need to do in order to find success. And that's just simply where T2 teams lack, is they can't get a foothold when they are met by a brick wall.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I just think M80 obviously knows that they're the better team in this position. They're not trying to show too much. They want to bring it to maps that they don't have the intentions of playing later on throughout the LCQ stage. But, I mean, we just highlighted a whole lot about the maps. And if a team can run away with the round count, be able to bring something new that M80 is not expecting, I mean, we could see this first map go to SSG Academy. If that's not the case, then I believe, again, M80 should take this swiftly 2-0.
Well, it's definitely an exciting selection of maps, promises to be an exciting game, so let me turn you over to a duo that I am excited to see. It's my LATAM comrade Jonah and the ever-wonderful Jesse J. Chick.
Thank you, Korbeck. It is good to be here on the NAL again. It just might be the LCQ, Jesse, but we do have a tale as old as time in front of us. It is the T1 favorites of M80 against the Cinderella story T2 Gunners of SSG Academy.
Indeed, it is, Jonah, and I think we've got a really exciting game set up for us here. I think M80 undoubtedly going to be the favorites. The desk said that. I think most people would pick the Tier 1 team here, but SSG Academy, you know, I like these maps for them. I think that they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. Bank, obviously, a very strong map for this team, and it's one that M80 have been weak on recently. Honestly, even if this is kind of a quick game, even if M80 do end up winning as the favorite teams, I'm just happy I get to watch Rampy playing in an SSG jersey again.
That is so right. I mean, you were looking at somebody who has been on this roster for so many years, or at least been under the SSG banner for so long, and now maybe getting a chance to compete at a T1 level just under the Academy organization for now. But as we said, and as they talked about on the desk, this is a team that, of course, has a decent amount of experience because you do have someone like Rampy in position, of course. But on the other side, this team has been in this situation before. Just a few months ago in Stage 1, they also found themselves here in this last chance qualifier position. Sure, it wasn't the entirety of the roster that we see today, Jesse, but you still see some familiar faces. You still see Vil and Focal, both of whom have been here before, losing to OXG in the opening round in Stage 1.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to take some of that and learn from it. Obviously, this is a team that's been in Tier 2 for a really long time. I expect most of our viewers have heard about M80. You might have heard of the Spoit guy. You probably don't need an introduction for him. But SSG Academy, if you haven't been following the Tier 2 scene inside North America, have been around forever. They've been competing in every single one of the Element off-season tournaments. They're actually the only team who have finished top 4 in Element 1, Element 2, and Element 3. So they've been a real staple of the Tier 2 scene forever. Obviously, they've changed players quite often, as an Academy team and a Tier 2 team tends to do. But certainly with these guys, you know, you expect to see a lot of familiarity. You want to be able to see the best that Tier 2 can offer in a team like SSG Academy. So hopefully we can see that here today.
Well, we obviously know how significant of a victory this could be for SSG Academy. It is the T2 team taking on the T1 team, Jesse. But I suppose this is rather significant for M80 because if you look, of course, we know how familiar everyone is with this team, but looking at, well, their success since M80 has been an organization in Siege, they have attended every official R6 event in the Blast R6 circuit. They've been to every invite, every major since joining in 2023. The first time they've been in a last chance qualifier position, sure, they might be the favorites, but potentially missing out on an international event would be a devastating blow to feel that for the first time.
Yeah, especially for an org like M80 who have invested so much into the scene to not see international results. You've got to imagine that will be a disappointment. But of course, the road is ahead of them. They have that opportunity. Now they will start their very first game in the LCQ here against SSG Academy. Again, single elimination, BO3s the whole way through. So it's a simple format. Win the series, you move to the semis, you lose, and you are done. There are no redos, no lower bracket. There's no Twitch for this game, at least on Bank. M80 choosing to ban that out. That's going to mean that on defense, SSG have some really powerful defensive operators. Mira, obviously a huge operator that gets countered out by that Twitch, going to be brought in this very first round. I expect to see a lot of Goyo as well. You love seeing Goyo down on the basement of this Bank bomb site, and usually Twitch would be the primary counter. But with that not available, we'll see what M80 want to bring out instead. Maybe some Flores, maybe some Ash for the Mira. We'll see what their solutions tend to be. But bit of an interesting setup immediately from SSG Academy. They have brought a Tachanka, they brought a Maestro, they brought the Mira, the Warden. So much plant denial as you often tend to see, but also a little bit of a roam. You've got the Warden at the top of the main stairs right now. Jabate's on this Wamai starting to set up inside of open area. My expectation is they might last a little while on the roam here, Jonah, but they're not looking to take heavy gunfights, shoot a couple of drones, waste some time. Maybe Rampy will go for something crazy, but I expect this is not going to be a hyper-aggressive defense from SSG Academy.
Rampy, I don't know who you're talking about. You must be talking about Ramp Dog there on the Warden, as he is so aptly named. Listen, I mean, you're looking at a team, as you said, Jesse, who is going to go for a little bit of a roam here, not maybe fully committing to it, but certainly putting a little bit of pressure on this M80 team as they work their way in. You see Spoit, though, naturally, he hasn't been too worried about this, making a very quick push into the top floor and taking this space head on. Some good information, some good drone work, and of course, on the Deimos has the ability to pin down where those defenders might be located. He'll send out another one, this time identifying the position of the Wamai. That's Jabates, who he will pinpoint down below. So at least he knows that the Wamai, among others, is not up above contesting that third floor. In fact, no one is at all any longer. Every single SSG Academy defender has now rotated back, playing as safe as can be, but in doing so, giving up that map control to M80 here.
As expected with their operator lineup, right? No shock there. SSG Academy not trying to play very aggressive. Happy to see Spoit actually up here on the Deimos. As an operator, he brought a lot throughout stage 1. He didn't really play it much in stage 2, only 4 times and through the entirety of both playoffs and the group stage. He's really moved away from this operator, has allowed Citizen to play it a little bit more, but I think with Spoit's aggression as that primary entry, he is so fit for an operator like Deimos, and I'm excited to see what he can do throughout the rest of this game. There's a lot of util that M80 have to deal with at the moment. There are going to be C4s coming their way. There's going to be Tachanka fire. They need to find a plant in some way. But with Cameraman stuck inside of server, unless they try to rotate him to the hatch, this is not going to be an easy task. Yes, they've got Yings. Yes, they've got smokes. But keep in mind, they don't even have smokes, actually, as there are can openers brought on Kino. That Warden back deep inside a site is going to have a huge opportunity to see through those smokes and stop the Candelas.
Yeah, look how much protection Focal has with the Shumikas as well. It's not going to deter Cameraman, I guess. He's just going to work his way in, sticking the diffuser, and no denial from SSG Academy. A big heist there for M80 as they're able to get the diffuser down. They can sit back and wait now, as it is the SSG Academy defense who has to retake. Vil, as he works his way up, he gets bodied by Spoit, Citizen, Kino. They each get one, and it is up to Focal. Instead, it is a flawless round for the M80 attack. Despite the utility in their way, they just didn't seem to care. Got the diffuser down, and the first round on Bank is theirs.
Yikes, yeah, 2 C4s, obviously, the Tachanka fire as well. Evil Eyes, might have been EMP, didn't see what happened to those Evil Eyes if they cleared them out earlier. There were Thatchers that went out from Hyper, so they were able to deal with a lot of that utility. Credit to Cameraman, finding a plant spot that could avoid that Tachanka fire. You know, one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of teams bringing Tachanka is because the fire, A, it doesn't do that much damage, but B, it also just doesn't spread out very far. It can be difficult to bank it into all the nooks and crevices. You can see the diffuse kit just went down right inside of the wall. A bit of an unorthodox spot, nothing crazy, but certainly not the traditional default spot just inside that one wall behind the desk. That might have caught the Tachanka off a little bit, didn't quite land that fire, and they thought they were safe with it, but they were not able to deny the plant. So a classic blunder from SSG Academy. It's not the easiest thing in the world. M80 correctly gambling that they wouldn't be able to get that done. And of course, Spoit with a big 3K as well, going down the main stairs, having a huge impact, disrupting that back line. I said I love seeing him on the Deimos. I'm glad to see him bringing it back. He will toss it to Citizen for round number 2, but picking up the Ash, he's going to be more than comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, you got so much depth on this team. We talked about it, of course, you know, all stage long with this M80 roster. Not necessarily having the success they wanted to have to get them straight to the major, but still very much an opportunity here in the LCQ. Whether you give it to Citizen, whether you give it to Spoit, somebody is going to make an impact to start off this round. You better believe it. Bank as well. Good to see M80 starting things off strong in that first round of the desk. I think rightly so, Jesse expressed some concerns about this map, considering that M80 are 0-3 on Bank this stage. You go to Lair next, a more maybe possibly unpredictable map. Yes, they won it 7-1 against Los, but it is still a map that maybe you just never know what to expect. As long as M80 can take control of Bank here, though, they are going to be just fine. Some early fights up top here as the roam clear gets underway. But Exer and Vil, they will deny the swing from Cameraman and Citizen. 60 seconds in, and already SSG Academy have such an advantage at 3v1.
Yeah, okay, the entry play, I mean, it did start off strong. Spoit got that opening pick, but then Kino dies. Citizen Cameraman can't accomplish much either. Cameraman just securing one for himself. You know, Kino on Blitz has been a long story. Kino is a shield player, has often been talked about to death. This stage in particular, he's really struggled on that Blitz. Only a 26% win rate for his second most played attacker throughout the stage, leaving the newest member of M80 in the 1v3. Now, the bomb site is Archives Tellers, probably the least expected bomb site to come through on this map. Might offer some kind of an advantage for Hyper, but you're never going to be favored in a 1v3. He's got the fuse kit now, and he's got plenty of time to work with, plus intel on these cameras. He can set these up so that his teammates can view these cams and give him callouts, but obviously you can't drive those around, and they are ready and waiting on the side of SSG Academy as Hyper now makes his way to the main floor.
It's funny, we didn't even mention the objective we were playing here until about 60 seconds to go, because all of the action happening topside. So much pressure put by the SSG Academy defense onto that extension, and giving M80 maybe a little more trouble than this attack expected. Hyper, he'll swing as he works his way into Tellers, trying to make something work. But yeah, there's bullets coming from everywhere, and he just does not know where to look. SSG Academy, they bounce back, tying us up at 1.
You know, it's interesting. I think when people saw Hyper come on to M80, there was a lot of talk about, oh, Hyper, he's used to be one of the best entries in the world. He used to be such an aggressive player, and he certainly was back in his day. He's come onto this M80 team as more of a flex player. He's not really taking those entry engagements. He's leaving them more to Spoit and Citizen, fulfilling this role where he does take more of a backline approach sometimes. Not his fault that this round goes away, obviously. He's out on the rappel. He's doing his best. His whole team falls apart. You're never going to favor him in a 1v3 like that, but it's just interesting looking at the change in Hyper's career. He used to be the guy first in, first out, always getting into those opening engagements. Nowadays, he's got the highest survival rating in the entire team, one of the highest in the entire league, too, at 35%. So that kind of speaks to how much he is consistently playing more for the late round, valuing his life, trying to stick around so that he can go for those late round clutches. Unfortunately, unable to pull that one off, but a valiant attempt nonetheless. And I think good showing as well from SSG Academy, showcasing that, you know what, they are here to play. Yeah, maybe round 1 didn't go how they wanted, but they're not backing down yet.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It's funny you mentioned the Hyper situation as well, because, I mean, you look at this roster, and, I mean, who is going to take the fragging role, the supportive role? You've got 5 people capable of going absolutely ham. I mean, Citizen, Spoit, on any given day, these guys can be top frag in the lobby. Of course, typically we see Spoit taking up that mantle, but Kino, Hyper, on their respective rosters back in the day, they have all taken up a role like this from time to time. You just never know what you're going to get with these guys, and that's why, well, no team, when playing against them, can rest easy. If one of them is left up in a clutch situation, you still have to lock things down and watch out, because they can absolutely win those rounds here. But as you said, M80 unable to take 2 in a row. A nice bounce back there from SSG Academy. A successful and unexpected bomb site selection there now gives them a little bit more flexibility with where they want to go next. Given the top floor success and how successful that extension, that roam was up above, very reasonable that they're going to go now again to that first floor site, forcing M80 into a very similar and potentially uncomfortable situation. You've got to clear this top floor first. So we'll speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hyper will open things up with a kill, playing the ace, but still some entry engagements for him. Citizen, Spoit, look at this, once again in the building quickly. This time, Jesse, it paid off.
It certainly did. You know, you can take the man off entry, but you can't take the entry out of the man. Hyper gets one. Now these last two players need to salvage a couple of kills, or else this is going to be a done deal. 1v5 for Rampy, as all of his teammates have fallen on the top floor, and he will follow Spoit 3K again for the second time. It feels like M80 have only won rounds off of 3Ks of Spoit, but you know what? That's what happens when your star player is so damn good. Love that clear. You know, I really appreciate that M80, they saw that the fast clear didn't work once, and they said, you know what? If we change things a little bit, if we switch the operators around, we can still make this happen. Cameraman ended up jumping on the blitz. Not sure it had the biggest of impact, but being able to just make that space, be aware of what was free to take. I mean, M80 clearly walked in and they took that. I liked the castle barricade clear as well coming out from Kino. We were focused on that for a lot of the rounds, using those Habana pellets to deal with a lot of the utility, open up Kanto wall, so we had that cutoff if those roamers tried to make it back to the site. There was once a time where you would see Kino trying to clear those castle barricades on the Collie. I don't know if that will come out later this game, but historically a favorite operator of Kino's on Bank. For now, though, getting the job done with more traditional means. And M80 for 2 round wins in the first quarter, that doesn't feel too bad at all. I think they're feeling very, very comfortable for a map that, as the desk have pointed out, has been very weak for them so far this stage.
Well, 2 round wins, but 2 flawless round wins. They lost 1 round, but the 2 rounds that they've won, they have not lost a single body. Great adjustment in the last one to make it happen, and now we go back and hit the reset button. To the basement we go, where we got to look to see what adjustments SSG Academy can make. And they don't seem to be too substantial. You see almost an identical lineup here coming out from this defense, with emphasis once again on the Tachanka, on Rampy, on the Warden. You've got the Mira in play, looking to do the exact same thing, it appears like, in terms of defensive setup. Still no smoke, still 2-3 C4s, so a lot of utility, as we said before, Jesse. But when it comes down to it, that split-second decision, or an inch to the left or the right when it comes to the Shumika fire going out towards the attack, can make the difference of that diffuser going down or not. M80, they were able to sneak that down last time and get away with one there. SSG Academy maybe hoping to deny that kind of thievery this time. Same kind of approach to the roam, though. No over-aggression. Rampy slowly backing off and retreating to that bottom floor already.
I'll tell you what, this Mira Tachanka strat, if nothing else, it's extremely creative. I love this from SSG Academy. Clearly, they have been cooking in the back lines. It's not really something that you'd see from many other teams. This Mira Tachanka strategy from all the way back inside of the other site. Try to deny a server's plant. Pretty cool stuff coming out. You mentioned it's a very similar lineup. The key word there is very similar, not exactly the same. Jabate's on the Capcan. I believe he was on Wamai last time. So trying to maybe catch some players off guard. M80, they've made it through the majority of the map without hitting any of those traps. I imagine they've been shooting them as they go, because you'd expect those Capcan traps to be primarily placed up on the top couple of floors. So, you know what, doesn't get anything done, but still has a strong C4. And with 3 of those combined with some good mirror windows, they still have a really good opportunity to deny the plant. You know, even if sometimes those Tachanka flyers might miss. So the key at this point, clear out those evil eyes. You don't have any EMPs this time around, so you've got to find some other means, and then try to get a plant down from server. Same old story as what we saw in round number 1.
It's a game of inches, as we've said. Does the fire hit? Does the C4 land? That can make the difference between a successful defense and another, well, potentially flawless M80 round. Spoit, being at 50 HP, is going to make that a little more difficult. Doesn't have the ability to frag out as comfortably as before. But with 30 seconds to go, this is where things are going to start to pop off. The Candela's in, Spoit goes in, and he's the first body to fall. Good heads-up play from Vil. Jabates will join with a Nitro Cell. Rampy will do the same. Cameraman, he's creeping through the back, now rotating around to the Red Hall, but this one, well, you got to think that SSG Academy have a read on this. There's Focal sneaking around and dealing with Hyper. Cameraman, 8 seconds. Flash goes out, but he is simply out of options. 15 HP, 2 full HP defenders to find. Focal's the one to clean it up, and SSG Academy find the answer they were looking for on lockers and CCTV.
Yeah, much better anchor play. I think the big difference is that they had no answers to the Evil Eyes. They didn't have a Thatcher that time on the side of M80, so the Evil Eyes were constant information. They, of course, won the early game gunfights too, shutting down Spoit on those main stairs. And I really got to credit that Tachanka play from Focal. A lot of good play, of course, with that SMG, you know, Back when Focal started playing, Tachanka didn't have all these fancy tools, okay? Focal's been playing in Tier 2 since Year 2, Season 1 on a team called Mix-Up when he was in North American Challenger League Season 4, which is before I even knew Rainbow Six was a game. So incredible length that we've seen from Focal. Obviously, a very experienced team captain for SSG Academy, holding things down. You got to imagine that Mira Tachanka strat is something that he helped come up with on this team. So nice to see those strats now working out. I would have liked to see M80 maybe go for more of a back push there, have some kind of adaptation to the setup they were looking at. Felt like they couldn't answer those evil eyes, and then they never really had any other sort of a response. Maybe if Cameraman was in a bit quicker, maybe if Spoit won his entries, but all ifs and buts. Doesn't matter now, Jonah. We have a 2-2 ball game on our hands.
Yeah, this is anyone's game, right? We look at Bank and we said it would be a good territory for SSG Academy to play on, not necessarily because of their proven record on this map. It's a T2 team. There's only so much you can look at in terms of map bans and wins. But in terms of M80's problems on this map, I think that's reason enough for SSG Academy to go to a map like this and pick it. And I think you're seeing some of those reasons emerge now. And, well, some of the evidence for that. SSG Academy, they've been successful on holding off M80 using that top floor defense, using that extension. And they're going to go for that again here. We've got Tellers and Archives reappearing in round 5 as the rotation for SSG Academy continues. The question is now, can M80 change things up and fix it? They were able to do it last time. They had to clear the top floor. They were still quick and aggressive, but they were a little cleaner, a little more methodical, and they didn't run into those same problems. This time, though, less top floor oriented. Instead, it is straight into the site with Kino at the helm. No one to find in the site, though. That's going to catch him off guard. He's got Spoit right behind, though, and that's perfect. He'll clean up Focal. Kino now turning his attention to the diffuser as he gets that down. SSG Academy looks like a retake, the choice for them. Risky, but it could pay off. It's a 3v3 now. The swing from Xer will work. Can he get 2? Yes, he can. Kino cannot stop this, and Cameraman, where is he? Nowhere near where he needs to be to deny this counter defuse. Vil sticking it, getting off, relocating as the spray comes in from the rest of this team. But Cameraman, he's got to pull off a miracle here, and he is out of time. On the rappel, too far away to make his impact. And SSG Academy, they chain back-to-back rounds together.
You know, I really think this Archives Tellers bomb site is underrated. I love the way that SG Academy played it. You notice they had nobody in sight. That is not uncommon for pro teams when they run this bomb site. It's not common, but we do see it from time to time. Typically, the strength of this site is that it's really possible to hold it from outside, right? You can be over by the main stairs, you can be an elevator, you can be up above and deny so many plants. And while they weren't able to deny the plants, you saw how strong that post plant was, right? Being able to collapse back into the site. You kind of have M80 right where you want them, inside your bomb site. Now you can collapse from above, collapse from the main stairs. We saw, of course, Vil getting some great picks in there. Obviously, SSG Academy really knew what they were doing with that defense. I thought it was a smart move from M80 as well. You know, it's a plant with Kino that keeps you a little bit safer from any coverage up above. It can be hard to deny a blitz plant because he's got that shield on his back, but ultimately the post plant just not strong enough at opening death from Citizen as well. Didn't make things any easier. And with that, SSG Academy have now secured their first lead of the game.
Yeah, this is a very good spot for them to be. We know how 50-50 this map can be, right? You're not necessarily expected to get 4 rounds on the defense or 4 rounds on the attack, but they are in a position to potentially do that and put M80 rather substantially onto the back foot after this attacking half. Of course, M80 is going to feel comfortable going to the defense. You know how capable this team can be, but we also know how strong they are as an attacking team. We know how strong this team has been over the course of the stage, just barely missing out on the major opportunity in the closed league. The only team in the LCQ with not just 1 chance in a major qualification match, but 2, losing in the semifinal, losing in the 3rd place game. You know this is a team with a chip on their shoulder. They obviously have something to prove, but here against SSG Academy, maybe a little trouble early on and some things to work through to prevent this series from giving them, well, maybe too much trouble. Again, 3 maps is a long way to go. This is SSG Academy's map pick, but as the desk said, you expect this one to be fairly swift. On paper, a 2-0 for M80 is probably what you'd predict, given the prowess of this team and the success they've had in the past.
And Canto Wall getting open, applying some pressure to Exer, but he's holding a very cheeky angle just over towards Banana. Here comes the blitz, though. Vil gonna open things up with a pick onto Spoit. And uh-oh, you can't deal with that blitz. Now you've got to fall off, and they will eventually get the down and the finish off as Cameraman dies trying to clear up above. That puts M80 into a man disadvantage. Spoit ended up falling as well, so it was a 3v4. Citizen just micromillimeters away from the site. He's trying to get into this doorway, but the bait works. He finds Jabates to equalize. Now this is a 3-on-3. These last couple of players retreating all back to site. Vil's going to be on the main stairs. The other two are deep inside the site itself. Top floor being controlled by Hyper, while both Kino and Citizen are more horizontal. Up the stairs. This is going to be a stock drop, most likely, as they have a lot of utility to clear out. Still some flashbangs to use on their half. They've got the hard breach and soft breach to boot. It's going to be a bit of a low time execute, Jonah, but I think they've got what it takes. The question is, can the kills come out for SSG Academy?
Right, they have to just take these gunfights and win them. That goes for both teams. A lot of utility, as you pointed out, on the side of SSG Academy, the smokes from Rampy included. That'll be a major hindrance for M80 as they try to work their way in. But the site now opened up from above. The double door, the approach for Kino, the window where Hyper is going to make his entry. They have the angles they need. They just need to find the kills. It'll be Citizen dropping down from up top. The diffuser is in Kino's pocket, though. So in theory, you could see Citizen play the late game drop here, but he needs to go in now. The time is so low, and SSG Academy, they clean house. 4-2 at the half as the T2 team holds the lead at the swap.
Yeah, more great anchor player from Focal once again, by the way. Having a really good time down there in the late round on defense. Secures this team a 4-2 half now with back-to-back really good rounds there on the defense. Loved that. Back 3 rounds in a row through that final quarter, too. So feeling really good about that if you're SSG Academy. I do think for M80, you know, they had a bit of time to play with after this kill right here. Once Citizen got that kill, there was 70 seconds on the clock. They didn't actually execute until there was 10 seconds remaining. They spent 60 seconds trying to set up that push, and you know what? They were using that time. They went above, they opened the hatch, they started opening floorboards, they rotated over to Janitor, they rotated over to Square, but I think they just had so many movements. They couldn't decide on where they wanted to push from. I thought it was going to be a stock drop, then it was not. Actually, we're going to go in through Janitor, or we're going to go in through Supply Closet instead, and it's just, there's so many changes of opinions of where you want to go, where you don't want to go. It wasted a lot of time and just opened the door for Focal, who now top frags his team, tied with Vil as well. Both going to be feeling pretty good. Attack's a different story, though. I gotta say, this is one of those things with tier 2 teams. Sometimes when you get those less experienced rosters, defending can be the easy part, and sometimes those coordination issues step up on attack.
Well, not to immediately bring up the LATAM region when you say T2 teams, we're going to pretend that's unrelated, but I cast a lot of LATAM, and just last night, we saw a similar situation where we were looking at 2 teams, Revan and 6 Karma, who could not figure out how to attack. In fact, 23 defensive rounds were won in a row between, and get this, Jesse, Chalet was map 1.
Oh, okay.
Clubhouse was map 2. And other than the first round attack on Chalet, the defense won every single round on both maps from that point forward. Wild. Classic LATAM stuff, especially on those maps. But just to illustrate the point that attacking is hard. And it can be hard, especially for teams who may not know what they're walking into. Now, SSG Academy, they've got the experience. Not only as a T2 team have they played plenty of T1 teams before, but they've got players like Rampy with that T1 experience. Plenty of it. So they should know what they're doing here, but knowing what you're doing and actually executing that, Jesse, are 2 very different things.
Yeah, and they've gone for an interesting first strategy as well, SSG Academy. Here's a jump up from Spoit, by the way, immediately punished by Exer. Good plays coming out to take that kill. At the same time, Cameraman dies to Vil, so an early advantage. I was going to say, SSG Academy tried to work a little bit of a play going down those server stairs early. Didn't find anyone. They rotate back up top. They find the roamers instead. Punish some good aggressive moves. This will be the second of 2 logic bombs to come out from Exer, and they've got Citizen pinned into a bit of an awkward spot. Nobody's actually inside of lobby to get that punish, but he can't drop down unless he rotates to the other elevator, so watch out for him there. Most of these players, though, still inside of server. You've got a couple of players that are willing to go for a more default push. Now they've gotten those 2 picks on the roam. Tuberow will stall things for a moment, but don't get too excited because he does not have enough Zoto canisters to stall the entirety of the round. 50 seconds. These players on M80, they need some kind of an answer because right now with this man deficit, it looks tough.
That answer may just have to be some kills, and it's got to happen quickly. The Nitro Cell, that could come into play. Little too late, though, and Rampy will land the critical shot. Kino, 2 smokes left, but 5 attackers. It doesn't matter what he's got in pocket. He is as good as dead. 5-2, SSG Academy keep up the momentum, and they just might be running away with this.
My fault, SSG Academy. Well, I don't know why I ever would have considered that you wouldn't be a strong attacking team. That was a brilliant attack that just came out for them. Obviously, their initial play, trying to go down server stairs quickly and find a pick, didn't quite work out. They didn't lose anybody for it either. So when they were able to recognize that fact, they found 2 big picks on the roam. They punish that aggression, and then it's just a clean push. They clear up Citizen up inside the elevators. They punish the C4 player who's tossing that out, taking down M80 on the basement bomb site, which admittedly is a bomb site that most teams tend to be able to shut down M80 on. M80 have played bank 3 times this stage, of course, all in Tier 1 against the North American teams. Through those 3 plays, they have attempted to defend the basement 9 separate times, and their record is 2-7. So that basement bomb site, for most teams, would be the strongest of all sites. For M80, it's actually one of the weakest. I can't say the weakest, because Archives Tellers actually has a worse win rate for M80 on the defense. They've only played it once, they were not successful, so they'll give it their 2nd attempt here against SSG Academy. If they fail to defend it now, it will be match point for the Tier 2 team.
Yeah, scary spot for M80 to be. Of course, single elimination best of 3. Best of 3 being the operative word there. That is, of course, what M80 can at least rely on if they're unable to close out this first map. But no matter what you're looking at, no matter what you say about either roster, experience, pedigree, it's a T2 team with 4 players who have never played in T1 competition full time against the 4th best team in the NAL, who had some rocky moments, but still had a chance, 2 chances to make Montreal already at this point in the NAL playoffs. Still a long way to go. A 3-round deficit isn't impossible to work your way back, and especially if we can see the rest of M80 start to wake up a little bit. You see Kino stepping up, dealing with Jabates. Focal lit up as well here. A lot of difficulty for him as he is completely isolated in the top floor by himself. Rampy and Exer, though, a quick response. They answer from the windows and from the hall up top. And now we're back to a 3v3 just like that, Jesse. It's still anyone's game.
Creative trades, but trades nonetheless. The Spider-Man repel on the main stairs. Skylight will get the job done. They also take down Spoit. So now it's a 3-3. Both players that got kills in M80 did fall as well. Everybody's mostly fallen back with the exception of Cameraman, who is still inside of the Kanto elevator. He's got the hatch to fall off if he needs to. But I don't think SSG Academy are ready for this. This should be a free pick as Rampy just does not seem to know. And there it goes. Cameraman finds the frag. Now it's a man advantage. Now the pressure is really on for SSG Academy.
Well, perfectly timed from Cameraman, but he's got to make a decision now. How often, or how much does he want to take any remaining gunfights? A smart choice to drop away here. Doesn't have to contest that heavily, but he is still slightly extended from the site. Let's not forget that. He's got some support from Hyper nearly around the corner. And Cameraman, I think, eventually will make that decision that he belongs a little bit closer to the objective with his team, using the hatches to reposition from the elevator back into the site itself. Now, putting the responsibility here, the shoulders of SSG to make the move. In a man disadvantage, Vill's going to be the one to try to step up first, but a goo mine will delay that. Exer rotating around. He's got the diffuser in hand. They've got a chance here, an opening into Tellers, but as you pointed out earlier, Jesse, not an easy site to hold from within. Citizen, good shot onto Vill. Exer's going to stick this, and that's simply the wrong call. In the smoke, he really didn't have many options, so M80 finds some life here again on bank. It's 3-5.
I can't get over how good that one kill from Cameraman was taking down Rampy, especially because Rampy was playing on Dokkaebi and he hadn't used his second phone call. He could have had that information, but they were so sure after trading out the 2 top floor roamers that, guys, what are the odds? There's a third roamer up here, up top. A slight misstep from SSG Academy does get punished hard by Cameraman. And then, of course, Citizen late in the round finds 2 players deep inside of the smoke. Well played by Citizen. You know, he was the only person in their most recent game against the main team of SSG who happened to go positive. That was a pretty disastrous game against M80. Their second of 2 attempts to qualify for the major, for the Montreal Major. Second of 3 attempts, I guess now. We'll count this LCQ run if they can get to the grand finals. So it's, you know, it's one of those players that you can often rely on for M80. Citizen, negative going into that round, will be even now with 5-5, but is so reliable even when the team is struggling. It's not a surprise to me that it's him to step up and start to mount this comeback for M80.
Well, one hiccup there for SSG Academy. Been a while since they'd lost a round, but they are still holding a nice 2-round lead. Last time they played this map, it was in the Open Qual playoffs against yet another NAL team. It was against Los, and they won that 7-3 here on Bank. Ended up losing the series overall. They lost Chalet, they lost Clubhouse, but it was close. They won Bank. Of course, Los being the last team, finishing in 9th place in the NAL, so it doesn't quite translate. But the point is the same. SSG Academy are proven against T1 talent on this map. They're showing that to us here, but can they close it out? Something that is so difficult to do in a situation like this when you know that winning here would be the underdog performance, that winning here would be a little bit unexpected, but it would go a long way to setting themselves up for a potentially surprising upset in this series. But as we said, only 5 rounds to their name, still need 2 more to close this one out.
60 seconds in, and we've got some hacking action going on from Vil, but not a ton of great utility to hack. The mute jammers for sure, and of course those dread mines, not nothing. The bulletproofs may be the most valuable prize that he could get. He can work his way into sight. Both Hyper and Cameraman brought those. Both of them are still up as well. But it'll be a clear of this top floor that is really the first kind of issue they got to deal with. Cameraman, Kino, and Spoy all holding up here. Very much the same as the defense that they ran in the last round. Obviously, the site is not the same, but the top floor hold is very similar from these 3 players. Hopefully this time they will remember to check for Cameraman in the elevator. I cannot imagine they make that mistake twice, especially after going through those drones. But they might actually be going against it. Despite the Ying throwing some Candelas in up above, a lot of these players are still working it horizontal, and Jonah, they might be headed straight to the site.
And a little bait here. Well done with the Candelas. Does M80 pick up on this? This first fight from Vil will give us that answer. If he's able to creep in and get more than 1 kill, well, things could very well fall apart for this M80 defense. First kill is found from Xer. Trade, though, from Citizen. Jabate, he steps up. Another big kill for Xer. There it is. He gets a double. The pressure up top, though, that's the most important to deal with. And Xer, he does it again. Vil will finish it off. A little surprise there for SSG Academy, and M80 caught sleeping.
Yeah, great play out of Xer. Wow. The newest member of SSG Academy joining the team just last month. You might know him from Wanted Goons, where they got top 8 in Element 2. Otherwise, hasn't really had a lot of top tier 2 tournament performances. So nice to see him stepping up and going for that execute. I've been really enjoying the strategies coming out of SSG Academy. On defense, you saw it with that really creative Tachanka mirror set up down inside of the basement. On attack, you're seeing a lot of these really good direct to sight hits. It's not something that M80 are unfamiliar with, right? A lot of these strats are similar to what M80 wanted to run. You had the Blitz Ying plays up on the top floor. You've got, of course, some more plays going direct to sight now. These are all things that M80 should be very familiar with, but just getting caught off guard, maybe underestimating SSG Academy just a little bit, maybe not so sure about what strats are going to come out. It can be really difficult when you don't have that information, right? When there's not as many VODs in your opponents. Yes, SSG Academy have played this map a couple of times in the LCQ and in other tier 2 tournaments, but the VODs of those games aren't always made available, and it's difficult to know how much footage there really is. Plus, I mean, with all the extra time, SSG Academy could have been working on things in the background. Regardless of the situation, regardless of how prepared M80 were for this bank from SSG Academy, they are now in a dire situation. They must win the next 3 rounds in a row. Otherwise, they will be going to their map pick with an 0-1 deficit. Not how you want to start your tournament if you are who I would consider to be the entire tournament favorites.
Yeah, it's no secret that M80 are the favorites here. On paper, they come in as the 1 seed, the 4th place team through the NA Close League, the only team in that top 4 who did not get a ticket straight to Phase 2 of the Major. LCQ, it gets you to the Major, gets you to Phase 1 if you can get that far, but we are a long way from having that conversation, especially given what we're seeing right now. The LCQ has never been a friendly place for top seeds. It's never been a friendly place for any team who comes in expecting to win, who's holding back at all. On the desk, they kind of propose that it's possible M80 picking Bank, picking Lair, hoping to play 2 maps that may not be the most tried and true M80 maps of all, because they're hoping to hide some things. They're hoping to, going into international competition potentially, going into the semis and potentially the finals of the Major, rather of the LCQ, that they don't need to give away anything they have in store. But clearly there's a more important task at hand, and that is getting through SSG Academy. Something that is simply not as easy as they may have thought.
Well, to get it done, of course, 3 defenses, a perfect site rotation is needed. They get to start on the easiest, at least for most teams, down in the basement. I mentioned their record, 2 wins and now 8 losses on this bomb site so far this stage. It's not been a very successful one for them. Going for a bit more of a passive strategy. I talked about the Goyo at the beginning of the game, how powerful he can be with that Twitch ban. It took until round 10 for Goyo to finally show up. Again, SSG Academy having some creative strats in the basement, and then M80 going for more of a roam setup in their first attempt on this site. We're going to see now the Goyo come into effect and see what it can do to try to stall things out. The Flores of Ville will be the primary counter to try to be used from SSG Academy. Interesting echo cam as well from cameraman. It's actually inside a printer, and it might be able to find some bodies. Citizen is upstairs on the main floor, so this could prompt a bit of a flank, but it all has to do with if Citizen's willing to risk it. Just playing at the top of server stairs with a shotgun, it is probably unlikely.
Well, that's the question, right? They clearly have the information, but what are M80 going to do with it? If anything, it's risky to go for a flank like that. You can't nitro cell printer from downstairs. Something, of course, is gained there. They have some knowledge of where that attack is coming from, but that is knowledge they would have had eventually just by those hatches opening, by the pressure coming from above. Could help Citizen, though, knowing when this swing is coming. He's got the shotgun in hand. He's going to take this fight head on. He'll pop the Vulcan canister and slowly back down. A free kill for him onto Rampy, and guess what? He is still alive. Flash is not a problem for the Warden, and he'll throw a C4 out just to lay this clear a little bit longer, but he is doing his job to perfection. With 30 seconds left, SSG Academy still have so much work to do, and Citizen with a shotgun. Surprise, part 2. He steps up and takes care of Focal. He loses his life, but it was worth it. There's no question about that. His job done. There's only 10 seconds left now for SSG Academy, and they are all over the place. Xer will drop the hatch. A Yokai drone will hinder his progress. 2 big kills for M80, and Jabates, well, he's got nowhere to go. A clinical hold there from M80 with their backs against the wall.
A beautiful performance from Citizen on his favorite defensive operator. He's played more Warden than any other operator throughout the entirety of the stage. You can see how good he is with it, knows when to activate those cameras, plays so well with the shotgun. You know, there's something that people used to say about Kino in that shotgun, and how really, as long as you believe in that shotgun, it'll believe in you. It'll get you the kills that you need. And I think in that round, Citizen was absolutely a believer. Good use of the Goyo canisters as well. Talked about how important those were going to be. I'm not sure exactly with Rampy going for that first swing, what his goals were. I guess he was swinging. He wasn't even really swinging. He was sprinting through the doorway. Must not have thought the Citizen was that far up. With the Flores drone, oftentimes you see the Warden fall back and maybe try to play that more passive, but that's not the choice the Citizen made. Stepped up, got the opening kill on a Rampy. A second one took down the Capitao, and then it's just chaos. So all credit to Citizen. Maybe it took him a little while to heat up in this game. It was negative through the majority of the first half, but now he sits 8-7, the second highest performer on his team. He's been massive through the second half. He got them their 3rd round. He got them their 4th round. He'll likely be very important if they want to get number 5 and 6 and send us into overtime.
And there's never a single player responsible unless you get an ace.
Sure.
Never a single player responsible for the outcome of a round. But if you were to crown an MVP of that one, it would no doubt be Citizen. I mean, not only wasting time, which is what he's there to do, Jesse, but getting not just 1, 2 kills in that position as well, and making a very bold but calculated decision to re-aggress, surprise SSG Academy, and get that extra kill, a completely bonus frag that you would have not expected him to get. He knew that he was going to die in that position, so he might as well go down in a hailstorm of bullets. And that's exactly what he did, giving M80 another round, but they are not out of the woods yet. Still 2 more to go if they just want to force overtime and have a chance at taking this first map. Heroics from Citizen or not, we're still going to need to see a little bit more.
Last time we were on this site, we saw a pretty fast top clear coming out from SSG Academy. It's a bit slower this time. They're still trying to work their way through. They got immediately traded the last time they were on this site, so maybe it makes sense that they want to slow things down. Positioning still very good from all players on M80 with Kino Spoit still up on the top floor, but cameraman goes down watching the wrong part of the skylight. Vil, whether he had a drone on that or not, he peeks the angle correctly and he gets a free pick onto the Fenrir. Bit of a misplay from cameraman. The IGL now goes down. He'll have to lead his team from the grave.
Boyd's got an eye on that, just missing his chance to potentially take care of Focal there. Jabates, he knows of this position. He'll step up and get the kill. SSG Academy, a 5v3, a chance to secure bank right here. The best chance they may just have if they let this one slip away. So only 3 kills left to find, but a minute to do it is plenty. But they still have to be careful. Citizen, still a relatively advanced position, far from the site, closer to things. Top square, that's where Kino finds his grave. Hyper and Citizen, the only 2 that could stop SSG Academy from stealing this first map from M80. 50 seconds. Debates will drop. SSG Academy will continue to circle around this site in M80. Well, this defense has fallen to pieces. You gotta have to see some sort of a miracle here, some sort of aggression from Citizen to bring it back. But what can he do? Pressure above him, pressure below. Vil will take the swing and get the kill. Hyper now, a 1v5, denies the Flawless with 2 kills, but SSG Academy, they start off the series with a win over M80.
SSG Academy, they won this map in Element 3 against Sonics. They won it against Los, of course, in the qualifiers to get here. They win bank against another Tier 1 team, taking out M80. An excellent performance, and maybe showing that this game wasn't as far gone as maybe people expected. M80, they face their first stumbling block in these LCQs. They will drop one of their weakest maps to a Tier 2 opponent as they look towards the rest of this series. They are not out of it yet. They still got their map pick coming up, and it'll be live right after this break.
Close, Clary, close.
Back open, back open.
Double up, let's go. Nice.
We have open.
He's catching. Go for kill.
We lined up. Nice! Let's fucking go! Good shit!
That's what I'm talking about. Let's fucking
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh,
Well, I will say every time M80 plays, I walk away surprised. I walked away surprised from that one. Space Station Gaming Academy really sticking it to them on bank. I mean, look, you two are the experts, so please explain to me what is going on here.
I mean, it's like Fox said, the big maps is what truly hinders this team, and this is a clear example of that. And I said in the beginning of this, it's hard to clamp down a team when you don't know what they do. Those idiosyncrasies play heavily into such a big map that you can't genuinely understand what you can do to thwart off an attack, thwart off a defense, whatever that looks like. And again, M80's true, outside of a map problem, is just their teamwork and coordination. We saw, once again, a lot of individual plays trying to be made, but immediately shut down by SSG Academy. So kudos to them.
Yeah, I mean, we just want to show that, before going into this match, they were 0-3 on bank, and now they are 0-4 on bank. And obviously losing it to a T2 team, losing any map on a T2 team is obviously not what you would like to be in the first place. Obviously, when it comes down to maps, M80 is playing for the best of 3, so just losing one is not the end of the day. But great gameplay from SSG Academy. I mean, they really read M80, and it wasn't just taking M80 to a map that M80's weak on. They took M80 to a map that they did their prep. They did their homework on what M80 was going to do. And again, we saw it. M80 did not change anything from this bank showing to what we saw in playoffs to what we saw in the stage. It was just M80 continuously relying on big individual plays to carry them through it, especially on their attacks. And there was a lot of situations where they would try to go for these plants, try to go for these executes, and SSG Academy was set up to shut it down. They played the bank utility game very well. They amassed that 4-2 split half, and then once they got away with it on their own attacks, I really think M80's spirits were crushed going forward.
Yeah, and I mean, Vil was a standout performer for this team, and same with Extra. I mean, these are two players you absolutely have to highlight. Even for myself watching the game, I was very impressed with both these two performances. But overall, the team dynamic of SSG Academy is truly what pushed them through this map. And I think, we talked about this in the early desk that we didn't get to say here is, having a coaching staff from the original SSG roster of call out kind of, helping this roster, setting them up, and just having his hand in this team. I mean, I think it definitely speaks into how this team plays. And then obviously, like I said in the early bit of Rampy being on this roster, I think they're definitely leading. He's leading the way, also helping these players. But again, also learning from them. And yeah, but Exer right here, once again, I mean, some of the shots that he was hitting, for that being your warm-up game, going into a second map, you're hitting some of those nasty shots on blue stairs. I mean, I think we're going to see, this kill right here was great. Unfortunate for Kino. But yeah, just a quick shot like that, then a quick heads-up play, swings out and grabs the guy up top. Exer was having one hell of a performance so far.
Yeah, no, definitely. Exer, I think, was the standout player. I don't want to delve too deeply into specific players on M80, but I will say I was a little let down, I think, by Cameraman, Hyper. They both looked a little lost. I don't know if that's a matter of the map, or do you think that's something that's going to get a little bit better here when we get to Lair?
I think it just came down to the way that M80 was playing. Obviously, if your attacks aren't really too coordinated on bank on a big map, your support staff is going to struggle, because where are they supposed to follow up? Who are they supposed to trade if you're not even able to connect the players that are right next to each other in the server? And it was way too split out. Now, one of the favors that Lair does have, even though it is a very big map, it's a very untested map, the hallways, the rooms kind of force you to play off of your teammates, and that's what we want to see from M80. Obviously, it's a map that they're comfortable on, but it still has the same issues for them. It is big, it is spread out. SSG Academy, there's no information on them, and SSG Academy really has the confidence. So M80's only real chance is obviously not just relying on the gun skill. They have to make sure that they have the trades in primary view of how they want to win this map. If they can't even start there by making sure that they're getting those trades, then it'll be, a very grim showing, to say the least.
Now, I do want to say they did win this game 7-1 against Low, so that was a good performance from this team. But like you said, this map is very, like, granted, it is one of the bigger maps. It is very condensed, though. It does force you to play with your teammates. So thankfully for M80, that does favor them, because Bank is a big map. It allows a lot of people to move around the map at any given time, where, again, this map, it's going to be down to corridors. It's going to be going through a doorway, through a hallway. So thankfully, we will see more forced team play, but it does really come down to that coordination of that team play being implemented here. If M80 can stop the solo plays, stop relying on those or trying to make them happen. Sure, sometimes they do have to happen, but I do want to see better teamwork than what we just recently saw on this Bank map, especially going against a T2 roster where naturally you should be better in that department in every single aspect.
Yeah, and I mean, it was the explosive solo plays that were getting them progress in the playoffs. So for them kind of switching to a new sort of mentality, obviously going to be a little bit hard, which I think we saw illustrated on Bank. I mean, the bigger question I have, I think, is just more of a psychological one. I don't think either of you were ever in a position quite like this when you were pro players, but where are you at as an M80 player looking at this map? You kind of just got shellacked by an Academy Tier 2 team. Now you are truly fighting for your life, your chance to go to Manchester. That's got to be rough.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, it's very stressful. You never want to go map down one. Obviously, it's a best of 3. So if they knew going into this that Bank is going to be the hardest map for them to play, if they can just let go of that, go forward, and not worry too much about it, then obviously, you know, M80 should be the better team in this situation. I mean, SSG has the confidence, but if M80 can really rely on these big individual plays, because we haven't seen them rely on anything else, if they can just succeed in those big individual plays by being able to back up each other. If someone gets a, you know, an opening kill or 2 kills and he gets taken down, let's see that trade immediately. If M80 is able to succeed early on, they could bring SSG Academy to that level playing ground. But obviously, it all comes down to the teamwork and the communication. They don't have anything to counter against SSG Academy. It's all in M80's hands right here.
Right.
And again, I want to be able to say, you know, M80 should be the team because they have the experience, because they have the resilience. And yes, it is the best. You can wipe the first map away and now focus on your map, which that should always be the mentality. But from what we just even saw on the first map, it is a very scary situation because, again, the teamwork and coordination just simply is not there. And yes, I am regurgitating. Yes, this does need to be talked about because this has been a problem for M80 through and through. And now you're doing it against a T2 team that is punishing you for it once again. So again, I do hope that we can see a little more team play here because the map does kind of force that. But overall, if SSG Academy can just keep up with the pressure that they're applying and the confidence that they have, I can possibly see SSG Academy walking away with the Swift 2-0.
Well, from beating down C9BC to backs against the wall against SSG Academy, it's been quite a ride here for M80. So we'll turn you over to 2 casters for what might be the final stage in this M80 story. It is, of course, 2 casters whose names start with J, Jesse and Jonah.
Well, thank you, Corbeck. The final chapter in the M80 story, that might be strong, that might be a lot, but there is some truth to what you're saying there. That M80 have clearly not shown up in the capacity that we expected them to, Jesse. That much is very clear. And SSG Academy, the T2 team, the team that needed the Cinderella story, made it happen in map 1.
I agree, but I also think this is going to be probably the hardest map for SSG Academy. It's not a map that they have ever won in their history. They played it once. That ended up being a 7-4 loss to CL4L 2 weeks ago. That's the former team of Makers, if you're not familiar. We've got operator bans right off the rip. SSG Academy banned the Monty. Twitch is next. There's the Azami from M80. I would expect a Valkyrie from SSG Academy. That's the map. That's the operator that they banned 2 weeks ago against the former Makers core. So Valkyrie makes the most sense to me. Will be the Valkyrie here coming through. Surprised a little bit that Dokkaebi made it through this operator ban phase. Both M80 and SSG choosing to ban the same operators that were banned in map 1. So you'll once again not have access to the Monty or the Twitch. Dokkaebi is an operator that both these teams previously banned on layers, so this will be the first time that both these teams have played the map with Dokkaebi available. M80 have played this map once. They beat Low 7-1. SSG Academy again 0-1 so far here on layers. So still, Siege is new as map. Tends to surprise, tends to have a lot of unexpected outcomes. Maybe that could work in SSG Academy's favor, but they're going to need a better performance than what they showed the last time they were here.
Well, Jesse, I'm going to definitely rely on you to be the layer expert here. Let me just say that we don't see this one a lot in Latin America. We saw this one maybe twice total in LATAM North. Haven't seen it yet much else. But I know this is a map that we've seen a little bit more here in NA, as you mentioned, from M80 themselves. We know this map is big. They obviously talked about that on the desk. But my question for you is, does it really play like a big map? Does it play like Bank does in that way? Because when I look at it, I see all these soft walls. I see all of this clutter, kind of like Consulate. And I wonder if it plays a little bit closer to Consulate than it does Bank. What's your take on that?
No, you're right. I think once we see teams like getting comfortable with if you take out the teams that maybe didn't know how to play this map or don't have great ideas of how to play the map, I do think it leans more attacker-sided than most of the other big maps that we see in the pool. It is big, square footage is huge, but there's so many outer walls into bomb sites. Sometimes the largest of the map can work against the defenders, make it sort of easier for the attackers to isolate fights. Not so much here on the top floor, which is where you'll see a lot of teams starting out. This top floor can be really, really effective. It does have an outer wall, and if you can get the mask wall open, planting inside a mask can be really powerful. But that's a lot easier said than done. But easier when you can get the opening pick. Spoit here, the entry on the Finka this time around will find Focal, who is a little bit lost, roaming around here up the reception stairs, getting taken down. And this is actually going to be an interesting push from M80. They're going to run the blitz right up these main stairs.
Yeah, once they got that opening kill in that position, they just decide to send it. And Citizen, he's going to make his first push in, tempted to go for the swing, instead letting Spoit do the dirty work. Flash shield in front of him, Spoit continues to do the damage. Kino will tack on for one more, and Vil, oh my goodness, pushed into a corner, and M80, what an attack to start things off on Lair.
Spoit was the best player in the North American League Stage 1. In Stage 2, he placed just third behind both Pamba and Ambi in terms of kill-death ratios, but he is the best player not already qualified to the Montreal Major, so we'll give him that, and he's certainly putting on a great show here today. Played quite well, I would say. Probably their best player back on Bank. Now making a statement on Lair with a 3K entry. Actually, the exact same thing he started Bank with, another 3K. So going back to back, it's what M80 know, it's what they like, and I like that strategy too. Going in with the blitz, making that space, you punish one little mistake, right? You catch that first player, Focal goes down, it's a brand new map, they shut that down, and immediately they turn that into more and more success. Really beautiful stuff from M80. One of those rushes that you just don't see very often. Not sure if I've seen ever a blitz play up those stairs. Obviously brand new map, so still learning a lot about this, but really cool stuff coming up from M80. They will bring much the same operator lineup. Never mind. Citizen to the Demos, Spoit to the Ace. So it's going to be a more traditional push here on the top floor, I expect, this time around.
Yeah, no blitz at the helm. Not seeing that same aggressiveness. Love the way that they made that happen, though, Jesse. I mean, it is kind of like Consulate in that way. I mean, we drew the comparison earlier. A very similar approach with the blitz at the helm, with that kind of explosive energy. Not necessarily committing to the rush right away, as you might see on a map like Border, but recognizing that once they got the opening kill, once the main stairs were freed up, they had an avenue to push for that execute. So great way to make use of the map and those close corners, the blitz in that first round. As you said, second round is going to look a little different, a bit more methodical here from M80 as they drop the diffuser, take their time here, get a little bit of information before working their way in.
Kino staring at the ops window. I think he's going in here. Jonah's got the, he had the Gar hook in his hands. He's got it back. The flashes come out. And here it comes, jumping into the ops window. We'll have a player right behind this wall he can find with the shotgun, but the deployable shield providing some cover. He's trying to find a frag, but Jabates gets it instead. Kino not trusting in the shotgun, and he'll be the opening death here in round number 2. They did get that space still. M80 are in control of operations. They dealt with the shield, but cameraman falls now as well. I believe that was outside of the site single panel. Gonna make things very difficult now from M80 in a 2-man disadvantage. They've got the space and they've got the mask wall open. This is where a lot of teams will want to plant, but there's still Toxic Babes in sight. There's still Nitro Cells in sight. This is by no means easy, even looking at their positioning. And then the man disadvantage gonna make it even tougher now for M80.
We got the space. But at what cost? You've lost 2 bodies. You're now in a very uncomfortable position. Diffuser still outside the map, waiting for the moment to get that into play, I'm guessing. I mean, a minute to work with here. That's about the time you might want to recover it, and I think Hyper has recognized that. Diffuser in his hands as they wade through, well, the smoke. This one is going to be no easy task. So much utility still in their way. 2 smokes in Xer's pocket. A C4 to worry about that Jabates has prepped and ready. He'll send that over, won't come up with anything, but it will continue to delay the clock. The Grimbees identifying the position of Jabates. Some information here for M80 to work off of, but they need to start finding some kills. Information here is not going to be enough. They only have 30 seconds, still wading through the smoke. Citizen, he'll get something done, taking the time on the rotation, but still so much work to cover. Hyper, he'll step in, try to get this diffuser down. The coverage here from Spoit, critical. And guess what? It's not enough. Xer steps up and deals with Hyper. 10 seconds, diffuser now in Spoit's hands, but what is he gonna do? He'll hunt for the kills, taking the head of Vil, but Xer, he's looking for his triple, and he won't find it because Focal will steal it away, but it doesn't matter. SSG Academy, they win the round anyway. All tied up here on Lair.
I actually really like the attempt from M80. Obviously not successful, but in the 3v5, they rotated their Deimos down below. Citizen got a pick, not from his own pings, but instead from the Grim, which I suppose is just as good. Then they perfectly bait out the Toxic Babes, the Nitro Cells. In the end, the man disadvantage was just too great. They couldn't win their fights on top of it, but I thought everything they did position-wise, decision-making-wise was the right call there. Unfortunate, though, with that man disadvantage. Sometimes that's the way it goes. You also got to credit SSG Academy. Xer hit some ridiculous shots from behind that mirror window. Xer, we saw him hit some highlight reel shots in the first map, and in the second map, he is looking like he's going to keep that up. He's been excellent so far for SSG Academy. It's big plays like those that are going to keep this team in a game that they maybe aren't so favored to win.
It's that energy as well, right? I mean, it's those moments where you have a team that they know they're fighting from behind, Jesse. They know it's a Cinderella story, but you've got so much of that energy, so much of that hype that M80, I mean, they're the ones who are expected to win this. It's their game to lose. They're not feeling that same loosey-goosey, happy to play some Siege kind of mood right now. They are like, all right, we need to make the major, guys. We need to win this game. SSG Academy, I mean, they're playing loose. They're playing confident, but it looks good on them.
So we go to the basement for round 3. This is a bomb site that's tricky for defenders because if you try to go full anchor, you give so much vertical positioning to the attackers. They can do so much from up above. But if you try to roam, it can often be very difficult to work as a unit. Your roamers can often get picked off by playing so solo. It also opens you up to a bit of a rush in through garage. So there's often no perfect way to play this as a defense. It looks like SSG Academy have opted for a 3-man roam. Jabates, Rampy, Vil all roaming, and Xer as well, just playing around the stairs, willing to support and help his teammates fall off should they need to. The Dokkaebi, the Deimos, and here's the first call as well. Signals to me that M80 are looking to get some kills on this clear. They seem to know what's going on for SSG Academy. They've got Citizen already trying to look in, but it'll actually be a Claymore kill. To start us off, Cameraman takes down Vil as he jumps out into his doom, eating a Claymore now, and everybody on SSG Academy, post that, will fall back towards the bomb site. So, bit of a unsuccessful roam. They didn't lose too much. They lost Vil, but they can still play inside of the basement. They're going to have 1 C4 on Jabates. They're going to have 3 Toxic Babes. Man disadvantage, it's still going to be a tough hold, Jonah.
Well, you get the Claymore kill, and that's not necessarily how you expect to get the first kill of the round, but you take that every time if you're M80. Now, they're not going to jump and go explode on the site like they did in round 1 after they got the opening kill, but they are in a position where they could do that. I mean, they've got Kino on the blitz just lurking right by the site door. He's got that diffuser in pocket, which he will now pass to Spoit as they try to gear up and potentially make a push. They've got some pressure from up above. They've got the Selmas now going off. I mean, this is the makings of a successful push.
Certainly it is, and with still a minute to go, the flashbangs come out. It looks like they want to take this right now. Rampy, 2 kills, but one's his teammate. Shoots Focal in the back of the head, making it still a man advantage for SSG, for M80, I should say. These Toxic Babes stall the push for a moment. Spoit holding the fuse kit now. 4-1 on his KD, looking to make it 5. Hunting for these last 3 players in the site. Still 2 more Toxic Babes. There's one, there's the second. Xer's now completely out of utility. trying to hunt for these last couple of players. Spoit just found a plant spot, though. Despite all the toxic babes, he's found a way to get this diffuse get down, and there's no answer, and yes, there is. Exer comes back, and he finds the headshot. Now, that will cost him his life, but it's still a lot of time that they've wasted. Rampy and Jabates now in a 2v3, trying to deny the last 15 seconds of the round. Citizen picks up that diffuse kit. An opening pick now for Rampy again. He finds a third. Rampy on a Citizen. He just needs to hide, but Hyper's hunting him down, and he gets the final kill. Hyper saves a round that Rampy almost was able to dominate. M80 take their second.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Jesse, I mean, Rampy did dominate that round. I mean, he did get 3 kills and then a 4th one onto his teammate. You take that back. If that doesn't happen, you're looking at a very different outcome. But take a look at this. The pattern that emerged here for the second time, we saw this once on Bank. We're seeing it now just a little bit on Lair on the M80 attack. Their ability to find those sneaky little spots on the site that SSG Academy aren't keeping an eye on. Spoit eventually did get denied. The plant was not allowed to go down, but he did get an entry there. He did get that chance and was just a sliver of time left from actually getting that diffuser on the ground. There's a slight gap in the SSG Academy information, a slight delay in getting that to each teammate and knowing when that diffuser going down, and it may not have costed them the round there, but it was certainly a factor. M80 allowed to creep on into the site, make more progress than it looked like SSG Academy were ready for. Of course, credit goes to M80 for identifying that gap and exploiting it. Maybe that one got a little too close to call, but they still made it work.
Rampy and Hyper in a 1v1. What year is it? My God, love to see it. Man, Hyper also his first ever clutch since coming back and joining M80. That's his first ever 1vx, so congratulations to him. Of course, one that will certainly count in such an important game here like the LCQ. Taking down Rampy there. Now we move back to what seems to be the top floor. It's actually going to be Bunks and Briefing our bomb site. So this is one of those bomb sites where, again, if you're not used to watching a lot of Lair, it is critically important to hold up above. Basically, every plant can be denied with vertical pressure on this site, and it's a lot easier for the defense to hold up above than it is for them to hold the actual site itself. It seems like M80 will not be attempting to clear the top floor. Based on the current position, they could rotate. What some teams will do is they'll just get control of bottom green, and with that green control, they will hit the site and somehow try to avoid clearing out that top floor, whether that's with smokes, whether that's with a shield on the back of the planter. There's a lot of ways that you can try to not get denied from above, but ultimately every plant spot on this site is vulnerable. So you can see the intel is there, and there is pressure up above with Spoit playing that glass. But the question really is, what do M80 want to do for this push? Will they try to clear top floor, or are they going direct to site?
Well, the position of Spoit here just indicates that, at least for now, a little bit of patience may be the answer. Hoping to get these defenders a little antsy, get them to move around a little bit. Maybe find the opportunity to snag a kill. You see the smoke go down, good opportunity for just Spoit to sit back and wait. But very alone in this position. I mean, you look elsewhere, you see Citizen down below, joined by Hyper, joined by Cameraman. Kino's the first one to actually step up and get a kill, but he is quickly traded. Again, here's that explosivity from M80. Citizen in the site trying to make something happen, but where are the defenders? He can't find a single person. It's the verticality, the problem now for M80 that they need to alleviate. Big kill from Cameraman, but Hyper is traded. SSG Academy, if they can keep trading out, they will win this round. It's simple math at this point. You've got Citizen with a flash shield, Cameraman with the AK, but something needs to break here for SSG Academy. The last domino needs to fall if M80 want to win this. And look at the patience here from Jabates and Rampy, refusing to take a gunfight here. They're going to force Citizen to clear them the old-fashioned way. They're going to force M80 into this uncomfortable spot, and that could get them into trouble. The site still down below, but the defensive pressure in our 6 room overwhelming. Citizen working his way up. Blitz versus Warden. Who comes out on top? Guess what? It's Rampy who makes it happen. Actually, Jabates who comes in with the assist. Cameraman, no options for him as he is the only player left standing. And SSG Academy continue to make it look good on Lair.
Huge round from Jabates. 3 or 4 kills there. Not 100% sure if he did get the credit for killing that blitz. He certainly got the finish off. Really well done by him. You know, Jabates is a player that has had a rough couple of weeks. I gotta say, he was not playing in the open qualifiers. Dream was actually subbing in instead of Jabates. Jabates is down in Florida, so over the last couple of weeks, he suffered 2 hurricanes, lost power for a few days. Then he was hospitalized with pneumonia, which he's been talking about on Twitter over the last couple of days too. He seems to be doing a lot better now. A great round there, of course, seems healthy and in good spirits for this game as well. Jabates critical, both getting the 2 kills that started that round off and gave that early man advantage to SSG Academy, and then 2 in the late round as well. That's why you want a guy like Jabates on your team. I'm sure Dream was a great sub, but when they really come down to it, when it's the most important game, they want Jabates.
Well, the way we're seeing Lair play out here, Jesse, it really feels like this is a pretty clear picture of what we might see on Consulate coming up. Obviously, they're very different maps, but it feels like we're seeing almost a mirror image of the playstyle here. Yes, you can play passive, you can go for the top-down clear, you can try to go for that extension on the defense, but you could also see the power of the blitz and the power of the glass and the smokes. I like M80's chances here. Of course, they've won this map so far this stage. They are the team here with a win on it. But going into Consulate, if they're able to stretch out a lead here and get a nice advantage, I'd like their chances going into map 3. Of course, they need to win this map if they want to go to map 3. But I think a lot of lessons here can be learned from both teams as to what works and what maybe doesn't.
Well, we want to break this tie now. 2-2 currently on the board, and we'll go, of course, back up to the top floor. This is the bomb site that most teams have been prioritizing. It's a bomb site you see a lot in ranked as well. I think most of the community favors this site as maybe the easiest to hold. I think there's still an open debate over whether it is the best bomb site. First stage of a map obviously takes some time to figure that out. So this is going to work in down below, not the Damos this time, but the Buck instead. Similar goal, going to be trying to work his way up green, maybe hit from the back as the rest of his team more is focused over towards the operations room. I say that. Kino actually in storage. Looks like this is going to be a full-on push into R6. Completely different from the last time that we saw this site. Seems like this time around, M80 are going to be focused on pushing the B bomb site, trying to work a plant through R6 room.
So far, SSG Academy have done a nice job of stopping the blitz and stopping this aggression. I mean, it's been 50-50 so far. It's why we're all square at 2-2. Kino tempting it there, but backing off. He knows there's a couple of defenders in his way. That's 3 defenders now staring at him. Vil will give his life away, but it was worth it because he just took down the blitz. The player who was trying to be the forefront of this execute has been felled. And you gotta think that it's gonna slow down the progress that M80 have already made.
Yeah, rough death from Kino. I mean, people talk about his shield play, not finding any luck today on that blitz. Of course, the Monty been banned both games, I believe once by each team. Spoit finds Focal, so that is a man advantage back in their favor. These last couple of players, Hyper as well, takes down Jabates. Now we've just got Exer and Rampy alone in the site. What can they do to hold on, Jonah?
Let's see, Exer dancing between it. He's got 1 smoke left. It's going to be critical that he finds something with it. 40 seconds, that's still a lot of time they have to waste. A goo mine in Rampy's pocket's not going to help much. They're just going to have to gun their way out of this. SMG-11, T5, great weapons for a situation like this. But in a 4 versus 2, well, certainly the odds are not in your favor. Exer, primarily concerned with the breach, doesn't know that there's someone close on the doorway. Flash will go out, and that ends Rampy's life, and Exer soon after. Hyper bringing a little bit of the energy as M80 get back on their feet and take the lead once again.
Yeah, I didn't like the initial blitz entry, finding himself in a bit of a crossfire, but once that one blunder was passed, M80's push was perfect there from start to finish, really clean, working their way around the site. Spoit was almost more of a back pressure. Usually he is kind of the tip of the spear. He's the entry for M80. And that round, he's doing a bit of a lurk, was going in through operations, was the last player who was still focusing over towards Master, over towards Mask. Really was distracting the smoke for a really long time in that 4v2. Ultimately didn't need to get the final kills. It was his teammates instead who cleaned things up, but I just like the positioning changes from M80 in that round. You could see how they completely tried to do something different. They've attacked that one bomb site now 3 different times in 3 different ways. sometimes that's what separates a tier 1 team from a tier 2. You know, we see SSG Academy on bank and even here running a lot of the same setups, a lot of the same strategies round after round. When they go back to the same site, of course, M80, even when they're repeating the bomb sites, they often have a different strategy, a different idea of how they want to play that round. I think the adaptation from M80, the real mix of strats that they brought out has been one of their biggest strengths this game.
Well, it's something they've always shown us, I think, throughout the stage, right? Their ability to change it up so dramatically, but no better case study than what we're seeing here on Lair. In front of our eyes, round by round, some pretty dramatic changes. At least in round 6, it doesn't feel like that change is going to be too overwhelming. I mean, Kino is still playing the blitz after all. The operators that surround him are largely different. But as they attack this basement site and already begin to make some good progress with those Vulcan canisters, you imagine things are going to look a little similar to what we saw earlier on in this map. Focusing on forcing those roamers back, maybe getting that opening kill, and once they do, allowing Kino to take that space and continue to push in. Jesse, I know you mentioned the spotty results that Kino has had on the blitz in a situation like this. Do you think this is the right call to go back to this again?
I'll trust him. I'll trust Kino's judgment. I mean, Kino is a great player for all the flack that he gets. He is still extremely good at what he does. That's why he's here. That's why he's on M80. With that, it looks like every player of SSG Academy, one logic bomb, and they will all rotate back to the basement. This, again, it feels very similar to what SSG did last time that they were on this bomb site, a light roam, and then quickly falling back to site, where they're going to have all 5 players alive. M80 now, they will soon realize that the entire roam is clear. Again, Lair is a big map. It can be tough sometimes to confirm that. They don't have much soft breach themselves. Here's one from Spoit, and only his breaching charge that they'll have. Then maybe they can utilize some hard breach, maybe some Flores drones, but mostly it's the soft breach that they've got. To avoid that Kaid clause, of course, if you're new to Rainbow... Oh,
no way.
New to Rainbow Six, you can open it with 2 Selmas. If your ace doesn't get denied, though, I believe that nitro that came out, or whatever it was that stopped it.
No, look, there's still the nitros in Villain Jabate's pocket. Was that the Selma?
Shot from below? No.
Like, the Selma does some damage if you're standing on it, right?
I mean,
but
the
not
Selma
all
didn't
of your
pop off.
health.
The hatch is still closed. Look at this. They didn't manage to use that Selma. Whatever downed him also stopped the Selma from exploding.
Well done here. Focal, he's got impacts. You see the C4s, you've got shotguns. The mystery down onto Spoit. He's back on his feet, but with 20 HP and now a problem in terms of getting downstairs. M80 need a pretty dramatic pivot here with only 30 seconds left. The Vulcan fire is still standing in their way as it finally fizzles out. Kino will look to step up, watching for EDDs. Smart call, he knows there's a Capcan in play. The smokes will come out, and here comes M80 on the swing. Spoit, he gets the first one. Hyper, his job is to get this diffuser down as the Candelas rain in from above. SSG Academy, where's the denial? Just in the nick of time. Only 9 seconds, but 2 defenders left to deny this here. Spoit, 20 HP, he's vulnerable, but he gets the diffuser on the floor. Jabate's now lost his teammate. It's just him alone. A 1v3. Focal on his back, a pre-fire, it won't matter. Citizen and Cameraman, they close it out 1 each, and M80 continue to make it work on Lair. 4-2 at the half.
It was a Capcan trap that ended up downing Spoit, by the way. He runs through the doorway. The Capcan
So delayed.
Downs him. I know, he was quite through the door, but there was nothing else that could have been. It was a Capcan trap that not only downed him, but also stopped his hard breach that hatch didn't open. Ultimately, does it matter? Maybe not. M80 very comfortable through this half. Of course, this is their map pick. This is where they expect to succeed. They will get that 4-2 attacking half here on Lair, but it's those small things in Siege sometimes that will catch you off guard. Nice play by SSG Academy to get a little bit of damage done in that early round, but it is not enough through the late round. So now SSG Academy will swap over to the attack. They had no attacking troubles on Bank, but Bank was their pick. Bank is an attacker-sided map. This will be a harder challenge. I think Lair has a lot of opportunities for strong attacking teams to succeed. With that said, though, it's a brand new map, and we've not seen SSG Academy be so successful here in the past. So this will be the real test. If SSG Academy can battle it back, they'll have earned that 2-0 over M80, but it's certainly going to be a challenge now with them down 4-2 after 6.
Seeing M80's defenses, though, will be really the second opportunity to see that. We only saw a, one defensive round, two defensive rounds in their game against Los. They ended up winning that one 7-1. A very successful attacking half meant that we didn't really get a chance to see what M80 has to offer on the layer defense. Already seeing a bit of creativity here with the Mira setup. You've got Spoit in position, utilizing those bandit batteries to bolster that position even further. M80, as they spread out along this top floor, not extending too far down below, it means that SSG Academy should have a fairly decent chance to step in and take this control should they want it. They've already dealt with the Mira window. That's impressive given the timeline. Only 60 seconds in and they've made that progress, but good work here from Vil with that utility. Those Rotero drones clearly finding their mark.
This is a cool second Mira window. Obviously, it's vulnerable if the outside wall gets opened up. You can clearly just shoot the canister. You can also get it from down below, and I think that's going to be the goal. Yes, Jabates doesn't find the window yet, but finds the head of Spoit. That's even better. Takes down the bandit. Spoit was trying to play kind of aggressive on these two Mira windows. Now Hyper's got to retake up this position, but with this angle being created down below, it makes it so difficult. Obviously, the attackers can try to use this angle, not just for kills, but to open the window up themselves. There are bandit batteries on the wall behind Hyper, but with the bandit dead, all it will take is a little bit of clear to clear those out. Of course, the player down below will be going for that. Jabates on the Ash, so important. Does he know there's another person watching his angle up above?
Ooh, Hyper, good timing on that C4. He'll get lit up for his troubles, but that is a fight he's happy to take and win. He removes the ace from play. Those Selmas at this point should have been utilized, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue here as, well, we look to the final minute. You see Rampy, he's taken control of that Mira window, at least almost. Shouldn't have to worry about anyone playing there. You just have to worry about the 4 remaining defenders positioned on the site. A smoke coming right at Jabates. He'll have to back off and delay a little bit of time. He's smartly aware of the possibility of some kind of a swing from the other side, but instead, Jabates down below, he is thriving right now. Having a heck of a game, now leading in terms of the kills for SSG Academy, but they still need a little something from the Ash. A little something from the rest of this team because they only have 20 seconds left to go. Cameraman, he denies the first. Jabates still making his impact. 3, 4 kills, only 1 more to find. He only has 9 seconds though. Have to move in. Citizen still alive, full HP, still a threat. M80 on the back of Citizen. Get an insane clutch to continue the streak.
Citizen so good in the high pressure situations. That's the second 1v1 final round that M80 have walked away with only a few different shots. This game could be absolutely with a different scoreline, but M80 dominant in the late rounds when the pressure is the highest. Full credit to Jabates, huge 4K coming through from him, but nobody else able to contribute in that round. I thought that they dealt with the Mira window setup perfectly. They used the Ash charge to deal with the first Mira, they go below to deal with the 2 players in the next Mira, then Jabates just walks up the main stairs for 2, but unfortunately the goo mine was giving away its position. Citizen seemed to know exactly what was going on. Citizen did play that perfectly in the 1v2, might even been a 1v3 depending on how those downs went. He played fantastic, and of course, that's going to be good enough for the round for M80. Unfortunate that nobody else in SSG Academy who were collapsing in through display, who were maybe more towards the bathroom part of the map, who were more around operations, weren't able to get anything done that round. Just 1 more kill could have been good enough, but sometimes that's easier said than done, especially when you're against one of the best players in the world in Citizen.
Can't win any round easily. We knew that would be the case, but especially on Lair. I mean, you know that it's a map that can get a little unpredictable. That's where SSG Academy is hoping to maybe surprise M80, but this is M80's map pick. They walked into this with relative confidence, and you can see why. You don't necessarily want to win every round on the back of an insane clutch from Citizen, but that is certainly one way to do it, and it puts them in a nice 3-round lead. SSG Academy, though, I mean, for the most part, that was a very clean attack. If they just do that same thing again, and just keep it a little tidier in the end, maybe give themselves another 5 seconds to work with, you got to think they'll have this here, but it's the early round problem this time instead of the late one. Spoit gets the first one. He now has to back off as there is a blitz running straight at him, but he's winning this one right now. 2 impacts, 4 HP left for Focal, and he takes him down with the Boss G. Ruthless finish for Spoit. Talk about opening up the round with a bang. That is 2 lovely kills for the Vigil. He has done his job and then some, Jesse.
Yeah, you're so happy with that, right? And we may not be done as well. Exer and Citizen both on the top floor, just inches away. Exer was pulling out a nade for a moment. They're trying to force some movements. Down here on the main floor, Rampy also trying to hunt down Cameraman. It's 2 separate clears that are happening at the same time. Oh no, I don't think they actually know where Citizen's at. Exer drops us down instead to try to hunt down this one roaming Legion. It's Hyper in the 1v2. Citizen up above. Maybe could help later. Does he need the help though? It doesn't seem like it. Hyper gets both. Rampy and Exer both fall, traded by Vil, but now he's in a 1v3 and he still has no idea that Citizen is upstairs. So with one quick trip down the green stairs, Citizen could end this one. They might have some idea someone's above, now staring at the hatch. Vil just knows he's in a precarious situation. He's got to be careful. He's got 60 seconds and a defuse kit in his pocket. The decisions he makes over the next minute will determine the end of this round.
Yeah, I mean, a minute is a while in Siege, but as 1 man against 3, it's not likely that you're going to see much here. This one's going to come down to if SSG Academy can somehow find 4 rounds in a row here on the Lair attack. If they want to just send it to overtime, at this point, they just may be looking to Consulate, that 3rd map, unless anything dramatic changes here. M80 just deploying utility just about everywhere, making sure they have all their bases covered. The smoke blocking Vil's first doorway, then blocking his second. He's just at 9 HP now as a result. The swing will come in from Cameraman, and he will win that one without much problem at all. It's M80, 6-2 right now, looking in control on Lair.
Definitely seem to be the dominant team on this map. I really like their attacks. Now they are flawless through 2 defenses, and that will prompt a late tack timeout. Both M80 on map 1 and SSG Academy now in map 2, saving their tactical timeouts until the last possible moment when their opponents have match points secured. SSG Academy, a bit of a larger mountain to climb. They've got to win 4 in a row coming off of this one. Thought in that previous round, it was really good performances from Spoit. Not only did he get 2 kills, but he got 2 really important operators, the Blitz and the Deimos. Those are typically your operators that can get things going. Oftentimes, we talk about Lair being a map that the attackers can isolate defenders, especially roamers, because it's often very big. It's hard for the defenders to retreat back to site. It's hard sometimes then to play with each other. But if Spoit's hitting every shot, he doesn't need to play with anybody. He doesn't need to get traded. He's just winning his fights. Same thing went for Hyper. Yeah, maybe he was a bit isolated. Maybe Citizen was a bit too far to help him with trades, but they didn't need to trade when they're hitting shots like those. So, well played. 6-2 now. M80, through their entire history, it's only been 4 rounds, have never lost a defense on Lair. They'll have to lose 4 in a row, or we're going to map 3.
And maybe not the dream for M80 to show off what they're capable of on this map before, well, more LCQ competition and potentially the major. But at this point, you just need to beat SSG Academy. Map 1 proved that this is not a team that's going to go down easily. T2 or not, they are a threat. They've got the experience. They've been in these LCQs before. They've fought against T1 teams plenty of times. And at least on Bank, they prove that they are more than comfortable going toe-to-toe with any roster, even if they may be the favorites here, the top seed in this LCQ bracket. But it's best of 3, single elimination. That means you've got 1 life, but it also means you have 3 maps, and that is what M80 have relied on to this point. They may not have taken their opponent's map pick to start, but Lair is firmly within their grasp as they look to Consulate as the map where they could potentially turn the tide and take this one, sending SSG Academy packing. But still a long way to go here. A lot of presence being applied on this top floor in R6 room by M80 as they look to extend the majority of their defense up above.
Yeah, for the first time in team history, M80 will attempt to defend the middle floor of Lair. Despite that, though, they're not going to be too unfamiliar. Their defense, especially over towards Master, was very similar to how they held the top floor. The same mirror window that looks into the hallway, the same bandit batteries to keep the outside wall closed. And then, of course, a lot of players inside of our 6 room, as you mentioned, only leaving Cameraman by himself down inside of the site. Very common on this bomb site. Nothing too crazy about a 4-man extension up above. SSG Academy, similar to M80, do look like they want to clear this top floor extension. They've got Jabates here on the bathroom window playing the Deimos, and they've got Focal on the Blitz, ready to burst on in as soon as they get these logic bombs and the B information.
Well, there's that info at least attempted here. Citizen, his position spotted. Logic bomb out, lot of information at their fingertips. Can they find something with it? Jabates not looking at the floor. Be careful, there's Hyper. He steps up and fades away just in time. Nitrocell will not connect, but Vil, he certainly will. A 3v3, make it a 3v2 as Focal and Rampy come alive. A 3v1 all of a sudden as Hyper, who hit the escape on that last retreat, now needs to, well, find 3 more kills. SSG Academy may not have started well, but now it is certainly going well. This diffuser going down in their 3rd round. This victory a second away, as long as they can pin down and prevent Hyper from going for this counter diffuse. Hyper thought he had some information to work with, but that info is old. No one in that position any longer. That red ping only so helpful. His position is known, and now that's the problem because he's going to have a blitz running at him in just a second. Here comes Focal. There's the flash and the kill from Hyper. Not over yet, but still 2 players to find, sitting up above and safe. One close around the other side of the bomb, and that's enough for Vil. SSG Academy still alive here on Lair.
An attacking lineup of Finka, Blitz, Deimos, Grim, and Dokkaebi. I believe that one was in How to Have Zero Fun as a Defender in Rainbow Six Siege magazine. That is a horrible lineup to have to go up against if you're M80, and they got rolled over. Great top floor clear. I really think Vil was the star of the show in that push. It got kind of chaotic, but they even could have had a flawless round if they had been able to find that kill on a Hyper. This one here where he just got away and dropped through the hatch, his phone was ringing. He could have been found out by Jabates, but it ultimately wasn't needed. Every other player on M80 ended up falling, 2 of them directly by the hands of Vil. Just a well-coordinated, explosive push up above. You know, it's 2024. This is what attacks sometimes look like in Rainbow Six Siege. Blitz and Dokkaebi and Deimos and Grim. The information is all there for SSG Academy. Well, the intel's not bad from M80. They still have their cameras where they might have them, their mirror windows. The push happens so fast, you get so overwhelmed. There's just nothing that you can do about it. Catching them a bit off guard there. The good news for M80 is if they don't want to, they don't ever have to try to defend that bomb site again, as they can go back to the top floor, back to the basement as many times as they want until this game ends.
I mean, yeah, they won R6 room and Master Office to start the half, and they can go back here until they win it. As you said, Jesse, that's the kind of advantage you get when you are up such a dramatic lead. A 4-round cushion, now just 3. But really, they can just keep doing the same thing over and over again until it eventually clicks. Of course, that will generally mean that SSG Academy also get the reps on it and can figure out what you're bringing to the table on defense. As we said before, they've been fairly successful on these attacks, even if they did not win those first 2. One of them they should have won. Citizen had to go for an insane 1v3 clutch to just put M80 on top there. So SSG Academy have looked good for the most part. But can they remedy the score line that they now stare against, the deficit that they have to overcome? Focal will move in quickly, get that Selma on the wall. Jabates quickly following and will already take that corner. Look at the space they're trying to take, and as quickly as they are, unfortunately losing Xer as they try to work their way in.
Cameraman's in the basement, by the way. Don't know if SSG Academy were aware of that. Nitro also coming out. He gets shot. Jabate saved by his teammate of Focal, shooting the Nitro cell and helping him out a little bit. Jabate's still on 60 HP, so he absolutely would have been blown to smithereens by that. Cameraman's still down in the basement. This is a very traditional kind of mask-focused push from SSG Academy. This is what you'll see in most of your ranked games, as they just try to go direct into the site, maybe partly through the outer wall. Cameraman makes it back up through green and to help out his teammates. What I love from M80 too is just the adaptation, right? I mean, they had the mirror windows last time on this site. That got countered hard by Jabate, so what do instead? Oh, they bring the Goyos. They still got to be careful with that bottom pressure though. Just because you know those mirror windows doesn't mean that this is going to be a safe place to play. Boy, trying to go for these bandit tricks, but having a really tough time of it thanks to that Deimos of Rampy down below.
But look how things have slowed down here, Jesse. Through the first minute, it feels like this is where the attack had already worked their way to. And still, they remain in that position. The difference is now they're dying there. Down below, Rampy, he goes down. Jabates, who's been hunting for this kill for the last 30 seconds, has been unable to come up with it. Spoit is still alive. Citizen is still alive, and well, Citizen on this site seems to just power up. He finds another kill. It's Focal and Jabates, the only two left. A 3-round deficit to overcome, but a 3-man deficit to overcome in this one, and that is simply not possible. M80 will clean things up on Lair, in control the whole way, and they will send us to map 3.
Feels like SSG Academy are going to need a little bit more time in the classroom when it comes to Lair, just not able to match up to what may be one of North America's best Lair teams in M80. 2 dominating wins now over Los and SSG Academy, but dominating wins nonetheless. We will see map 3 coming up next. Should be an extremely fun game. We worried a little bit for M80 after the first map, but they showed us exactly what they can do on map 2. Chat, don't go anywhere because the map 3 of Consulate is coming alive right after this break.
Side bathroom, Ben.
Far from dead.
I shot the second layer. They cannot go through, Willie. Cannot go through.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Perfect, you know.
Now we chill, guys. We've won the
I'm playing
round.
top match, okay?
Can you hold that contact? Can you hold that contact, Tino?
No,
hold the contact here.
you hold a contact. That's not a few.
Heard. I'll ping.
One floor main, I think. Sound.
Good off, guys.
Yeah, main. 1 HP.
Nice! Let's go! Come on!
Shit.
That's totally fucking.
Well, M80 digging in there on Lair and walking away with a win, which pushes us on to a map 3. I mean, I didn't expect the series to go this far, guys, but they really did look like they were back on form on that map.
Yeah, I mean, that's the M80 that we're used to seeing, and I think it's also the consistency issues that we see from M80 consistently showing up. I mean, obviously, I don't know how many times we got to bring it up, but it really comes down to the maps, because if you bring it to a map that's a lot more linear, it plays to M80's strengths, they just run away with the series. I mean, they make it look like a cakewalk. Obviously, you know, SSG Academy tried to beat them on the utility game, which is what got them that win on Bank. But obviously on a map like Lair, where M80 has fail-safes in play, if they aren't able to get these plants down, I mean, it just goes to show that M80 is still a strong team. They really need the map to line up in their favor. And I think that's what we saw here on Lair.
I mean, not even just fail safes. I mean, that we've heavily talked about this teamwork and coordination from them. This map definitely forces it. And what we were seeing from M80 was that team play, that they were able to play off one another, go for these trades, even have some individual plays just immediately be followed up by one another. Spoit specifically having a really good performance so far. But yeah, I mean, the team play is the strongest feature that this team allows. And then now you're going to go into the last map of Consulate, another map that is very dynamic in its play style. It's very linear. You're going to be able to play together. So this is a very scary thing when you get into this third map, because now you're on that winning you're on that winning energy from M80. We're now at Space Station Academy. You have played this twice throughout your qualifiers, winning it once, losing it once, where M80 hasn't played it once. So it's the unknown entity of what M80 possibly can pull out.
The biggest thing that I liked seeing out of M80 was the fact that they were trading, and that's what we didn't see in Bank. We highlighted it. We said that we needed trades to be the primary focus for M80 going into Lair, and they were using that blitz almost every round, and every time the blitz was going in, we were kind of scratching our heads thinking there wasn't really much use out of the shield and it wasn't being used to its full potential. But even though blitz was getting taken down early on M80's side, they were instantly getting that trade. And so it's a fair trade to lose your shield, but you're able to get that pick back. I'd say it put M80 in a great position to play and practice the fundamentals. And now going into map 3, they've got that rush shaken off. And you're right, Gabe. When Consulate is a map that is just so close together that it really plays off of each other. It plays off of people finding success, being able to get that trade.
Yeah, and a good thing that we're seeing here is Cameraman specifically stepping up. He didn't have the best performance in that Bank map, being their IGL, where again, that was hard to clamp down a team that you're unfamiliar with. But in a map, again, where it's closer, you're forced to work together. It's a lot easier to work together. We see Cameraman absolutely topping the charts, going 11-5, having the highest rated EPS throughout that map. So I expect the exact same result going into map 3. But this really does come off the footing of SSG Academy of just not getting in their own head, not letting that 7-2 really distraught them, and just focus on their strengths and realize what they did wrong in Lair, and then implement that now going into Consulate.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a major concern for me when I was watching Space Station Gaming Academy play this, is you could almost see them deflating in real time, like as they were losing these rounds. How do you think they bounce back on Consulate? What's the plan here going forward for them?
I mean, obviously, it's not falling back into that bruiser gunfight mentality that we heard Rampy talk about in the early stage before the game started. Bank, they won off of being strategical, winning off of the utility Lair. They tried using that utility, but it didn't work out because M80 was just simply outgunning them. But now it goes to a map like Consulate where, because of the verticality, you can win maps, especially on defense, just based off denying the plant from below, from above, using that verticality. So SSG Academy has to be able to flex the brain capacity that they have and rely on winning strategically, as opposed to if they just kind of get down on themselves because of Lair, just try to go to, oh, let's just outgun M80. That's not going to work. They have to stick to what got them that bank win, which was the utility. And I mean, you can see in the cams, they look like they're having a good time. They look like they're focused. They're not letting it get to them. They're not letting them hold them down. And that's good. That's a first step that you'd want to see.
And I love that you bring up the utility there, Fox, because yeah, this map is very utility oriented and playing those vertical holes, specifically when you're playing those top floors, looking down at the mid site or even basement, or even if you're attacking, trying to come up from underneath and force players out of position here. So yeah, I mean, I do definitely want to see SSG Academy focus on that utility game, but on that back end, be able to switch around their play style, understand if something just can't be done or they can't get a certain piece of the map, to pivot and rotate and put players in positions to do that. Because if we can't see that on a map like Consulate, where sometimes you just can't get into the building, you just can't get into a specific site, and you need to be pivoting players, that's where I want to see SSG Academy really focusing on being able to do that, is allowing that dynamic of gameplay to be irreversible in any situation, given if they are struggling. And then for M80, I expect them to apply that pressure and not give SSG Academy the control, the pressure that they want to apply. I want to see M80 really set the pace of this game and keep up the consistency and the teamwork that we just saw coming out of that Lair match.
That's fair. I mean, I'll ask you kind of maybe a blunt question, guys, but just given what we've seen over the past 2 maps, do you think this is still M80's match to lose? Are they still well in the driver's seat here, or is, you know, this a genuine chance for an upset?
I mean, of course, if you're M80, you're the pro team, you should win. It shouldn't have gotten to 2-0.
Absolutely.
You let the map slip away. Even if it's not your map, you are M80, you are a pro team. You should theoretically always be in the driver's seat. Now, I do think SSG Academy has a lot up their sleeve, but I mean, this is M80's game to lose at the end of the day. And on a map like Consulate that they've had a lot of experience on throughout the stage, I mean, they've had the chance to play SSG, the real team in Pro League, on it. I'm sure they should be able to handle SSG Academy.
I agree.
Well, I mean, you would think, right, that's kind of what we're going to get to. I think my concern is, how does M80 ensure that the players that really they seem to be making plays, specifically I'm thinking of Cameraman and Hyper, both of whom came alive on that Lair map, how do you get them into a position, get them into a rhythm where they look more like Lair and less like Bank?
It really just comes down to the team play, and that's exactly what we were seeing in Lair. It forced the team play because it is a very condensed map, and that's exactly what Consulate is, especially on those attacks. So this map does favor that. It does allow Cameraman to be able to set his team up for success and go for a proper execute and just getting players into the building. But again, if they can't somehow manage to do that, I find that hard to believe because of how this map plays and the functionality of it. But that really is what it comes down to, is that the smaller map truly does allow M80 and Cameraman to just play a lot better, work together, use their utility, and ultimately set them up for success to go for those executes into that late round.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why Cameraman was able to find such success on a map like Lair is specifically because of the utility. I mean, he is the backline, so is Hyper, and we talked about it. If they can't find the entries, they can't use the utility late round, then there's no reason that Cameraman and Hyper are even in the server. But if they're able to find those entries, focus on the executes, or focus on denying the executes, then Cameraman and Hyper are able to flourish in their own. They're able to play their positions, get those C4 kills, get the diffuser down so that they can play around it. And I think it's all about the entry game. Once they get in, then they just need to focus on the execute. Don't worry too much about overshadowing and demolishing SSG Academy. You just need to win. It doesn't matter how pretty it is.
Yeah.
Well, it's do or die here for these 2 teams on map 3, so let me turn it over to a pair of casters who obviously know a thing or two about living on the edge. It's Jonah and Jesse.
Thank you, Corbeck. Living on the edge? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but I do know that this one's going to be an exciting one, Jesse. One odd stat that I will raise before we get into this third map is the unlikely chance that we've seen this pattern emerge all throughout the last 2 years. The top seed entering the LCQ has never qualified, at least in the last 2 years since this system has been adapted. In 2023 Stage 1, it was Beast Coast coming into the LCQ as the top seed. Jesse, you remember this. It was Sonics who ended up going to the major. 2023 Stage 2, Wild Card with the top seed. SSG goes to the major, and 2024 Stage 1, OXG were the top seed, and SSG emerges at the top spot. Maybe the 1 seed is a curse, Jesse. M80 have to shake off that curse if they can, win this map 3 if they can, because SSG Academy have proven that they are here to fight.
That they have, and we've got the bans getting underway here. Monty being banned by SSG Academy, a little surprising. Thought maybe M80 would want to take that one out. They typically have been banning a lot of Monty recently. Next up, the bans are interesting. It's going to be Goyo from M80. They have some really weird Constant Defenders ban. I did not expect that one. SSG Academy, I would expect maybe a Valkyrie again. That's what they banned last time. They banned it before on Consulate. It's not a bad operator for M80 by any means. I think it'll be a zombie instead. I think all reasonable bans here. Goyo can again be really effective, top floor especially on Consulate to stop some of those plants that come on in. You've seen the players in M80 go for some fun strategies attacking the top floor. Kino Amaru comes to mind with some special kicks. We'll see if any of that comes through. That can be good with a Goyo ban, of course. But interesting bans nonetheless. And we will start on that top floor anyways. Focal jumping on that Tachanka. He did exceptional with this operator back on bank. They'll be trying to repeat history now on Consulate.
You gotta think a very similar strategy here will work wonders for them. I mean, it was fairly effective on bank. It's why, well, part of the reason why they ended up with that win. Really good use of the Shumikas. Sure, it's not quite as powerful and potent as those Vulcan canisters, but the one thing it brings that the Goyo doesn't is versatility, Jesse. It allows you to shoot those anywhere you want at any given time. Sure, not as much area, not as much time, not as much damage. But the Goyo canisters, you slap those down, and that's where they live for the rest of the round. Focal can change it up, adapt to where that attack is coming from, and it's part of the reason why it is such a viable approach. Of course, this is also a reaction to the fact that the Goyo is banned. That was something that M80 wanted to remove from play. M80, if they want to bring a shield, it'll have to be the Blitz because the Monty was banned by SSG. So we'll see how this starts out for M80. They'll be the ones to kick things off on the attack. You've got Hyper with the Ying. Not too much of a surprise to see her in play, given that if she's not banned, you bet your ass that she is going to come into the mix here with those Candelas in hand.
And M80, they love their Ying more than almost anybody else. Usually it's Kino working this operator, but Hyper can be extremely effective with this op as well. I expect this to be a pretty standard CEO window take. They might drop yellow, they might go for something a little crazy with it, but I don't expect this to be an admin full clear. Just look at where the players are positioned right now. There's a lot of utility set up from SSG Academy on the admin side of the map in terms of shields and magnets and mute jammers, so I think it does make sense to go for a direct window take here. You will have to deal with that Tachanka, but ultimately it's better than dealing with the Goyo. The first Candela being prepped from Hyper. They could be going for a fast execute here, Jonah, but puts it away, so perhaps not for now. Bottom floor control is really important for this attack. If you can use that buck to dislodge Focal or dislodge some of these close players that can deny the window with a good swing, that could be massive.
Potentially be the answer. Focal, you see the fire coming out here. Not enough to deny it though. Kino is in position. Is he being damaged here? No! Avoiding the fire, securing the plant. Spoit, good coverage. He finishes the Tachanka for good. The shield now, obviously not going to be a factor here for SSG. They now have to make something happen on this retake. And what are they going to do? Citizen, he drops down and gets taken care of by Jabates. A 4 versus 4 though, but look at the time. There's only 20 seconds, and SSG Academy have so much left to do on this retake. The players on the rappel, they're not going anywhere. Spoit, Hyper, Kino, and then Spoit to close it out. M80, beautiful start.
So usually you'll see Tachanka playing kind of between the sites, back by the meeting window. As long as nobody repels in that meeting window, it's a better angle to deny the plant with the Tachanka. Based on where Focal was playing, he couldn't actually deny the plant with those fire grenades. So he had to step up and swing in order to stop that plants, which obviously was not a very successful strategy. Players down below catching him off guard, horizontal play as well. There were air jabs that he kept getting hit by. It was, yeah, it was a low success rate strategy, I'd call it, from Focal. Certainly felt like his bank plays on that Tachanka were better. So yeah, not the greatest defense that we've seen. A pretty clean plant from M80 where they didn't even need to really fake it.
Well, M80, a good start. Can they keep that going? SSG Academy, obviously, we saw what they tried to do on the defense. They tried to bring that play with the Shumikas. They tried to shut that quick execute down. They know that kind of thing is coming on that site. It's something we see so often, teams trying to get that explosive attack done. And when you have the Capitao, when you have the Ying in play, you've got all the utility you could possibly need to make that happen from the M80 side of things. So as SSG Academy rightly recognized what they'd have to deal with, they just could not shut it down. So a slight pivot here, same site, but trying to get it done a different way. This time Focal bringing the smoke instead of the fire. Same lineup on the attacking side here for M80 and same initial approach. Citizen entering down below. His job will be to relocate those defenders up above. Same positioning for Hyper and Kino, readying themselves to potentially go for something quick. You see the drone in. You see M80 looking like they want to do this, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, Focal in a better position now than that plan, but below here, the Candelas can be a problem. M80, if it's not broke, don't fix it. This is a very similar setup, of course, like you said. Really, it's going to be, can you deny that plant as it comes in? Can you stop the plant from happening? You don't have bottom floor control. Citizens made sure of that. Made sure of that. A lot of pressure again on Focal. This time the Candelas in through the meeting window, and the plant will start from Kino.
Again, the fire, not enough. The smoke, the C4, it's too late, and it's a team kill.
Oh.
He gets the kill onto Kino after the diffuser goes down and kills a teammate at the same time. Disaster strikes for SSG, and M80, the same attack twice, well, appears to be equally as successful. Long range, can they get the defuse? The smoke's gonna be trouble. Focal will try to stick it out, being untouched. The swing, though, there's Spoit right on cue. Nothing that can be done against these players on the rappel. Rampy, I mean, he might as well just end this one here. There's 8 seconds left, no time to counter defuse. 4 attackers to find, and M80 have done the same attack again. And look at that, the same results.
You brought 4 C4s, 3 toxic babes, and you can't deny what is one of the most common and default plants on the map. It's a strong plant, don't get me wrong. It's hard to deny that window plant that M80 have gone for now twice in a row, but I mean, you're dedicating almost your entire operator lineup to this one objective, and you're still struggling with it. SSG Academy, they got to workshop that bomb site. It's not going well for them. They know exactly what M80 want to do. It's not a surprise play by M80. It's not a shock to them. They're not getting caught off guard. They're not being outplayed strategically. I think they're just really struggling with the execution of denying that plant. And this is a bomb site. The post plant is super favorable for the attackers. It's really hard to win that site as the defenders if the defuse kit has already hit the ground. SSG Academy in back-to-back rounds run into the exact same problem of not being able to deny that plant. M80, a common strategy for them. They execute it perfectly. No notes, air jabs, Thatchers, Ying Candelas, Capitao firebolts, everything they could possibly want they brought, and they executed to perfection. SSG Academy, I would be surprised if they return to that site, honestly, for the rest of the game.
Yeah, let's avoid that if you're SSG Academy. I think it's as simple as that. You know exactly what's coming twice, and you can't deny it either time, even when making adjustments to do it. Obviously, not great look for them, but you gotta give it up for M80 for what they were able to do. Those were 2 very well executed attacks against a defense who knew you were coming, and you still won it anyway. It's very powerful stuff. Really shows you the control that M80 seem to have on this map right now, but can they keep it up on these other sites as we begin to rotate around? This time towards the basement as SSG Academy smartly rotate away from that top floor site. But the plan of attack here for Hyper will start almost the exact same way. His job is still to entry on that middle floor and get control to use that skeleton key. The difference? He's the first one to go down. A tough blow here early for M80 as that is a very important player, and lacking another critical source of soft destruction, they're going to have to fight their way out of this with bullets. Explosivity may not be the way.
Yeah, tough to be losing your Buck player while both your Jackal and Deimos are still outside the building. Citizens Point now get active, but it doesn't matter. Vil hits the head nonetheless. Now finally some trades come through. Cameraman, after 2 of his teammates will fall, he will go up and get the 2 trades. So that's 2 players now down on both sides. Spoit's retaken up above too. He's got this full top control. Every other player left on SSG Academy is in the basement, but that was costly. Buck and Damos, two of the best vertical operators in the game. You've gotten the top floor control, but you don't have a great way to do much with it. You've got a secondary shotgun on Jackal. That will have to be enough because otherwise you have no soft breach to speak of. These Bandit batteries and these Kaid claws keeping all of the hard breach closed so far as well. They've got angles on the garage wall, but nothing else. If they can't find these electro claws, they're going to have a real trouble opening into the site. And cameraman, not ideal. If you don't know, by the way, these X-Kairos, the explosive radius is large enough to destroy the electro claw. That's what happened right there. Sorry, right here probably. There we go. Electro claw's been destroyed. Still 12 more X-Kairos, but the time here, Jonah, is the biggest problem.
Yeah, they've wasted so much time needing to deal with this utility in a bit of a roundabout way. So even if they can open that hatch, look, you can't push in from that side. The garage approach is pretty much sealed off. I don't know what progress Kino's been able to make. But this 3v3 with 20 seconds, I mean, it's going to favor SSG Academy 9 times out of 10. Can M80 pull it off? Xer's been down. It's good awareness from Kino to make that happen. But Focal, Jabates, Spoit, 1v1, 5 seconds. Gotta look the other way, and he gets it done. Unbelievable. Brings it back in a 1v3. What can't this man do?
It's not fair. I don't know, man. Spoit is just ridiculous in some of these engagements. I maybe was critical that he wasn't more involved in the early round there, was playing the Jackal, didn't find any of those opening picks. His teammates took them instead, but my God, he steps up when it matters the most. Huge late round play coming out from Spoit, the best player on M80, really showing us why he has such an impact on this team. I thought positioning was so much better for SSG Academy there. Every single piece of Heart Breach was still closed. They had a couple of angles in the garage wall, but nobody was playing them. Everything was closed. SSG Academy just stopped 2 players from server and 1 player coming in from yellow, but they couldn't quite do it. Spoit, 7-0, 1 assist to his name. He has been flawless this game, as have M80.
Well, 1v3, basically a 1v2 because 1 player was already down in that situation. Yeah. But an insane clutch from Spoit, no matter how you want to look at that, how you want to piece that apart. A round that M80 truly had no business winning. We said it in the middle of the round, but if you are not able to get much to really any hard breach done on that basement site, you should never be able to pull that off. It takes a miracle, and thankfully one showed up in the lobby for M80. Spoit, I mean, he is truly inhuman sometimes, the things he's able to pull off. Should SSG Academy have allowed that to happen, given the advantage, the utility, the lack of hard destruction? Well, we know the answer. It's no. They still had the advantage there and should have been able to close it out, but I mean, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with lethal weapons on the side of M80, who may not have been firing on all cylinders on that first map of the night, but clearly have awoken here on Consulate. So 3-0, a very clean start for this M80 attack in SSG Academy. Jesse, well, they're left scrambling again, trying to find a bomb site they can defend.
That they are, of course. Now SSG Academy, this is not getting any easier as the game keeps on progressing. Spoit is firing. That is not what you want. We go to a piano bomb site now instead. Lurking up the stairs, Citizen hungry for an opening pick. He's now taken the Jackal away from Spoit. He will find Jabates up here. The drone in front of him doesn't even need the Inox as he holds this one cross. Will it be given? Jabates, very patient so far. Oh, careful with the jammer or the utility that's on the floor. Gotta be very cautious with this, but for now, he does survive, and I think with the Banshee giving away the position, he'll choose just to leave.
Well, Jabates misses the Nitro Cell and a piece of utility that maybe he'd like back. But he is still alive, and at the end of the day, that's the most important thing here. Being pressured by the Bees here, and he has not given up this position. Spots the arm of one, the head of another, and he's able to at least get the life of Citizen before eventually going down, but the trade quickly found from both Kino and Spoit. M80 take the advantage back once again. No immediate pressure around Jabates or Vil. That was the trade they were hoping to find. Everyone else a little more passive here on the defense. Kino's been down in the meantime, though. I wonder where he was shot from. Picked back up, so regardless, still that 4v3, and Focal maybe trying to get a bit too active for his own good. Here will reveal his position, but Rampy, as he does the same, well, he'll claim the kill onto Spoit. There's that player finally shut down, his first death here on Consulate. And a good time for it too. SSG Academy still hunting for their first round, and Rampy might just be the man to find it. Single-handedly stopping the M80 momentum in its tracks. He now has 2 kills on the round, still looking for more. Hyper doing what he can to try to deal with this, but Focal's not going to let it happen. Only 5 seconds left, and M80 kind of fell asleep at the wheel there for a moment and let the time expire. SSG Academy, they're on the board.
So M80 in the early round there, they got a good man advantage, which you saw there in the 4v3. But the key thing is it took them a lot of utility to get that. They had to use all 5 of the Grimbees to get those kills. They had to use all of their Candelas. They had no more utility once they found themselves in a 4v3. And naturally, when there's no utility, the defenders are going to have a bit of an advantage. They use their positioning. Rampy hit some great shots through the midst of that as well. Rampy, one of the most experienced players in the entire world, a world champion at that, an SI MVP back in the day for the Space Station main team. Some great play coming out from him in that round, and obviously hugely impactful to claw back that man disadvantage and finally put SSG Academy on the board.
A big round there. One that could have absolutely gone either way. I mean, you saw how 50-50 those gunfights were, but right at the midpoint here of this first half on Consulate, you've got to recognize that, I mean, that's a big turning point. I mean, either M80 have 4 rounds in a row on you and really have the firm control of the map they were looking for, or on the other hand, you get a little bit of that control back, you find a little bit of that momentum again, and, you know, maybe that's enough to get SSG Academy that spark that they were looking for. We'll find our answer as we dive into round 5 and return once again to this basement site. Barring an insane clutch from Spoit, this would have gone SSG Academy's way last time. So I think a reasonable site selection. And Jesse, I think it's safe to say that we agree it's a good thing they're avoiding that top floor for now.
100%. We'll see what happens in round 6, but for SSG Academy, I do like this site rotation over the last couple of rounds. I think it's smart to go back to the basement. For M80, I'd like to see their entry improve a little bit here on this bomb site. Obviously, they've got the Deimos, they've got the Jackal. These are operators that like to find early picks, that like to hunt down players. Spoit and Citizen are the primary and secondary entry. Doesn't matter, though, because your hard support IGL is finding heads. Jabate's the first one to die, as Cameraman on the Habana managed to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, the 2 players that are entering on M80 have taken firm control of the top floor. Rampy is top yellow, maybe going for a bit of a flank, but the moment doesn't seem like he wants to make any moves. We'll keep an eye on him to see if he does move anywhere. If he finds anybody, it'll be Citizen. And nope.
Yeah, backing off here. Thought he might have had a chance and eventually decided to give up on that move, maybe play a little safer here, knowing that Jabates is gone. I mean, this is the classic situation. As a defensive team, you're faced with that tough choice of, all right, we've lost a man here. Do we get aggressive to try to bring that advantage back, maybe take an additional risk, or play a little extra cautious? And I think that Rampy, at least right now, is making the right decision, because so far, M80, really the only pressure they've applied here is to the very top floor. They still have a lot of map control to obtain, and I mean, take a look at the clock. There is almost just a minute remaining here. Only now are they attempting to get this garage wall open. A lot of square footage still to cover here, Jesse, and well, not the most time in the world to do it.
No, certainly not. Kino makes another angle in the garage wall, but not looking to open that up fully, at least not yet. The rest of his team still playing from up above. Looks like they will get the hatch open this time around. So you saw they cleared the claw previously, but they didn't actually get the hatch open. Now they have seemingly opened the hatch, as we heard that. Citizen down the spiral stairs, caught on the default cam. Where is Cameraman going with the defuse kit? That's my main question. He could drop the hatch, but instead it's going to be a back hit. They all go towards servers. 3 in servers, Citizen spiral stairs, and Kino yellow. That'll be the push. Very little time, though.
20 seconds. Still a man advantage, but that will change quickly if Vil has his way. Shotgun around the other side. That's one. Can he find the second? Both of the kills are his. A 3v1 now completely flipped. Really a 2v1 with Focal down, but Kino is not even inside the map at this point. He was outside, playing comfortably, playing safe, but what did that get M80? Well, a whole lot of nothing. Round 5 to SSG Academy. That's 2 in a row as they've stopped the bleeding finally.
Much like how SSG Academy don't seem to have a good grasp on the top floor defense of this bomb site, I don't know if M80 have a great grasp on the basement attack. That time around, they did a very similar push where they got top floor control, and they eventually ended with a server execute minus Kino, who was over towards Garage Wall in yellow. It's the exact same push, but I just feel like, especially after banning the Dokkaebi, there's so many little corners when you're pushing in from servers. There's so many rat angles, and you saw Vil playing one of those perfectly with the shotgun. You saw how effective that can be. Rampy got 2 huge kills as well. He continues to stretch his lead as the top fragger for his team. It just feels like SSG Academy had so many good positions to play around down inside a server, and M80 didn't have a good way with so little time of clearing those positions. Logic Bomb could have been big, more time in the clock could have been big, but both times it felt like they really did struggle on that execute. They go 1 for 1 on that site regardless though, and now they get to go back up to the site that they seem to be absolutely dominant on. One difference is we see Focal playing the Echo, and he's choosing to hide the entire prep phase, meaning this operator may have gone undroned by M80.
Maybe that's the difference. A little bit of incognito play here for SSG. If you can't win this in a heads up, I'll show you mine, you show me yours kind of situation. Maybe you just, hide. They don't know the Echo's in play. You don't know the Yokai drones are in play, but look at this. Spoit's on the IQ. A perfectly timed adjustment to identify the presence of the Echo. You gotta believe it's just a matter of time until they get their finger on this. Of course, they have to deal with the combination of the Echo and the smoke, as Xer has taken up the role of that denial. They still have 2 nitro cells. We said this before, you gotta think SSG Academy are able to deny the plant, but we were wrong before. M80 proved us wrong, and well, we'll see if they can do that again. First checkbox already done. Pressure down below, skeleton key working well, intel obtained.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's going to be another similar push. Yeah, they don't have the Ying. They're going with the Glaz instead this time, so they are switching things up. Kino does love his snipers. They've also, of course, got the IQ to help out with the Echoes and the cap cans and all of this. So they've got a lot of good operators still on the board for M80. 50 now as they start to open things up. My question is, what do they get done with this Glaz before they execute?
You know, where is that pressure going to happen, and where is it going to come from? You see Kino right now. AFK on the roof for a second, just trying to find the repel button. Smokes out, looking through the window, trying to provide this cutoff. Spoit, he's getting a little more active than that. Ooh, a little surprise here. SSG Academy weren't ready for this. Jabates and Rampy try to fight back, a 2v3 as they try to make something happen. A C4, it'll find one, but now it is Jabates who needs to find the last 2. Plenty of time here for M80 to work with. Plenty of information. Jabates, his position identified by the bees. He's in a crossfire, and he may not know it yet. Hyper on the swing, and M80 will secure it. That top floor bomb site, they were all over it, and they emerged from the half at the lead by 2.
I will give them credit, Jonah. They stopped the plants. They did not allow M80 to get their initial plant down. Kino came in the meeting window and was C4'd. Problem is everybody else on SSG Academy ended up dying, and that really is by design. M80, what top teams do that a lot of teams lower outside of the pro league level don't tend to do is, even when they have a strategy that works perfectly, once you've given your opponent 1 or 2 chances to adapt to it, you just change for the sake of changing. And that push from M80 was very different from the first 2 times they attacked on that bomb site, despite a lot of similar operators. They brought their defuse kit in the meeting window to the CEO window. They had Spoit getting more active, jumping in the bathroom window to try to take more gunfights. All of the players on M80 were actively getting into sight, actively entering the building, taking those gunfights, which again caught SSG Academy off guard. And a lot of those gunfights were won by M80. So, you know, SSG Academy, they thought they had some kind of an answer there. They tried to do something. I do appreciate their attempt at an adaptation, but when M80 are always 1 step ahead of you, it is so difficult. The first half goes by 4-2 for M80 on what is typically thought of as one of, if not the most defender-sided maps in the game.
I mean, yeah, you look at Consulate alongside Skyscraper, right?
Yep.
Every once in a while you see labs going that way as well, but you just don't expect attacking teams to have that much success. And for M80, they are set up incredibly well for what's to come on this second half if they can follow through on that promise and make that stat line as true as can be. I mean, we'll see what SSG Academy have to offer us here. Of course, they'll have to attack the site that they had a rather easy time defending. So they should have a good understanding of exactly how they want to approach this. The big difference here is that they will have to deal with a little more of this top floor presence from M80 than maybe SSG were applying themselves, but Jabates, look at the drop down. Spoits didn't stand a chance. The Vigil, my goodness, 10-4, but no more presence, at least in round 7.
Yeah, punish on that Vigil. Really nice play coming out from Jabates. Opens things up with a pistol and the intel. It's continuing to be strong. They know where Hyper is at. They go for a bit of a pre-fire. They deal a bit of damage. I think they might have hit Hyper in the shoulder. Not quite a headshot, I suppose, but they'll deal a bit of damage to enforce him back. This is a very heavy roam strat from M80, if you couldn't tell. We've got, I think there was 3 players starting here on the top floor. Everybody will fall off after Spoit dies, and Hyper gets a little too close for comfort. So the bullets being thrown out by SSGA. And in fact, they will not even want to stick around with the main floor. All the way down to the basement now as they rotate into the 4v5. My question is, can SSG Academy do what M80 couldn't? You've got full top floor control. You got about a minute on the clock. You've got soft breachers. You've got hard breachers. This was something M80 really struggled to convert. Can SSG Academy do it instead?
Well, we'll see. M80, as we just saw a moment ago, the whole squad of those top floor defenders rotating back down to the basement. That C4, Kino trying to maybe get a kill, but maybe deny the utility on the hatch. I don't think he was able to do either. No kill found. Zoto canister on the main garage wall, quickly expiring there too. So the exothermic goes off. And already this is so much more promising from SSG than we saw from the M80 attacks on this same bomb site. Not only do they have that opening kill, but they have the hard destruction finally going their way here. That garage wall open, the hatch open, so much pressure coming from all sides, and even the Zoto canisters cannot stand in their way. Good shot there from Xer. He's traded by Citizen. Still an advantage though from SSG. They can keep this trade game going, but not if you're pushing this angle all by yourself. Vil, alone, nothing happening there, but Cameraman, the only one who can deny this plant, and Focal, well, he's gonna stick this, and Jabates on the coverage is not gonna allow that to happen. SSG Academy, now that is how you start an attacking half.
Yeah, brilliant push. Love that from SSG Academy. Everything went their way. They got the opening pick on the roam game. They then traded really well. Yeah, they maybe got caught on some of those rotates down. The spiral stairs guy got punished very early, but immediately it was traded. And they very quickly traded down to the point where the fuse kit was going down. And they were left in a 3v1 with only Cameraman, who tossed out a C4 that, we'll say, slightly missed. Wasn't able to deny the plant at all. So beautiful push. You saw the collapse coming in. Standard push, I would say, as well. Mostly full top control coming in through the garage breach. I thought they dealt with a two-brow really well too. While those auto canisters did come out, they were all dealt with very quickly, whether that was through the Twitch drones, whether that was just shooting them through the floorboards. SSG Academy always had good answers. So really liked that attack from Space Station Academy. They immediately feel so much more comfortable on this side of the map. Will that continue on other sites? I sure hope so, because that was a joy to watch.
I mean, yeah, that defense down there really just felt like it didn't stand a chance to SSG Academy there. I mean, really, there were certainly moments where they slowed down the attack, but it was just clean. Clean, Jesse. And a stark contrast to what we saw from M80, which I think is the most impressive part of that, is that SSG Academy's attack, the T2 team here, just proved that they know how to attack that site a lot better than apparently M80 did. Because yes, M80 won one of those attacks on the basement, but it was due to a pretty crazy clutch. Both times, until that clutch, it was not looking good. Eventually, of course, SSG Academy did not let them go for the crazy clutch the second time, did pull out the win there. But much better on the attacking side for SSG. Tough start, though, in round 8 as Hyper off screen with a C4 in his hand gets the kill to open things up onto Vil. You lose your Lion here. Oh, and now you lose the Twitch. Back-to-back Nitro Cell kills. What are we seeing right now from M80? This is crazy.
Those windows on Consulate, they feel safe. That's deceptive sometimes, though. I mean, Nitro cells love flying out, so that's a good start from M80 to try to extend this lead back up to 2 rounds. They've still got 2 more Nitros, too, so be cautious because they absolutely could keep racking them up. Now, with the IQ, they will catch the first one that's pre-placed, and they will make sure that they avoid it from Citizen, leaving just Kino now with 1 last Nitro cell. Remember, it was a game early on this stage where we had a Nitro Cell 3K to end a round. I believe that was against Los. Regardless of if we see another one of those, M80 definitely in a stronger position. The Deimos coming out to try to give themselves some kind of an advantage, but with these new jammers, it can sometimes be tough to get a good Deimos track off. Citizen immediately rotates to a jammer, and that tracker will fall off. These last 2 players clearing out the top floor. There's lots of bodies to find. Oh.
Wow, that's just a tough blow for Focal. I mean, he walks in, he gets down, Jabates, he gets finished off too. Citizen, he cleans them both up just for good measure. Rampy, what's he gonna do here? He denies the flawless by picking up a kill on Takino. Can he do anything else? He's already got 9 kills to his name. He's had a heck of a performance here. You know, the guy with all the experience is doing everything he can to get SSG Academy over the finish line, but a lot easier said than done when you're running to a shotgun top yellow. So M80 not going to allow SSG Academy to take more than 1 in a row, and they'll go 1 for 1 here so far to start the defense.
I just really enjoyed that top floor hold coming out from M80. Obviously, 2 Nitro cells are always nice. You're never going to say no to that. And then they never left top floor. I don't know if they were out of drones on the side of SSG Academy, or if they just wanted to speed up their push, or maybe they just assumed that all the roamers had fallen off, but they had no intel as they were clearing up above. They walk into Capcan traps. They don't seem to know that the players are still up towards CEO, and so the swing comes out from Citizen, which gets an extra kill. Yeah, it's a little bit of rough of a top clear. Obviously, they were put into a bad situation right off rip, but I think with some better droning, maybe slowing things down a little bit, they could have had a better chance at recovering that. Might have just not have expected M80 to play so aggressive, continuing to play so many bodies up on that top floor, and chose just to base check it instead. But there they go, 5-3 now for M80 as they regain that 2-round lead. As long as they stay off of that basement bomb site, it seems like they are nearly untouchable this game.
Only a 2-round margin here, so I wouldn't say anyone is, you know, untouchable just yet. But certainly reaching a point where, well, SSG Academy need to try to find some success on the attack. I revisited the numbers here, Jesse, put myself in your shoes for a moment and kind of looked at, you know, where this map falls in terms of attacker-defensive split. We'll get back to it in a second as Spoit is looking to get active here. Impact, oh, but a Claymore just outside means that he is going to step away. In NA, this map has actually gone largely 50-50. EU, it's a bit more defensive sided, about 57% to 42%. But here in NA, in almost every single map is pretty heavily defender sided these days. This is one of those maps that it feels like attacking teams have been able, at least statistically, to make their way back into it. Maybe SSG Academy can hope that that's the case for them here. We're going to need to see something special as they continue here, because even if this is 50-50, I mean, you walk into the half down 2, you need to make something pretty impressive happen if you want to defy the stat line and try to come out of this one with a win. See the smokes here, early use from M80. Kino trying to delay this initial push in that admin side, spending valuable utility, but using it to take some time off the clock. No better use for that.
Yeah, very different push from SSG Academy. They're not going straight into windows. They're saying, we're going to try to take admin control, go through the vending hall. It doesn't go great. They do trade out, and I think a Grim for a smoke is pretty good value. You mentioned how Kino had already used some of those toxic babes to stall out some time, so it's not ideal, but you at least do shut down the last toxic babe that I believe was still in the pocket of Kino. Citizen in a bit of an awkward spot, but he finds his way out of it. Great shotgun play, takes down Focal on the rappel, giving that man advantage back to M80. And of course, you've got Spoit ready for a flank up those Visa stairs at a moment's notice. He's not also been caught on the Deimos scanner. Look at that. Deimos has all 3 operators except for Spoit on the Vigil, so they will not know if Spoit goes for any type of a flank. It's going up yellow, so probably no flanks to see, but even still, this intel advantage could be big for M80. we start to reposition this push. Diffuse Kit currently in the hands of Vil on the balcony. If they give up on this admin push, if they don't actually want to clear out through through reception and through the vending hall, this could be a pivot that catches M80 off guard. I actually really like this.
But did they do it quick enough? Because once they pivot, they need to move in rapidly. Otherwise, M80 are going to make that adjustment. And right on cue, there it is. Hyper, he was all over it. He's got 2, Cameraman's got 1, and M80, well, they read that adjustment like a book.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you shoot the window open, Hyper was near enough. I think sometimes teams would get a little too tunnel visioned. I've seen this before where we see a really good pivot, and it works out for the attacking team. I don't think it was the wrong call, but Hyper was close enough and Hyper played that perfectly. So, yeah, bad situation. They try something, doesn't go their way. It happens for SSG Academy. We will see another match point tactical timeout, our 3rd in 3 maps. Love to see these coming out maybe a little bit earlier. We've yet to see one of these last-minute tactical timeouts actually work. Both times the team that called it ended up losing in the next couple of rounds. So definitely a bit of a desperation call. They only need 3 rounds in a row. That's better than what we've seen a few times today. That's not impossible, especially if they can cook up some good defenses here, or some good attacks, I should say. But it really is going to be one that SSG Academy got to start figuring out. They'll likely be back to the basement on this next round. And from there, you're likely to go probably in the same site rotation. Consulate's a 4-site map. You know, you can play Archives Tellers. M80 historically haven't, but they could bring it out. In any case, you can probably predict what the operator, what the bomb site lineup's going to be. Now is the time to cook up some strats, figure out what they want to do, and start to get some momentum back in this game.
I mean, that's key, really. I mean, trying to just get yourself that confidence that you can win this. It was flowing heavily on Bank, that confidence, right? We saw the reactions from Xer every single round. I mean, the reaction, the just enjoyment that was very clear that this SSG Academy roster was having. Yeah, it's a high-stakes matchup. You're trying to play for a major. You're a T2 team playing against the #1 seed coming into this bracket. It's hard to do, but it looked a lot better on them when they were playing that confidently, when they were playing that cleanly. Hard to do it when you see your back against the wall, when elimination is staring you in the face. But to get the next 3 rounds in a row, send it to overtime, and have any chance of coming out of this series on top, that is what it's going to require. It'll start here, as SSG Academy will be looking to approach this one nice and slow, doing away with any kind of shenanigans. No Ying, no Blitz. Can't bring the Monty. He's taken off the board. The only operator you could look at and say, oh, maybe they could go a little quicker, is the Finka. You've got Vil in play here, but something you're unlikely to see for now. Looks like they're primarily concerned with dealing with any sort of defensive presence that lurks upstairs.
And it's the roaming duo of Citizen and Spoit that we know so well from M80. They'll be dealing with the drones up top here, doing their best to try to limit that resource. They've shot 4 so far, 6 remain, and Spoit does not. There's the Finka coming into play from Vil, holding the cutoff. Might have been through the bathroom window there, could have been the spiral window as well, but I think it was the bathroom window. Finds that kill on a Spoit, actually the exact same window that they killed Spoit last time he was roaming up on the top floor here. So another good entry will take down the primary roamer for M80. Citizen without his buddy will still remain up above. He is in reception at the moment, so he's going to be hunted down next. Can they find the pick on a Citizen? He links up with Hyper, and it seems they'll make their escape.
Smart retreat. They've lost Spoit again, who continues to have some tough times on the early round, on the defensive side at least. His impact, though, has been clear. I mean, he's 12-5 right now. He's clear the #1 contributor on this M80 side, but he won't have a chance here to contribute on, well, their first match point opportunity. You'll have to rely on Citizen to pick up that slack. Clearly the Valk cams are doing the job. You can have Spoit, you can have Kino circling around and getting that information. Citizen, does he have anything to work off of here? Waiting for something. He knows the skeleton key's popping off, and he's got this C4 in hand. This could be big, potentially 2 kills, but he will not let it rip. Finally letting it fly, but he won't connect. 50 seconds here, and SSG, they still hold this advantage.
Yeah, no intel on that. There's no Valk cams actually up top here. The IQ, if there were, might have already destroyed them. Hyper C4 is pre-placed somewhere as well, so only Cameraman's is actually in pocket to deny a plant, unless Hyper happens to have guessed correctly where the plant goes down. 5 players and 30 seconds to put the defuse kit on the ground. They've at least got a 2-man advantage now with Exer finding Kino.
Make it 3. Good shot there from Vil onto Citizen. Hyper and Cameraman, they're full HP, but they have to deny 5 attackers bearing down from above. Good C4, but it will not find its mark. Focal up on the table, getting that defuse done. Hyper now the only man left as Jabates slides in to finish off Cameraman for good. This one, unfortunately for Hyper, is, well, one of the toughest retakes you're ever going to experience. You have to work your way upstairs into 4 attackers sitting and waiting for you. He's not even going to get past 1. It's Rampy, his first and final obstacle that he faces. And SSG Academy keep themselves alive for now, 6-4 here on map 3.
The last 3 times that M80 have played Consulate, they've played it 3 times this season. They played it against SSG, the main team, in stage 1, and they won 7-5. They then played it against SSG again, the main team, in the stage 1 playoffs, and they won it 7-3. And then they played it against SSG Academy in the EWC Open Quals, meaning that M80 against the SSG organization are 3-0 on Consulate. SSG Academy 2 rounds away from forcing overtime. If they can't get both of those, then that'll be a 4-0 record for M80 on this map against the SSG org. Not exactly the stat line you want if you're a Space Station fan, but this is a map that M80, despite not a ton of plays recently, do tend to love. They very rarely lose Consulate. It's a map that they have been very consistent on for about a year now. And they will have 2 more opportunities to close this out before we get to overtime. And all bomb sites, again, going to be unlocked throughout that process. Not wanting to go to the basement, it'll be Piano for round number 11. This is the site that they won last time with some really good top floor roams and 2 big C4 entries. With 4 Nitro cells being brought by Spoit, Kino, Hyper, and Citizen, they're going to be looking to repeat that.
Yeah, you're looking for the same game plan here, throwing those Nitro cells out liberally, not just trying to deny the plant, but trying to simply deny the entry, trying to deny these players from just getting on the rappel and doing anything in the round. Like you said, Jesse, they didn't just find 1 opening Nitro cell kill. It was 2 of them on this same site last time. They'll see if they can replicate that here. SSG Academy, naturally, they're going to be much more wary of that kind of thing. You can see Exer maybe a little more cautious as he positions himself outside the breach, giving it a wide berth in case any Nitro cells come flying out the other side. You're also going to see some information being obtained here by Vil, by Rampy, as they know that they need to be cautious before making this eventual move. They see maybe an opening here, though. And to assist this clear, Rampy is just going to dive his way on in. The EDD will light him up pretty heavily. He flashes 1, and while he does that, Jabates and Vil, look at the success that they're having. Rampy, a 1v1 that Hyper wins. The Nitro cell finds nothing, though, and it's SSG Academy rolling through this defense right now. Cameraman's being torn to pieces. He's been taken care of by Exer. And SSG Academy are now 1 round away from forcing OT.
Droning a Capcan trap and then still running into it is such an insane level of commitment to the push that SSG Academy needed in that round to close it out so cleanly. They pushed through the top floor, they exploded into the top floor with both a Finka, a Blitz, a Ying, all the utility they could possibly want, and M80 just could not survive. It's not dissimilar to the pushes that we were seeing over the last couple of maps. Back over on Lair, of course, this is a similar strategy to what SSG Academy tried to use to clear out our 6 room. More similarities coming through now to Consulate. We see SSG Academy continuing in with these aggressive operators that will force the tack timeout from M80. They've got to decide what site they want to go to. They've got to decide what strat they want to run. The world is their oyster. All 4 bomb sites are unlocked. They've played all of them. They've won 2 of them so far through this game on defense. So they're going to have to find out a strategy at this point. SSG Academy seem to have found a scenario that works. They're going to bring this Finka. They're going to bring these explosive operators, and they're going to go for really strong executes. M80, they've got a few seconds now to figure out how to counter that, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, this is where things get really dangerous, and I think this is the best time you could possibly take that tack timeout if you're M80. This is your final chance to close things out in regulation. And even though you are the favorites, even though you held the lead here going into this second half, you do not want to chance overtime. Anything can happen in those few rounds. And as we're seeing now from SSG Academy, we were asking them to find that confidence again to take gunfights and win them. And look at what they've done with that. That's 2 rounds in a row. Only 1 round away from sending this the distance. I mean, here we are, the final round of regulation, and M80, off the backs of that timeout, will head up to meeting and CO in an effort to close this one out here. We saw the C4s, we've seen the Nitro Cell focus from them. That's not going to be completely absent here. You still see 3 of those C4s in pocket, but we do see a bit of a shift. There's no cap can and a little more emphasis on some of that plant denial in the form of the smoke, the area denial of those Malusi Banshees, and of course the hard breach denial that Sport brings to the board on the Bandit.
Interesting to bring up Bandit here on the top floor of Consulate. Obviously can be very effective for that balcony wall, but beyond that, not gonna get a ton of value. Certainly could use it over on like the vending hall to break room wall. Seen that before. Throw it on a couple different walls in sight, but notably, Spoit was hiding for the majority of that round, so didn't want to get droned out. There are some good answers to the Bandit on the board. Most notably, of course, the Brava, which can hack those batteries and turn them off. It can be kind of hard to work a Brava in, so you can got a lot of these EMPs and frag grenades as well, which can work either through the wall or horizontally instead. And Jabates opens up this final regulation round with a big kill onto Hyper down on the bottom floor. He was able to work his way up yellow, I believe, and find that initial pick. Yeah, Hyper, not an aggressive position from him, but just didn't expect Jabates to be so quickly into yellow. And now the top frag of SSG will secure that early lead and could make things difficult for M80. It looks like, by the way, Jonah, we're going for another admin side push.
Yeah, pushing from this side has already netted them 1 kill, so they're going to keep it up. They've got that kill onto Hyper, and now with this man advantage, SSG Academy, dude, they have a chance to do something dastardly. Sending this to overtime where anything is possible. In an LCQ, M80 letting it go this deep, that is not a good sign for their future in this bracket. It's single elimination. You do not have another chance here, and SSG Academy, sure, they're still on the back foot, but they are just 1 round away from getting it to OT. The chance to eliminate the top seed, still very much a possibility. Still a lot of work to do here for this attack. 1:10 remaining. They only have the 1 kill, but you see Vil down below here trying to take some space, seeing if he can surprise any of these M80 defenders caught unaware.
Not a lot of utility in this vending hall, of course, from M80 as well. They didn't want to hard hold it. They will have players up in reception. That'll be Kino, but he's being tracked by Bees too. They've got the Habana to go down below, and they start to work their way over towards the meeting window. The plant will come in straight through the vending hallway as they start to come in with the Bees.
Jabates, big swing now. He's got some information, but a C4 shuts him down. M80 stopped the initial onslaught, and Citizen does it again with the shotgun. Big kill at a big moment. Focal responds, still a 3v3, 25 seconds for SSG Academy to get a move on here, and now this attack, well, a little disjointed here. They got to group up and make a push. Citizen still a threat. He has not given up this position. 3 kills on the round for him. He won't find the 4th, but Focal now a man alone with a mission to keep SSG Academy alive, and that will not be fulfilled. M80 may have taken them longer than they had hoped, but they close it out in 3.
When M80 were denied the 3rd place spot by SSG's main team, Citizen was the only person who seemed to be able to have a good game in that series, and he will be the one to step up again against the Space Station org, take down their academy, and knock them out of the bracket. They will advance to the semifinals, where they will play on Sunday to try to make it to the Montreal Major in the last spot from North America. Congratulations to M80. They move on from today, but chat, we're not done. One more BO3, one more quarterfinal remains. We'll get to that after a short break.
Just cross home.
I have ice camera. Yeah, long. Nice.
One more door.
Nice. Case is down, guys.
One more,
Live.
1 HP, pushing you, Willie, put 1 HP. Blue door.
I'm gonna close you.
Willi's Nitro.
Nice! Yes!
Holy shit. Good shit, boys.
This guy hit a god shot, bro. This guy hit a fucking god shot on me.
Good stuff, guys.
Corbeck, are you there? Well, I mean, I just want to say to begin with, I mean, I'm glad M80 got the win, as we said that they should have gotten the win, but how they did that, Fox, I mean, I wouldn't be too happy. I mean, you're hurting Kino's voice. Granted, some people scream
Right.
Kino kind of sound very just mute of just kind of like, oh, thank God we won.
Oh, did Lax go too?
Hello?
Oh, I think you're back.
Oh, did you
Right.
hear anything?
I heard something, but we're all going down. We're all going, but
I was saying if you're M80, like great, you got the win, but ultimately you should not feel comfortable that this is how you got the win.
yeah, no, I mean M80 definitely. It was such a shaky win for them that they must have hit our Wi-Fi, our internet out for a little bit, so everyone's having an issue coming back. I don't think anybody expected that game to go as long as it did. I mean, honestly, if you're an M80 fan, you got to be sitting there watching and saying, what's going on? Is SSG Academy really that good? That much better? Or is M80 just underperforming? And I think there's a level of sloppiness, slowness. M80 wasn't really expecting SSG Academy to be as formidable of an opponent. And obviously, SSG's Academy, their game plan was all about the utility and denying M80, and it was a really, really great attempt. Their attacks were also very good, coordinated rushes. M80, again, just kind of got bailed out by big individual plays, big individual performers.
Yeah, and, I want to touch up on, talking about how well SSG Academy played. I mean, they did do a really good job pivoting, but unfortunately, they couldn't get it done. But yeah, I mean, you're talking about individual performance. I mean, Citizen had some really good plays, but a player that really sticks out is Spoit. Spoit dropped double digits every single match, and I believe he may have dropped 40. I'm not entirely sure in that best-of-3 series, but I mean, Spoit, his consistency is honestly what kept this team alive and what really pushed them and drove the success for this roster. And again, to be beating SSG Academy, going all 3 maps, making that last map very close outside of, not getting to the OT, M80's not looking as great as I want them to, and especially if this is how you start out your LCQ, where it's only going to get harder from here, and that technically should have been your easier game. I don't know, as an M80 fan and just being an analyst up here on the desk, what I can expect from them going into the rest of this LCQ.
Yeah, that's I think a really good question. Maybe something we can pose here in our interview. We have cameraman on the go. Let's get him in and talk to him a little bit about what happened here. Hey there, cameraman. I mean, congratulations on your win, but I know that, and Laxing wanted to ask this. I also wanted to ask this. I think actually probably all of us did. Are you guys proud of your performance here against Space Station Gaming Academy tonight?
Not really. I think we've been having some consistency problems with the stage. Like, this is not our best stage by far. We still are trying to find like the best way to play. Like, also like one thing that it's harder to play against these teams is that they have a lot of intel on what we do, and we don't have anything about them because they don't show on the opens qualifiers, and it's a game kind of unfair for both sides because they know what we do and we don't know what they do. So we gotta stay sharp during the game with the comms and reactions and everything. But yeah, you guys are right. We're not in the best shape, but we have time. We have 1 day off, right? So
yeah.
It's not even the 1 day off. It's just that we have time and we will bounce back. We showed really good screams, but that's the problem because sometimes we have bad screams and sometimes we have good screams, and we just need to try to figure out what is pulling us back, and just keep doing the good stuff because when we're doing the good stuff, I know that we are a very good team.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of things that are pulling you guys back, right? Bank continues to be a real sore spot for you guys as a map. How did you guys kind of let that into this match here tonight? And what are you going to do about Bank in the future if it pops up in the map pool again?
I think the Bank is The problem is that we are starting slow, like almost every game, you know, and we lose some rounds that we shouldn't, and this cost us like I think we've been doing this for the whole stage actually. Like some games it's like kind of sloppy, and we ended up winning, and we start slow and then we bounce back, you know. I think like this is something that we are trying to work on, and we need to work on this like immediately because it's costing us some rounds, some maps, even some matches. So I think this is the biggest problem in the like start code.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you guys are aware of it. I mean, I figured you would be. So for semifinals, right, you're going to be hitting either Luminosity or Oxygen. Is there any preference in the M80 camp about which team you guys would like to play?
Not really. Like to win stuff, you don't need to choose. You don't get to choose your opponent. So whoever's the best, we will face them and we'll beat them.
All right, I mean, that's a good attitude to have. I wish you guys the best of luck here and the rest of the LCQ. Hopefully you'll get your chance at the Montreal Major, but for now, I guess celebrate your victory for today, and good luck prepping on your day off.
Yeah, thank you.
A bit of a muted cameraman, to be quite honest. I think they were well aware that tonight was not the best showing in M80 history. And yeah, I mean, you know, get Spoid a backpack sponsorship because he was really carrying them, but it is what it is. They still got the W, and that's what counts.
I mean, at the end of the day, oh, you want? Yeah, you take it.
You go first. You go first. It's
all right. I'll take it. No, I mean, at the end of the day, you got the win. That is important. That does allow you to push yourself a little further, sit nice, have that day off, and you know, be able to watch the next game or you know, understand your opponent a little better. But still, I mean, they know their issues. We know their issues. We've talked about the issues. It's their lack of consistency. They just cannot seem to find their stride. Whereas some games they look really good, and then other games they just fall flat. And it's a hard thing when you're in that situation. I know from being a pro player that those typically be the harder things to try to tackle and try to understand because it's an in-game problem. It's a individual problem of just being able to identify, okay, maybe I should be doing this, maybe I shouldn't be doing that, and truly trying to pinpoint what the major issue is that can be fixed and reflected upon. But at the end of the day, they did get it done. It's just important that they do take from this, once again, taking from it and just applying it into their next match so they can improve and they can look better going into that semifinal.
Of course. And I mean, looking at the bracket, that's M80 starting us off for the LCQ. They're obviously just done with their first game, but that being their first game, that should have been the easiest game. Obviously, going into 2-1, it makes it very stressful of a road for M80 to have to go down to then potentially face off an LG or OXG. And obviously, we don't even want to get into the the other side of the bracket until tomorrow. But it's very stressful position for M80 to be in. Obviously, it was not the showing that you want, but I mean, it was a humble interview from cameraman. Said they got to fix it. They got to fix it now. And obviously, they don't have much time left, so hopefully they can fix it in their little day off tomorrow. But until then, I mean, can't be sitting too pretty, can't be sleeping too comfortably.
Yeah, and I think cameraman knows that. I think they all know that. At least that's what I got from him. So hopefully we'll see a bit of a rejuvenated M80 in that semifinal, but we still have to determine who will be playing against them. One more best of 3 here today. It's Oxygen versus Luminosity right after this.
Okay, so let me think. Oh, Dream Team. NA. Okay, I have some players in mind. I'm gonna make a full aggressive team. I don't really care about the roles, so it's gonna just make a shooter team. Ambi, Spoit, Ashen, and só troca tiro mesmo. Não lembro o nome dele. Bota aí. Diffuser, yeah, it's him. So, okay, I'm gonna...
Diffuser is really good.
Oh, I need one more player, it doesn't matter the team. NJR. So, my dream team is Ambi, Spoit, Ashen, Diffuser, and NJR. Coach can double up. Preciso de coach. Callout? Callout. Okay, so my coach is Callout.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor. Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it! tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man, they think you've got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Well, two teams with storied names meeting here in a situation they never wanted to be in. For Luminosity, the name of the game is revenge for shellacking on Playday 9. For Oxygen, it's a matter of living up to the expectations of past glories. For both of them, though, it is a win or go home situation. Welcome to the second quarter final here of the NAL Last Chance Qualifiers, and I am Corbeck, alongside me, Laxing and Foxa, as we get ready to jump into this one. Guys, how are we feeling about the Luminosity Oxygen rematch?
I mean, I'm pretty excited just because I felt like the pressure on LG's shoulders at the last play day of the stage obviously didn't represent them of their stage. And the performance that we saw from OXG is something that we've been begging to see throughout the whole stage. So obviously, maybe it gives us a little bit of a glimpse into their potential performance during this LCQ. So I'm excited to see, just because both teams kind of started opposite ends. LG started really hot, OXG started really not. And now they've kind of crossed roads to where OXG looks like the favorites in this matchup.
Well, I think what's interesting to talk about both these teams is their consistency and who's more consistent. And realistically, that's Oxygen. And sure, they might have had a rough stage. They didn't look great. They only found their one win against Luminosity. But the reality is that we also touched up on is every game was relatively close. And where we did highlight LG and how well they looked, they immediately started to tank towards the end, and especially those last 3 play days where all they needed was to possibly get a point, 2 points, whatever, and they would have secured themselves in a higher position, not have to go through an LCQ. They crumbled at the end, where again, Oxygen found their win against them, and hopefully can actually take from that and now apply that into this LCQ.
Yeah, definitely Luminosity had a rough super week, but I mean, they came out of the gate swinging here. I think we all expected a good stage from them, and then momentum just sort of ran out.
Yeah, I mean, LG was a great start with great effort. They got their first win of the stage against Los, but it was a decisive win. Obviously, it was against Los, so it was to be expected, but they kept the games close throughout the stage. Very explosive entries. They were really running away with some of these rounds early on. It just came down to what happens if their initial strats didn't work out in their favor. But towards the end of the stage, especially into that super week, that's when we saw their lowest of lows. Obviously, that being the 7-1 loss to Dark Zero. And these are all 3 games that they played in that super week. And we talked about their amazing success against some of the best teams. But when it came down to this final week, they only needed 1 point, one little point to confirm themselves to playoffs, and they crumbled. They lost to Wildcard, giving Wildcard the potential to be able to pass them, and then they didn't bring it to overtime against Dark Zero. They barely even got around, and then they lost to OXG in that final attempt, with OXG being the only win that OXG actually ended up getting. So LG, time and time again, just kind of fumbled their amazing start to the stage. And as a team that's consistently been in that middle to lower end of the spectrum, we expected a little bit more with such hot of a start. Yes, they're going to have growing pains, but I didn't think it would completely go out the window like we saw this stage end for them.
Yeah, and it was a very, when we went into this stage, we already did our predictions of what teams are going to look like, where they were going to play out, and we put Luminosity at the bottom respectfully because they didn't have a great stage. Sure, they might have had a decent run at EWC or qualifying for that, but we still didn't really give them the respect that then they started to get throughout the stage because they were improving. They were looking good each and every single game. We were commending them, talking about how well they were looking, how strong they were looking. We were talking about those opening kills, if they can convert those into rounds won, matches won, and they were doing all of that. But then, like you said, and as we just saw in that slide, those last 3 games that were so important and so pivotal to be able to just go into their playoffs and see how well they could do, they immediately fell flat when that pressure was applied. Now we find them here in an LCQ where the pressure is applied once again. Now you don't have any lifelines. This is it. Granted, now you do get to play your best of 3, but those first 3 games that they originally had kind of were a best of 3. So hopefully they can right their wrongs, go into this game against Oxygen, know what they did wrong against them, and hopefully come out on top.
Right, and the player on the screen that you see is Kixro, and he has been a player that when you look at Luminosity, there's no standout anomaly of players overperforming their position. But Kixro is a player that has been underperforming for the team so far, and he is usually in these clutch situations. We talked about them needing to figure out their opening kills and opening deaths, and they actually were able to focus on that and make it a lot better towards the end of the stage. But every time that it would be a 3-on-3 or a 2v2, Kixro was one of those players that unfortunately was just falling short for the team. He wasn't able to capitalize on the early advantage, and we need to see more from him in the LCQ because so far it kind of looks like he's a man on an island away from his team. And I don't want to use the term baiting, but more often than not, he is unable to capitalize off of his teammates, and that's just not a position that you want to see any of the players be into, especially with how much we've commended their amazing pre-prepped attacks. And so if we see that come alive and avoid the pressures that the LCQ brings, I'd like to see Kixro come together full circle with the team because he is a very talented player.
Baiting, such an ugly term in the world of Siege. I'd say it's always got such venom attached to it. But, Oxygen, it's been a rough kind of decline for OXG to end up in this position that they're in, especially coming off of a decent performance in stage 1. You really kind of feel for them, and I think we all kind of expected a little bit better of them as well.
Yeah, and to be fair, we were harsh on them in the beginning of the stage because we were expecting a lot out of them. Realistically, when you look at that roster on paper, that is a dominant roster. All 5 of those players are very strong and they're outright. They just can't find success. But again, something that we've touched up on already is the fact that every game that they had was relatively close. They weren't getting blown out of the water by any means. I think their worst performance was losing to a 3-7, but every game it was a 7-5, 7-4, possibly overtime 8-6s. So by all means, they haven't looked terrible. And then you look at the recent matchup where they did find their first win against Luminosity. Everyone on the board was playing extremely well. They all were doing their job. The teamwork, the coordination was there that we were preaching that they needed to have to finally get over that hurdle. And they did against Luminosity. And that's truly, sometimes you just got to get a win. And that's what truly lights the fire underneath you, where you can start to find success. You need that win. So getting that win was definitely pivotal, but it's important to acknowledge the fact that, yes, they didn't have a great stage, but they did end on a winning note. So hopefully now coming into an LCQ, we can see them hit that stride that we've so desperately wanted to see them throughout that stage.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, Hat is put in a position where he is unable to play to his potential of what we know him to be. And obviously, that just goes to show what super teams can bring. I mean, there can be some success that you see out of that ideal play style. And we saw that against Luminosity in their last game of the stage. But there's a lot more inconsistencies when you have 5 talented players all in a roster. They all need to try and find a position that sticks for them. Somebody has to be at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Now, when we're looking at Oxygen and Newers and Hat specifically, when you look at Newers, he is doing his job correctly. He's playing those entries perfectly. He's creating that space. He's allowing his team to have the early to mid round game success. It's there. But then when you look at Hat, he is currently the 5th worst rated player in the league right now. And I don't want to just heavily put that on him, because when you're joining a roster where there isn't team chemistry, there isn't coordination, on that support role, you are naturally not going to be performing. So it really is going to come down to Hat here going into this LCQ to just find his footing. Maybe switch up that support playstyle, maybe copy something similar to Forrest. Play more aggressive, get some plays underneath your belt, stay alive, get maybe another kill within the round, because he just hasn't been able to find his footing. Because when you remember back when he played on that old East Coast roster, he came off that lurk role, that flex role, and he was playing a phenomenal job. But then he joined Luminosity on the support role, couldn't find success on that roster. Now on Oxygen, can't find success, but the similarities of Luminosity and Oxygen is they both lack team coordination and chemistry. So I do believe with getting that win against Luminosity recently, now coming into this matchup, that we can find success coming out of Hat. And I believe if he does perform, that will tremendously boost Oxygen's overall success and winning their matches.
Well, it's certainly some expectations to put on him there, but I think deserved expectations given the situation. Of course, it's always better to get a little bit of insider information, so here's the scoop from Eddie and Newers about this rematch.
I'm Eddie, I'm from Luminosity Gaming.
Hello, I'm Newers from Oxygen. I am the entry. From what we learned this stage, a lot more than other teams probably, because when you don't lose that much, you don't learn anything. Closed it out with the win though, so I think that's all we needed to really get over the mental block and head into LCQ. But we stopped overthinking and we trust each other. We just went into it. Knew it was the last game, but it was probably the most stressful because we knew if we lost that, we'd be like winless, and that's more taken on the mental than anything. We were praying for that win, and we just closed it out.
Honestly, I think them playing with no pressure because they're already like 0-7 just made them play like better. So I think now like coming to LCQ, they're gonna play with pressure again. They're probably gonna like choke again. I mean, the stage didn't go as we expected, but I think it's just all a learning process. Coming to the LCQ, we're gonna like focus more on our defenses because that was our strong suit last stage and like during the EWC quals. So we're just gonna focus on our defenses again.
I don't think anybody on the LG roster is a threat, but I think Silent will probably pop off. I think we're going to shut them down just by shooting them, to be honest. I think that's all you really need to do. Their strats aren't that innovative. They just crank. They've been friends for a while. They probably know how each other play. Chemistry's probably high over there, so that's probably their best attribute. I think we should have won a lot of games, to be honest, but we just needed to break that mental block. So to be honest, I think this series will go pretty smoothly for us.
Yago was talking smack in chat, so it's personal against him. The only one that could be a threat would be Newers. Like the fragging capability, like just he could drop like 15 kills randomly in a game. Like they're just unpredictable. Like you could probably catch them all like just doing solo stuff like every now and then, especially with like how their stage went. They could do some new stuff.
I think we just want to turn the season around just because everybody's doubting us now, and that would just be highly motivating if we just came right back and made the major through LCQ. And I think it's very, very doable, especially how we've been playing. So
for this game, I mean, the goal is to win it, obviously, and then just win the whole like LCQ, make the major, get back on track from when we left off in EWC.
Well, I'll be honest with you, there's not a lot of mutual respect between these two teams. I'm a little surprised at how much they're willing to bag on one another.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised Eddie's not giving the respect to Oxygen, given how close their games were. Sure, Luminosity looked better throughout the stage, but towards the end, that's where they collapsed. But I still think Oxygen, regardless if they're, back, they had nothing to lose. They still wanted to win, and that's exactly what they did. And I don't really even looking at the maps, sure, this is a good map for Luminosity, but for Oxygen, I just need to see the consistency that we saw on that map bank against Luminosity be applied. So I don't really care what maps Oxygen is going to be playing, because what we've seen them throughout the stage is they couldn't get the job done. So as long as we can see the teamwork, that's what I want to be coming out of Oxygen.
Yeah, something that I was worried about for OXG during the regular stage is their map bans, because it's often more the maps that they just, it's very common. You'd see the same 3-4 bans time and time again. It looks like both teams got, I would say, arguably their second to third strongest map. Obviously, Skyscraper being a good LG map. Lair OXG seems very comfortable on it. Obviously, they lost that game against, I believe it was Sonnet, but it was a very close matchup that we thought OXG should have won in the first place. So now, against a weaker opponent, arguably compared to Sonics, it should be a little bit closer together. I really like the map bans. I really think the best team will show out. I don't think any team favors one map more than the other. I think we're going to get a full map 3.
Yeah, it seems like a decent map pool for both sides, and I think your prediction of a 3 is on point. But also, you guys have both predicted an Oxygen win. I mean, you stand by that now that we've kind of seen the interview, the tail of the tape, such as it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the pressure being applied where Luminosity absolutely crumbled, that's my reason why that I just can't see Luminosity getting over that hurdle where I see Oxygen being able to take it.
Right. I agree completely.
Well, there you have it, folks. Oxygen to win here from the desk. And for another top-tier LCQ quarterfinals match, I'll turn you over to a pair of top-tier casters. It's Jonah and Jesse.
Well, thank you, Corbeck, as always. An interesting one here, though, Jesse. We've got not quite the same story as we had last time, the top seed and the Cinderella story in front of us. Now we've got two teams simultaneously looking for redemption. Oxygen, a winless stage until the final day, where they beat Luminosity. Luminosity, a rocky stage where they could not close it out and make the playoffs. Both teams, I think it's safe to say, have a bit of a chip on their shoulder and have quite a bit to prove.
No, you're absolutely right, Jonah. I mean, we've got two squads here who want to be making a deep run, who I think have had moments in their histories where we think they would make a deep run. Oxygen, as everybody will tell you, back in the day used to be one of the best teams in North America, but they've obviously had a bit of a fall off since then. Luminosity, it was just in the offseason when they attended international LAN. They were at the EWC. They've had some real successes in their past. So, I mean, this could be a great game coming down. I will say, LG have never in team history taken even a map off of Oxygen, including, recent events. So this might be a little bit difficult for them, but I still got full faith they can give us a good game.
It's funny, I also did a bit of a deep dive into the history between these two rosters and found that, and you maybe check my work on this, Jesse, but the last time that these two teams faced each other in a best of 3 was, I think, 2 years ago in SCS 7. And not something that, we expect to bring up in a situation like this. That was December 2022. So these teams, despite occasionally running into each other, have not actually hit each other as organizations since the rosters looked completely different. Newers is the only remaining member, and this is crazy to think because I feel like he was the new guy at some point. He is the only remaining member of that Oxygen team from December 2022. Eddie and Kixrow, the two remaining members on the Luminosity side. So whatever you look at this, whatever past results you want to look at, one thing is very clear. The most salient result was OXG over LG, 7-4 win on Bank on the final day of the stage. The only win that Oxygen had all stage long, they were 0-7 coming into that game. And, well, they're not dead last in the standings below Los because of that win right there.
LG gonna need to try to break the stats here. Of course, historically not great against OXG, but that's okay. This is one of those games that can absolutely go the opposite way. Yes, Auction won the last time they played with the same rosters, but we could see things swapping by. Luminosity start on attack. Of course, this is their map pick. One of the most defender-sided maps in the game. Auction, of course, chose to start on the defense. And Luminosity, this might be a tough challenge for them. They actually have the lowest attacking win rate of any team in the North American League Stage 2, winning just 39% of all of their attacks. It's not going to start off very easy. Silent, the opening death, as Gomez takes him down from drum.
Well, a good start here for Oxygen. That's exactly what you want to do to open things up on Skyscraper. The most defensive-sided map in the game. This pattern exists across all regions, not one of those maps that varies from place to place. You expect Oxygen to come out strong here, and Luminosity doing whatever they can to at least have some kind of success on the attack. If you can get out of here with 2, that is a job well done. This first round, of course, going to be a bit more difficult now that they've lost Silent and you don't have that Zofia in the mix here to make things any easier. Making this transition from that Exhibition office side over to that tea and karaoke side is now going to be a little more frustrating when you don't have the man advantage to push through drum, to take mezzanine, right? It's very difficult to take that space if you're not ready to find those trades.
Yeah, I love the stall, too, here. This is going to be a late execute because you've got Goyo canisters to burn through. You've still got 3 Toxic Babes as well from Hat, who Hat can really position to wherever he wants at the moment. He's just in the bomb site. They don't even have the bandit batteries cleared out. They will find Thea, so that's the Goyo off the board, but not the most amount of utility that you're going to be dealing with now. The play from Wi-Fi down below will allow them to open up the Geisha wall as well. But again, this clock just keeps on ticking, and they have some really powerful positions to clear out. Still Geisha being held, still main stairs being held, and 2 more Toxic Babes as the first one comes out from Hat.
A lot of utility in the way. Luminosity still haven't done much to really start pressuring that or luring that utility out of the Oxygen pocket. It's going to make this so much more challenging. There's the first Nitro Cell sent up. It claims a kill onto Wooz. Wi-Fi close behind. He's on the trade, but still the advantage, the positioning held by OXG. You've got Eddie walking up, diffuser in pocket, can't make up his mind and walk straight in to the shotgun. Newers can't help but chuckle. That was ridiculous. Kixrow, he's out of time, and Oxygen take the first round after a bit of a whoopsie in the middle of that one.
You know, I actually didn't think it was a bad push before that unfortunate mishap. I mean, they had gotten it down to a 3v3. Yeah, they still had a lot of time to deal with, but if they had just committed to pushing one of the angles that they had good control of the main stairs. They'd cleared out, they applied a lot of pressure to Geisha. They had full control over Drum and Shrine. They could have pushed their way into Tea Room and tried to go for an execute there, but that team kill is genuinely so impactful. I don't really blame Wi-Fi for that one. Eddie, as you said, just unable to make up his mind where he wanted to go. It could have happened to anybody when your teammate's moving like that. Just not expected, which is really unfortunate. Those are those miscoordinations that I think sometimes come back to bite Luminosity on these attacks. There's a reason why they often don't have very much success on this side in particular. They're a great defensive team. You know, they can be really effective on that other half, but when it comes to their attacks, they can be a little discoordinated sometimes, which is going to happen. It's a new roster this stage. They brought in, of course, Wooz coming up from Tier 2, but regardless, it does feel like this team may be struggling a little bit on this first half, and it's not the result you want to start this game.
Yeah, just the first round on Skyscraper. I mean, it's no big deal as you kind of look to the big picture here. We know how difficult attacking this map is going to be, but that's something you want to work through very quickly. Don't want to see those kind of mistakes come through because you only get so many chances to attack on this map successfully. It's often going to fall apart before you even get to the execute phase. It's just such a map that allows a team like Oxygen to just play so flexible, play so free on the defense. If you have those opportunities, you certainly have to take advantage of them if you can. So a bit of a mistake there gives Luminosity some trouble in the first round, but they will set that aside and do their best to move on with a clear head to round 2. The Deimos, of course, assisting the problems that might lie around the other side of the wall. In this case, Kixrow having to deal with Well, Yaga's positioned downstairs, but he will make a quick retreat up the stairs and a bit closer to the rest of this extension. I mean, you see all the pressure that Oxygen are applying on this T and Karaoke side, making sure that there is a heavy amount of defensive resistance if Luminosity want to clear this all the way out. It looked like initially they did, and that kill from Eddie onto Gomez, well, certainly we have a pretty clear indication of what they're up to right now. Wi-Fi on the cutoff was trying to slice this top floor in half, but it does look like Oxygen should be able to rotate back either way.
Nice pick now, and good droning as well. They'll find that Dragon is being retreated from. I don't imagine they give it up completely. We see the Warden still holding there on the far right, Legion pressuring up as well. So still plenty to clear. This clock going to be another problem for LG, as it often is on Skyscraper. They're hunting for the drone and will likely shoot that now. This is a very common drone spot to see. It's just through the drone hole up above. This clash is going to be a bit of an issue, of course, as we get towards this late round as well. They see the clash now. The Damo's trying to hunt it down, but other than these nades, not a lot they can do with it. They'll exchange hands for the defuse kit and clear out the deployable shield, so that's a little bit of util cleared, but getting past this Dragon position is going to be the hardest thing that they've got to do. A Deimos track plus maybe some Grimbees could do it with information, but even still, the angles are often very favorable. It is actually going to be a Capitao bolt, but they still lose the fights. They do get the trade. The firebolt from Wi-Fi finishes off Yaga, but it feels like the damage has been done.
Well, you think, but you see that grenade perfectly placed right at Newers' feet. Silence able to quickly add on to that and get the kill. Now it's Oxygen who find themselves in an awkward spot because of it. You've got Hat, who's just got the clash, a shield in front of his face, Diaz behind him. He's going to have to pull out the SMG, otherwise this one doesn't seem likely in this 2v3 situation. Doesn't know which way to look. Diaz has been finished off in the meantime as well, so Hat now the only one who can stop this. He's able to get one, but cannot get the spray transfer onto the second. Luminosity, they find a little something there, preventing Oxygen from getting more than just the first one.
Big 3K from Eddie. Call him Ed and Eddie, the way he's playing on that round. Obviously, he didn't have the best first round, but round two, he steps up and they take a bad situation and they turn it into a great one. Not only finding that first opening pick to start the round off strong, stalling a little bit in the mid round and losing a couple of bodies because of it, but then trading those out, having good utility. You saw the Capitao, you saw the Grim, you saw the nades. Everything was coming out perfectly. And then the end, of course, Eddie shutting things down, finding those last 3 kills to give his team their first round in this game. Honestly, a really promising attack. It didn't feel like the Clash was able to get anything done from Hat. A lot of those extended players on Oxygen just didn't really have any impact. But that was a great push, and if LG can keep repeating that, then they're in good shape on Skyscraper.
Talking about the Clash, though, you gotta wonder, what exactly that plan was from Hat and why we didn't feel his presence a little bit more. I mean, when you think of the Clash on that top floor, Jesse, I mean, where is the #1 place, or where maybe the top 2 places you'd consider putting the Clash? One, maybe be on that museum side, watching that exhibition window as that jump in would happen. The other one, well, it's exactly where we saw the majority of the conflict. It's right in Shrine, or in Terrace, right when you make that transition from Dragon through Shrine over towards the exhibition office side. We saw none of that from Hat. He was playing a bit more passively, a bit more further back. As a result, there was a dearth of information. He really didn't have a way to influence the round, and so it came down to him. Saw the Clash pick, and you do like to see that innovation here or there, but it just did not pay dividends in the end for OXG. So seeing what they can do here, doing away with the Clash, instead switching it up in a pretty big way. Hat's gonna move over to the smoke. We've got the Frost coming out, the Fenrir coming out, the Castle, the Wamai. Lot of variety here as OXG see what they can do as they will try to lock down this top floor on yet another extension. The big difference is this time they have to deal with a Monty.
Yeah, Hat's in a really awkward spot. His first Toxic Babe got shot. Now there's a Monty in front of him. There's going to be a Twitch with an F2 walking in behind him as well, as Silent has repelled into the first floor bathroom. Still worried a little bit about what they can do with Hat. He doesn't have to pop this last Toxic Babe until he sees the Monty walk in. Maybe they could try to find some way around it. There goes a smoke grenade, and there's the Toxic Babe to stop the push. So this top floor, of course, bomb site's barbecue kitchen, but top floor is so important, and that's why LG are so focused up here. They're trying to work their way around as all of these roamers are holding strong angles and strong crossfires. They need something to happen, and it could be Silent from down below.
Yeah, Hat. I mean, you said it was an awkward position. You're right, but it's been effective. The smokes doing a great job of delaying Eddie's progress. The Monty will finally actually enter the building, but to do so with only a minute left. Good progress here from Hat. Good denial, good delay. Silent, not able to collect the kill there. A missed opportunity again. Luminosity cannot afford to let these opportunities slip away. You at least have Eddie, who's moved all the way up right next to that staircase, but now you've lost Wi-Fi as he tried to work his way around from the back. Silent, who is all alone, gets taken down long range from the stairwell. That's Yaga with the UMP. Kixro, he gets one back here. Still a disadvantage here, and Eddie, well, that's not a gun up. That's information. That's a shield. It's a brick wall. But that's not going to help you when you have a disadvantage like this, when your back's against the wall. Not impossible. 25 seconds. But Oxygen, they've never had to relinquish this top floor control. They've never had to give up the positions they were maintaining from the start. Hat is the only one they've lost. Even if Luminosity can get into the site, can they get this down safely? Eddie's gonna try. Diaz and Kixra will go 1-for-1, but there it is. The pressure from Yaga right when we asked for it. He takes care of the planter, Newers closes it down, and Oxygen. Now that's how you defend Skyscraper.
Yeah, I mean, it took them 2 minutes and 20 seconds to clear out a single smoke on the black stairs. You know, he had teammates up above that were holding the cross angles. That made it difficult for the Monty to walk in. But I mean, they did have the Monty still. They had a full control of the bottom of black stairs. They had a player on the window, Kixro, who eventually did get the kill. They, of course, had their Twitch down there as well, who had the opportunity but just missed the shots when it was available to them. Yeah, a lot of stall, a lot of time management problems from LG as they face these obstacles that they just don't have the ability to clear them, certainly not quickly. Even the final seconds, we saw Woos battling up on the top floor, still trying to wrestle away that control that they were never able to get. Luminosity, they clearly had a plan at the start of that round. They wanted to walk in the top black stairs. They found one obstacle and they had no answer to it. They had like 3 guys standing outside that doorway for a really long time with no adaptations coming out, no rotations coming through either. Luminosity just unable to come up with the answers that they needed that round. And with it, they will lose the first quarter 2-1 on the scoreline. Not bad, especially for Skyscraper, which we say is extremely defender-sided, but even still, Luminosity definitely something to be desired on a few of these attacks.
Well, I talked about it on the desk. Oxygen haven't had, well, the stage of their dreams, but they really haven't had the last 2 years of their dream. It's been a while, Jesse, since this team has been at the top of the region, has been nearly at the top of the world for a time. I mean, a rough roller coaster. You lose Dream this year, and things again just seem to be getting worse. They've been in the LCQ for the last 3 stages. Stage 1 of this year, Stage 1 and 2 of 2023, never getting past the semis. Always getting to the semis, but they lost to Sonics, who would go on to the Copenhagen Major. They would lose to SSG, who would go on to the Atlanta Major, and then they would lose to Sonics, who would eventually lose to SSG in the final for the Manchester Major. So Oxygen are in familiar territory, it's safe to say, but they are not in necessarily friendly company in terms of the results that they keep. Looking to change that here. A win on their opponent's map pick would certainly go a long way to do that. But as we said, every single defensive round here, you try to get as many as you can on a map like this. Already some early slipping here in round 4 as you've lost Yaga, the Vigil, who was trying to apply a little bit of that early pressure to this Luminosity attack. Well, you've already lost him, and they only have 4 bodies left, but still playing actively on the site.
Oh, this is tragic. They've missed their own Newers, and he knows that they have. Finds the first kill on a Kixro, easy peasy. And the second, oh, just misses the shots. Eddie is there for the punish, and they do go 1-for-1 in the trade, after also finding Yaga for free. So it's a man advantage regardless, but still a bit sloppy on that droning. They missed him with the bees, and they missed him with the drone as well. Gonna be able to get 1 pick there. That takes Kixro off the board, and also 2 minutes, as they spent all that time on the office side extension. Not a bad situation to be in with a man advantage, but we've seen the time continue to be a problem, as it so often is on Skyscraper. They've got 50 seconds now to try to convert a push in through Drum, in through Geisha, make this defuse kit hit the ground. Diaz, Hat, and Gomez will be the 3 anchors to try to lock down this round for Auction and extend their lead. We've got still 2 Toxic Babes in the pocket of Hat, of course a C4 in the pocket of Gomez, and plenty of utility for Diaz as well.
Well, Wi-Fi will make his presence known. A quick rappel in, seeing if he can maybe pinch out some of these defenders from the other side. He'll work his way up the stairs, but a toxic smoke will greet him. He'll swiftly turn around and wait his chance. Diaz, nice shot there. Eddie was not ready for it. That quickly turns it back to a 3v3. Hat and Gomez, they've woken up now. Diffuser dropped 5 seconds, and Wi-Fi, who was trapped down below, well, he's out of time. He's out of options, and now he is on the floor. Oxygen lock it down despite the disadvantage. They take yet another defensive win.
Yeah, this is a difficult one now for Luminosity. They're usually a pretty solid team when it comes to converting those opening picks that they can get on the attack. Throughout stage 2, they've had a 69% win rate when they get the opening pick on offense. But this time, I think it's very nice. I think it's very telling that the map that we're on is Skyscraper, because it's so tough to work the angles in when the defense just have so many crossfires. You see all the footholds they're making up, all the angles that they have advantageous for their own direction. Luminosity, they tried to split up their push a little bit. They had, I believe, 2 guys coming in the top black stairs. They had 1 walking up the black stairs, and then I think it was Woo's solo on the other side of the map. Woo's got into a 1v1, ended up losing it. Everybody else that was pushing more towards black also got into gunfights that they just couldn't walk away with the wins. Not sure if it's the direct gunfights that Luminosity are struggling to keep up with against OXG, or if it's specifically the angles that Auction are making that Luminosity just don't have time to clear carefully, and they've got to kind of rush things. Regardless of the situation, obviously this game has tilted very heavily in the favor of Oxygen. Luminosity hoping to bounce back a little bit on that second half, but as you said, as many as they can get. If even a man advantage, even a good roam clear isn't going to be enough, the question starts to wonder, you know, what is it going to take for Luminosity to get a couple more attacking rounds? Got 2 chances here, and the first one, they're going to be able to go back to the same bomb site that they won 3 rounds ago.
Luminosity, they've been, I mean, decently successful getting in the building and finding that kill. So far, these 2 teams trading entries, 2 and 2. It's been Eddie and Kixro. They've each found 1 for Luminosity, Gomez and Diaz for Oxygen. Skyscraper is one of those maps where I'd say compared to some others, the opening kill is not the end-all, be-all. Compared to something like Chalet, something like Border, where you do see a bit more of that explosiveness, a bit more of that trade game. But when it comes down to it, especially on the attacking side, when you have all 5 men up, it's just so much more efficient clearing out a map that is already so difficult to go through. So much square footage to cover, so many defenders to root out of their hard-stuck positions. And losing a body or 2 on the entry can make that so challenging to overcome. More likely, if any team is going to make a comeback in the round from a disadvantage, it's going to be that defensive team. This round so far, no action just yet. Still waiting for that opening duel, but as we say that, it is Kixro who opens things up onto Newers. Again, the Vigil not having so much early success.
Oh, Kixro certainly is, though. They're down 3-1, but Kixro's found 6 kills and only 3 deaths. He's certainly having a lot of success so far, and I think a lot of that does come from him just being so confident in his positioning. He's one to always get in quite quickly. Kixro is the entry for this team. He likes to make a big splash, and of course, we'll be trying to do that continuously. He's got all 4 other defenders already marked, so he can use these last 2 Daemless tracks as he pleases. All of these operators should be his to find. We see him clearing the angles with the pre-fires. Nobody challenging him just yet, but he will be a threat as they continue to push on in through Shrine. And of course, over by into Minibar as well. We've got a lot of players on the side of Luminosity wrapped around the bomb site. Nobody immediately over by the window, but it's again a Dragon Clear that comes out, and it's a big nade from Kixro. Traded out 2 for 2. Silent finds 1 for Gomez to make the man advantage favor Luminosity. But now there's 2 more bodies to find and 30 seconds to do it.
Well, we hinted at this earlier. If there's any moment for a team to make a comeback, even in a man disadvantage, I mean, Hat and Yaga could do this. There's 20 seconds, which is going to force Luminosity to move in aggressively, maybe a little more disjointed than they'd like. Stuns will come in, though. Hat, uncomfortable, still in his position. Yaga, oh, he goes for the rotate outside the door, revealing his position, and then the headshot. Beautiful through the smoke. Wi-Fi closing it down to end that one here. And Luminosity, they do the job that they needed to do. They get 2 attacking wins to start off Skyscraper. That right there is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, good round from Kickstro. As we've seen quite a bit coming out from him. Obviously, he's been one of the most aggressive players inside of the North American League. He's known for a lot of his active roams on defense. He has, so far this stage, really not put up the same numbers he was putting up in stage 1. First stage of his NAL career, it was earlier this year. He put up a 1.14 KD ratio, very respectable, up there, got to be highest, top 20, top 10 maybe. This stage has been down at a 0.75. He's had the worst KD in all of Luminosity. You know, barely being able to put up a 3 out of 4. So he's been a player that has struggled. To see him finding so much success now, especially playing some of these demos, right? Being so active in the entries, I think that's been huge for LG. And that's going to be one of the things that carries them through this tournament if they start to make a bit of a run. If Kickstro starts to heat up back towards what we saw back in stage 1, we really could see the tides turn for them. And while it does seem to be just being on one bomb site so far, I've been really impressed with the way he in particular has played throughout this game. Hopefully you're going to see him pop off a little bit more throughout this matchup as well.
Well, speaking of individual play here, let's see what Eddie wants to do on the Blitz. Of course, you have a lineup that is potentially supporting that role. You've got Silent on the Finca. You've got the ability of Wi-Fi to really open things up ahead of time with these Rotero drones on the Flores. Not the most common operator here on Skyscraper compared to some other maps, but of course, this is the Shield meta. This is 2024. Eddie should be able to do some good damage here. Oxygen, plenty of utility to deny that, namely namely the smoke. Nothing in the way of really explosivity other than Gomez and the 2 Pokeballs he's got in his pocket, those impact grenades. So a Nitro cell-less defense will have to contend with Eddie and the push that will come behind him. That'll come later. Right now, the focus for both teams will be dealing with this top floor, Oxygen defending it, Luminosity clearing it out. As I say that, though, they're going to shortcut this. We knew Eddie was coming, but we didn't know when. He steps in and gets denied. A 3v3 now as a result as we trade blows back and forth. Silent, he's pinned in a corner, but he'll boost himself back to health and get himself in position to maybe surprise Oxygen on the retreat. Knows that there still are some defenders up above, but this explosive push, well, it's slowed down for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, they have site control. Every player on Oxygen is up above the bomb site, but it's really hard to plant on Barbecue Kitchen without control of that top floor, especially since they've got no smokes, no shields. That's why you see Silent pushing up the main stairs, punished by Noors, who gets his 3rd on the round, leaving Kickstro, the star player for LG, up in a 1v3. He's really going to need the heroics now. He's so far away. Plenty of time to play with Jonah. Almost a full minute on the clock. And seems to have good intel on these player positions, but he's got to win the first one here. Full blind, finds the Fenrir regardless.
Yeah, that's a great way to start. Problem was, he lost most of his health in that engagement. He's got to take 2 more. 110 health for Hat, 69 for Gomez, and he only has 12 to his name. Yeah, that's not going to last much longer, and I think he knew it. But at the half, it's 4-2. It's exactly what you might expect from Skyscraper. Neither team doing anything to truly prove that they have this one in control, but there is no question that Oxygen do hold a lead going into the swap.
Not a flashy round from Yaga, but I think he was really important there. He got that opening kill onto Eddie to shut down that blitz push. And with these, they're great angle actually from our observer. With these types of rushes, it really is like you need to get that first opening push. Otherwise, it's really hard to make a backup plan, right? That's one of the things with blitz is if it doesn't go your way, if your initial push somehow doesn't find success, oftentimes you don't have the tools to pivot. You don't have the ability to back up and make some other kind of a play. Eddie has brought a ton of blitz this stage. It is by far his most played operator. He's playing it more than 1 in every 3 attacks. So he loves this blitz. He's playing it super, super often, but just isn't quite finding so much success with it. Playing it 14 rounds through the stage so far out of 38. So obviously it's an operator that he does like to play, but so far the win rate's not always been there. And I'm hoping if we see Eddie continue to play this operator, he can get that win rate a little bit higher. But at the moment, it's just not quite there.
It's not quite there for Woos either right now. 0-5.
Yeah.
Still hasn't made his impact felt here in this game. But on defense, Jesse, it's safe to say we can expect things to change a little bit. You put him on the Goyo, you know that his role is going to be generally pretty anchor-focused, but those Vulcan packs, not only are they a critical piece of utility, but, well, you give him a little shotgun in his hand and he can do some damage. So keep an eye on that. Woo's right now positioned in Geisha. We'll see if he comes into play a little later. Right now, Oxygen still have to just get boots on the ground, get some movement going, and decide where they want to make this approach from first. But generally, we can expect this Geisha position to be hotly contested soon enough. And it looks like Diaz is going to be the one tasked with that very thing. It'll take a moment to brew, as he right now is busy getting this wall open. Shouldn't have to contend with much of anything in the way of hard breach denial. It's only the mute jammers from Eddie that'll stand in his way. While he does that, you've got Newers trying to lurk his way down below. Ooh, maybe find a kill here early on the Deimos.
Yeah, he's got a drone hunting for Silent as well. Silent is worried about a cross angle, but there's nobody else. I believe it's just the Deimos that's hunting him. I believe he hears the drone now, hunting for it, knows that there's a drone around, playing games with the drone even, and he gets punished. It's Yaga. They do kill Newers, who was on that Deimos, but it doesn't seem to matter. That goal was accomplished. The Deimos got the roam clear off, and they've got full bottom floor control that Yaga can just have a huge time with. Playing on the spot, he can get below all these defender positions, start to rip open the floorboards, start to pop open this utility so they can get the Geisha wall open. This is massive. Getting Yaga down below was the main thing Silent was supposed to stop, wasn't able to do that. So now with Yaga in the bottom floor, with a Capitao full of utility, with good operators like IQ and Nomad to also watch for the flanks and deal with any of these cameras that might still be up from the Valk, I think Auction are in a really good position. Time is still not easy, and these defensive angles can be strong, but they seem to be winning their fights.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where Oxygen need to take advantage of this. This is Skyscraper, and you don't get these opportunities often. Gomez, big moment, big fight for him to come out on top in. That win right there now gives Oxygen the advantage, removes the smoke from play. The swing, though, a little surprise from Eddie. That's enough to equalize. Back to a 3v3 here, and with Gomez felled by Kixrow, wait a minute, Luminosity. They fight back, and despite the advantage, despite the edge that it looked like they had, Oxygen unable to convert it just yet. Yaga, a 1v3 for him. He's got a flash in pocket. Sure, he's got some shotgun bullets left, but that is it. In a crossfire, he's got barbed wire in his way. If he steps up, Luminosity are going to tear him apart. They're going to even taunt him a little bit, give him some entry down the hall, but once he takes that space, Woos finds his second kill of the map, 2 in that round alone, and Luminosity, they're on the board here on the defense.
Good early round. I thought they got all that they wanted with Yaga down below, but the execute just not able to find success. I really like the aggressive moves. You saw Luminosity started with an aggressive swing from their smoke out of T room towards the top of the black stairs. It didn't work, but that didn't stop them, right? Yes, we saw Gomez start with a kill into Wi-Fi, but did that stop the aggression? No. We see Kixrow get a kill, and then this one in particular from Eddie was massive, stepping into Drum, finding Diaz. Diaz on the Capitao with still 3 bolts in his pocket. He'd only used 1 firebolt prior to his death there in that moment. So for Eddie to step up, get that kill, that's huge. We also kind of spoken into existence there, Jonah. Now Woo's 2 and 5. Big round coming out from him as well. Luminosity still very much in this game.
Let's take a moment to chat about this for a second, Jesse, because we didn't get a chance to necessarily give our predictions before we came into this one. And admittedly, I was a little surprised by the double OXG pick. I know our analysts may be a little biased given their past history, but tell me what you think about this. I mean, where do you think these two teams stand, record aside, what you're seeing right now from them? Of course, in Skyscraper, feel free to take that into account. I mean, who do you think stands the best chance of coming out in this best of 3? I know we're a bit late to the game here, but I think still a worthy conversation to have.
No, it's a really tough one to call. I think that obviously Luminosity have been better recently. They've had better results through the stage and through the summer offseason especially. But Oxygen, they've got that one most recent win over LG. And I think that's what's stuck in the minds of our analysts, which have caused them both to predict Auction to win this. I'm not so convinced that one game is going to change the tides. I would pick Luminosity to win this BO3. They're also an extremely good Skyscraper team. We haven't talked much about their record, but at least for their map pick, I mean, this does make sense for them to have chosen it. They have an 80% win rate on Skyscraper this season, so clearly it is a map they're comfortable on, but even still, I mean, it's anybody's game for me. I expect us to go the distance. I expect us to see Cafe, And at that point, it really just becomes a test of endurance and who can make the fewest mistakes.
All right. I like to hear that. Good to see a little differing opinion from the desk. And I was with you, frankly. I was a little bit taken aback by the double Oxygen prediction. But, I mean, right now they lead. They've shown us a little something here, to be sure. But it's still at that point in Skyscraper in this series where it is still completely up in the air. You know, was that win at the end of the stage, end of the group stage, I should say, enough to give Oxygen the edge over this Luminosity team? Or was the kind of fall off towards the back half of the stage enough to doom Luminosity here as well? Those are obviously the conversations swimming around on the desk. Here in the lobby, we look at Wooz, now thriving on the defensive side. 3 kills through the last 2 rounds, and while he is still alive, potentially waiting to find another one. Kixra will maybe rob him of his next opportunity as he's the one to take care of Hat. Look at Yaga on this Monty, just back and forth here with the Bandit of Kixra. He'll take the fight and win it. Whip around and look for the second. Gomez, he's got himself a kill. But as you lose Gomez now, it is Yaga in a 1v3, and this attack has been slowly, meticulously torn to pieces. Silent is the one to get the final kill there, and Luminosity with a very calm and composed defense. Well, Jesse, they tie us up 4-4.
They do, and it's excellent to see Wooz finally coming alive. Less than a week shy of his 24th birthday. This has been a big comeback these last couple of rounds. Wooz, obviously the newest player to Luminosity, the rookie of the stage, just joined the team a couple months back. Obviously, for him to step up now 3 rounds in a row will go the way of Luminosity, and I really do think that they have been excellent on this second half. You know, defense is their stronger side. It is the side that we tend to favor on Skyscraper, and it's the side that they've been the most comfortable on Skyscraper as well. You know, they've played a good amount of this map so far this stage. Even coming into it, despite the fact that they didn't have, that they'd only lost it once all season, they only had a 17% attacking win rate. On defense, their win rate jumps up to 67%. So they tend to be a lot stronger on this second half. I've been very impressed by what we've seen throughout this game, but it is still a mountain to climb. They're still 4-4. It's still a tie matchup, and you're still against a team that you have never been able to beat in your team history. So they can't let their foot off the gas just yet. It's been a great game from Wooz these last couple of rounds. I think the adaptation to defense has been really strong, but we're not quite there yet.
Well, now that we're all tied up as well, this is truly anyone's game. We said that 2 rounds was what Luminosity needed on their attacking side before moving to the defense. They did their job, and now, very quickly, switching to the defense, they have tied us up. So the top 2 floor bomb sites, they're locked and loaded, no problem. They now move down to their 3rd site of choice, kitchen and dining, to see if they could do what Oxygen, well, not necessarily couldn't, but could not do consistently, and win this tertiary objective and see if they could pull this one out. Now, when you look at this site, as we do with so many maps, Jesse, it's all about that top floor control. Once again, Geisha is going to be so important to secure, but this entire top floor, if Oxygen do want to go for that clear, and unless we see Yaga doing something a little crazy on the blitz, we're going to see the majority of this round take place up top.
Yeah, it was just LG a couple rounds ago that chose not to do that play with the blitz, though. And honestly, I'm looking at Auction's positioning. Jonah, I think they're running the exact same gambit. It's blitz outside the main site window. They got a nade to deal with the castle barricade. I think they're about to barrel into site.
Here they go. Yaga's got the opening. Oh, but he's been spotted. You've got Silent who stare right at it. Now you got to imagine the comms are flowing. He's going to call exactly what's coming, and now Luminosity are going to get in position to deny it. If they haven't taken control of Geisha, Oxygen could be in trouble from that position. You cannot just walk in there and not pay attention to the pressure that lurks up above. And there is still some pressure up there. So smartly, Yaga will back off for a moment, group up with the Newers, and maybe look to push from the doorway. It may not be a window jump in, but it still could happen quickly. Unfortunately, the frag grenade will come up empty on the castle barricade. So another momentary pause and a potential adjustment here from Oxygen on the fly.
Nading castle barricades is, it's way trickier than you would think. I don't know why, but anybody familiar with playing frag grenades know that this is a common problem. The castle barricades can be so difficult to deal with. So Without an Ashe, no Zofia, they've really struggled against these castles now. No Hibana, they'll have to use their Flores drones or find some other way, just punching them. They've actually moved their blitz up above. These C4 is starting to get dodged. That's Eddie's that just got wasted. Woos will have his now prepped and ready. Does get detonated and finds Diaz at the same time. The push comes in. Finally a pick. Now Yaga on the blitz. Newers follows up and the blitz doesn't stop. A down and one more player to try to find inside of Karaoke. It's Kixro. He'll finish off that first kill into Eddie, and then Kixro with the cutoff from Hat, leaving just Silent on the Boss G, now in a 1v3, seemingly an impossible situation.
Well, the first round where I truly believe in OXG. What a comeback. A round that looked lost, having to completely readjust, and Yaga just turns the round on its head, goes upstairs, takes it into his hands. He goes down here with the Boss G of Silent landing its blow there. But man, what a comeback. Hat, Newers combining for that pressure up above, and the top floor defense of Luminosity dismantled. The final defender, Silent, down below, missing that initial shot with the Boss G. Now repositioning and rotating around. 9 seconds, this diffuser will have to go down. The shots will miss, and it is Newers who connects. He's the one who closes it down, and Oxygen, what a mid-round comeback to take the win.
Yeah, nice stuff coming out. All right, we see really good blitz play from Yaga, of course, making a massive impact in that round. It did feel like once their plan got found out, that they might have been out to dry, right? I already talked about how it can be really difficult when you're playing blitz strategies to pivot. It can be really difficult to find a different strategy to readjust what your push is going to be. But Oxygen showed that it is possible. As soon as they spotted there was an anchor inside of Kitchen, they said, okay, that's fine. We don't got to jump right in the window. We don't have to rush this. Let's instead move ourselves away. Let's go in through drum. Let's try to pressure these top floor players. They did exactly that. They lost a couple of bodies, but it didn't matter because the blitz play was so good from Yaga. He knew exactly what he was doing on that operator. Really well played to clear out that top floor. That was one of the better attacks we've seen so far. I really liked what we saw from Oxygen in that, and now that gives themselves that lead. We said 2 attacks might be enough for Luminosity, but if Oxygen can match it or even beat it, this game, again, not done.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but as you said, all they need is those 2 rounds to match it, and all of a sudden the responsibility is now back to Luminosity to try to make something happen. Oxygen, that's a 1-round lead for them here. See if they can keep that going. You see the Glaz coming out from Yaga this time, giving the blitz to Gomez. So staying flexible with the rolls, but you gotta think you might have an idea of what's coming here. The combination of those 2 operators, those smokes going out, a blitz rolling through, the coverage from the Glaz behind, can be such a potent combination when it comes to that eventual execute. The first foray here is actually going to be from Diaz. You see him losing some health here, taking quite a bit of damage. Newers responding to that will take care of Woos. Gomez now, as we said, through the smokes, he's looking to make his push. The coverage from Yaga is there. They've got a man advantage by 1, but now that has been sacrificed. Silent, he's gone 1 for 1 here. We are back to even. The destruction through this first minute coming to a brief pause. The control that Oxygen have taken, pretty significant, but they're not going to just bum rush the site right now. Just waiting to see how Luminosity respond.
They seem to know about Silent's position down below. You see the reposition from Yaga as well, trying to hold that. They're losing a couple of points of damage. Wi-Fi finds the first kill here against Diaz, who's upstairs still towards site. They've tried to work their way in through Geisha. The smokes didn't really work how they wanted them to. Wi-Fi now finds Newers as well, leaving just Yaga and Hat together at the top of Black. Silent still down below with those nitro cells. You still got 3 players in sight too. The intel is perfect as this bulletproof camera feeds all of that straight towards the defense. Woo's able to give out so much intel now. They'll start to use some of these nades to clear out some of this utility, but still 1 player down below that they're very concerned about. Yaga takes this gunfight and will win it. That's Silent down, but there's still 3 more bodies to find, and they're all up in sight.
Yeah, and Yaga losing most of his health in that engagement as well. Just 7 HP to his name. Regardless of the guns up here, going to be so difficult against 3. Luminosity looking to tie this one up. You've got someone on the stairs. You've got another player in Mez watching T from the back. He'll swing. It's Kixro. He's been there the whole time. And Yaga now has to do this all himself. 7 HP. Slowest firing gun you're going to imagine. This one's not looking too hot. He'll turn his back and Wi-Fi will blindside him there. And we are back to all square here on Skyscraper. Jesse, this is as classic of a Skyscraper map as you're ever going to see.
Yeah, I do apologize to any of our viewers who may have asthma, as that round was full of smoke right at the start. 4 smoke grenades from the attackers, a bunch of toxic bays from the defenders, all in that hallway. And Luminosity are smart enough not to step foot into it or even expose themselves, because despite the fact that there was a glass and the entire map looked like it was filled with smoke, they weren't actually able to find any picks. I think that was the game plan from OXG. Try to work in a pick with this glass, make something happen with Yaga on that operator to really give yourself that advantage. Luminosity, they didn't step into it. They didn't give anything away. They just held their positions. They stayed really tucked in. They didn't give up any little sight lines, and because of that, they all stayed alive and were able to maintain their positioning throughout that defense and wait out the utility. Great thing about smoke grenades is they don't last forever. Eventually, they'll fade, and eventually OXG will run out of utility. That's exactly what happened. Tried to work some picks. The man count wasn't terrible for them, but it certainly wasn't good enough to make that push work, given their lack of util as well. So, with that, we are all tied up 5-5. Neither of these teams on match point means that we will need all 12 rounds of regulation, potentially in overtime as well. Luminosity on defense in the driver's seat, and Kickstrom for a spawn peek here. Didn't find anything.
Yeah, just not finding it quite there. But I mean, you talk about how back and forth this has been, Jesse. It's been back and forth in terms of the round count, obviously, in terms of who's winning rounds. But even in terms of the entry kills, it's just been so 50-50. I mean, Kixro's had a bunch. Yaga's had a couple. Every single round, you just do not know who is going to be coming out on top of that opening engagement here. Early on, you're looking at Oxygen once again trying to apply the early pressure, but look at that Electroclaw trick. That was beautifully timed, and that is one exothermic that Hat will wish he still had in pocket. Now, plenty of secondary hard breach charges in pocket for both Yaga and Diaz. They've got a fallback plan here, but that is still a pretty significant loss at this stage in the game, considering the progress that Oxygen were trying to make. Now they're going to have to pivot and try to work around that utility as, well, Kixro is proving that those Electroclaws are going to be around for quite some time.
Already did with the Dragon Shield, too. I mean, they've really made fast work of that far side of the map. I mean, they're in through Karaoke already. They're in through T-Room. They've cleared all of this. It wasn't being held by LG, but I still got to appreciate that speed from Oxygen. Kickstro is going to find himself at the center of the attention even more so after that Kaid trick, as he's the player playing closest up here on Dragon. Luminosity themselves had no troubles clearing this position with the Capitao. Diaz is on that operator, maybe trying to do the same thing with those firebolts, and I think that's exactly what he's trying to do here. With one more, I mean, Luminosity, they should be ready for this, as this is exactly the strat they used, but now they've got to move. The firebolts come out, and Kixro's so ready, he gets traded, but he just steps up and finds the frag on a Diaz.
Yeah, he knew he was playing for his life there. He knew the Monty was in his face. He's either going to die there or get a kill and then die. So he did the best possible thing he could do in a situation like that. I'm not sure if you can believe it, but that is definitely the case. Now it's a 4v4 as a result. And here comes Eddie on the drop, trying to surprise Gomez, but he's the one who gets surprised. Woos immediately trades it, knowing that Gomez was down below. The Monty in the corner, a threat, but Woos knows that and will start to back off. He's found 6 kills, major turnaround for him on this defensive half, but you're gonna need to see a little more from him down below in a very important position as the site now begins to get fully pressured by this OXG attack. They're moving on in, dealing with this player in the mini bar, but they can't take him down before he gets a kill. Hat is able to claim one victim. Newers will, of course, take care of Wi-Fi. And now in this 2v2, they have to deal with Woos. They still have not dealt with the Warden, and he is the one who ends it. Luminosity, confused at what just happened, but more than happy to take the lead and be the first team to see match point.
This is a completely different Kickstro from what we were seeing through the entirety of Stage 2 before the last chance qualifier. Not only in that round did he get the Electro Claw trick to stall out some time and waste a bit of utility, keeping that VIP wall closed for a very long time. Not only was he able to step up and get the opening pick inside of Dragon, finding DS before playing for his life, getting, as you mentioned, the most that he could possibly get from that position. But as soon as he died, what did he do? He jumped on cams. He's on these Evil Eyes in sight. He's watching the defaults. He's feeding information to his teammates the whole time that he is dead. And that allowed players like Wooz in the late round and Wi-Fi to make really smart decisions about their own positioning. Do I go downstairs? Do I go back up the main stairs? Do I try to get a kill against this Monty? Can I deny the plant? All of those questions were easily answered because they had such good information from those Evil Eyes that were in sight the whole time. Really got to credit Kickstro for that one. Obviously, the rest of the team also helping to call it with that info. But my God, he has really stepped up now. And with 13 kills, has put Luminosity onto match point in a dominant situation where Oxygen now needs to win an attack on Skyscraper or head to map 2 in a 1-0 deficit.
And Jesse, for all the trash we talk occasionally about the new overlay, the one thing it does tell you is if your teammate is slacking off or not. Before you could tell if they were on cameras, you just couldn't tell what they were looking at. Now you get a very clear idea of what camera's being watched, where, exactly what is being covered, and if that teammate who has died is still being helpful for your team. He was. There was no question about that, and as a result, Luminosity, they find themselves on match point. This is their own map pick. It's been back and forth the entire way. But if you can close this one out in regulation, move into map 2 nice and refreshed, ready to go, you never know what we could see. We've been predicting a 3-map series this entire time, and frankly, I still think that's going to be the case here, regardless of this Luminosity close, if they can do it here, if it's going to be Cutthroat in regulation, if Oxygen can take care of it in OT. Whatever happens next, this has been as cutthroat as you might expect, and Newers will make an unusual choice and give his life away against Kickstro. The ace of all people goes down first.
Yeah, they've got the trade, thankfully. Good information from the Grim will feed it to Yaga, but still, that's a costly trade that you will lose Newers for. Not only one of your best players, but also that hard breach player as well. It's Barbecue Kitchen, so maybe the hard breach was already utilized. Maybe it's not the most important, but even still, feeding a free pick to the best player in the lobby is never advisable. They've got black control now. They can try to make a breach here. I mean, well, they can't breach if they have no hard breach, but they can try to walk in, if nothing else, and try to plant in the default spot just inside the wall. We've got to pick up the fuse kit, so that'll waste a little bit of time, but this is really going to be a minimal coverage execute. This is not dissimilar to what Luminosity tried to do on the same site. The Floras will get them an entry. It's not ideal, but they will have a way into sight, and they will have a plant spot. As long as they can stop all the players from up above from re-aggressing and taking that ground back, as long as they can keep the players from behind bar from playing exactly where Eddie is playing, they can make this push work. But of course, that is all so much easier said than done.
Yeah, they still have to actually make that happen. Little damage dealt onto Silent here as he's trying to take this long-range fight, and he wins it! The Glaz versus the Vigil. The Boss G comes out on top. Not something you say every day. Eddie, as well, still in position on the bar, still in a perfect spot to deny this entry that Oxygen are looking to make. They know he's here, Grimbees or not. He will back off, though. That's enough to pressure him out, and that will get them the kill. So they end up going 1-for-1, but a 3v3, still not a great spot with the walls open all around you. Hat, you gotta look left there. Wi-Fi was all over it. Diaz, same thing goes for you. Now Gomez on his back, Diaz on 5 HP. Skyscraper looks just about wrapped up. Wooz is gonna be the one to close it out, and Luminosity finally doing up to push it over the line, securing their own map pick, starting off this best of 3 with a win.
LG's dominant defenses reign true of 5-1 second half on what is maybe LG's best map in the entire pool. They will continue taking this one, and they will win their first ever map against OXG. They're hunting for one more, of course, to send themselves to the semifinals, where they would be playing on Sunday to eventually be playing for that spot in the major. Chat, we've still got 2 more maps in this series. Lair is coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We've got a desk ready to break down this game, and then we're going straight to Lair.
One dead barbecue.
One down, one
One's
down, one down.
We're making a plant. We're making a plant. Eye first contact, George. Eye first contact. Don't peek. Don't peek. Don't peek.
Breach.
In the default spot. Don't peek. Don't peek.
No!
Good shit. Good shit. Let's go, baby. That's
Guys.
how we do it.
Guys, good fucking job. Get up and take 5 minutes right now. Froshi will do the prep for layer in 5, okay? Get up and go and get some blood flowing.
Can everybody leave the lobby? Leave the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, Fox,
game.
that, yeah, I mean, Oxygen, they look great on that defensive half, which you should be winning your defenses going into the defending half of Skyscraper, but their attacks, I mean, we saw glimpses of where it's like Oxygen, they had the right idea. They could possibly win this round. They could possibly even put it to match point. And in that round 10, they had every bit of control using the smokes beautifully with the glass, using the shield to apply the pressure into Geisha, to push across, to stop yellow rotates, and did nothing in that round. And then throughout the majority of their attack, even this round right here, the shield not pushing first. I mean, I don't know. It was very questionable. Obviously, great for Luminosity. Sure, this is one of their better maps, but still, to be again, this is just a typical Oxygen performance where they could have realistically won this game, but they just slacked off towards the end of it.
Right. There was some issues here and there, but I do think this game was close for the right reasons. It wasn't two teams underperforming on Skyscraper. It was two teams overperforming from the standard that we're used to seeing. And it was a really enjoyable game to watch them both play. I really do think there was great sides to take away from both. Oxygen's defenses were very well coordinated on the way that they would power and play off of each other. Now, once the side swaps, you're right. It was very sloppy from Oxygen. Their attacks looked very disjointed. Some little hiccups, not using the shield to its full potential, getting the site, but not having the diffuser in the site to put it down. And obviously, I think every team, or both teams in this situation, have had a little bit of issues, but Luminosity on their defensive half dominated the information game. Every single which way OXG tried to go for a plant or tried to go for an execute or would take the site, Luminosity had full information from cameras all over the place, and we saw them used every single time. I mean, there was a lot of times that we saw Kixrow come over for the flank and deny the plant. We saw C4s from below. Even in that last round, 3v1, they said, let's play, force them to plant. We have the BP in the position to call out what they're going to do. And start to finish, Luminosity had that defense in the bag. Obviously, it was their map pick, so it makes a lot of sense. And wow, I talked about Kixrow at the start of the day that we needed to see more from him. And boy, did he deliver.
Yeah, I mean, Kix was just all across the board, and it was crazy that we even highlighted him in a negative sense of him not having impactful plays, because throughout his last stage and even this stage, I mean, it's been a little bit of a difference. So it's good that we're seeing him in the LCQ be able to put up these numbers, to have the performance that he has, but consistency is key. But like you were saying, their utility game, playing the information, it was so vital, especially in round 11, where you saw that come down to a 2v2. And I was curious, I was like, why are two players on that office side playing below? But it made perfect sense. They used those evil eyes beautifully to gain that information, to stall out Oxygen, of being fully aware of where they were going to plant, got that free kill. Good heads up plays from Wooz as well. He was working the map, I mean, tremendously. We saw him in many different scenarios where he was constantly pivoting, finding the right spot, finding the right play, and just collapsing and shutting down Oxygen's attack. So, I mean, really hats off to Wooz as well. But both the players from LG have really been stepping up throughout this first map, and really excited to see what they can do going into Lair.
Yeah, no, I'm quite interested. I hope this is working. You could hear me, right?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, you got me. Okay, yeah, I don't know. The little box on my desk just decided it was going to go on strike here. But no, I'm actually quite interested to see what a Lair matchup looks like, too, because obviously this is Oxygen's map pick. There must be confidence there in this map, despite us not seeing it played very often. Does, I think, Luminosity kind of have the adaptability on the fly to kind of work its way through a Lair against Oxygen, or is the map pick really going to give them a significant advantage? OXG, that is.
I think the map pick will work in OXG's favor, just because Skyscraper isn't a map that plays around their playstyle. When we know what we know from OXG throughout the stage is very big individual performers. Now, we saw a lot of good out of them on Skyscraper by playing off of each other, especially on defense, and that's what they lacked so heavily during the stage. But it is Skyscraper. Big individual performances are very minimal on that map, just because it is so claustrophobic. There's not much diversity in its play. But Lair, on the other hand, brand new map, huge, so much potential for that's been untapped. And obviously OXG is comfortable at the map. Now, I do think the same issues can still occur if Luminosity's information game is just that much better than OXG. And that was the strength that got them over that finish line. But I don't expect a blowout by no means. I think this map will still be very close back and forth. But I think Luminosity's biggest X factor right now is Kixrow and is the information.
Absolutely. And even to just talk about Oxygen's performance on this map, they did end up losing to Sonics 8-6. But realistically, we talked about that game. Oxygen did look stronger in that game. They should have won it. They just let the late rounds truly hinder their performance or get that win. So if they can just clamp down, focus on just finishing out the round, not doing anything extra, not getting overzealous for that much, I can see Oxygen being comfortable on this map. But again, like you were saying, if Kixrow, if LG can have that information game going into this game, it can be a little bit of a scary situation for Oxygen. But if Oxygen can pivot around that, play around it, even ban the information in some of these areas and allow themselves to just play this map that they know that they can play. And like you were saying, this map is very untapped. There is still a lot of unique things that we possibly can see that we have yet to see across all regions. So I am expecting to see a little something coming out of LG, but more so from Oxygen to be able to bounce back and truly put up the performance that we wanted to see going against Sonics, now against LG going into this Lair match.
Well, there you have it, folks. Will Oxygen bounce back, or will Luminosity walk this one in a 2-0? Find out on Lair right after this break.
Well, a return to international competition. That's what is on the line here, at least in the LCQ. Oxygen and Luminosity would still have a long road to get there through the semis and the finals. But Jesse, for OXG, this is a chance to return to their first international event since SI 2023. It's been a long time since this team has seen international competition, and boy, you know how much they want it.
It'd be back to the same city, too. It was in Montreal when they last attended an international event, and now we'd be going right back to the home of Siege. So I'm sure they're eager to get back. They'd be playing in front of the home crowd, too, if managed to make top 8. So obviously, lots to get excited for. I don't think they care where it really is. It could be a land in Antarctica. I think they'd still be fighting tooth and nail to get there if it means they can finally go back to play at a prestigious Tier 1 event. Would love to make that return. They're going to have to do it in back-to-back maps, though. They lost map 1 to Luminosity on Skyscraper. Skyscraper, Luminosity's pick, so not huge alarm bells. We're not so concerned. That was the first time Luminosity have ever taken a map off of Oxygen, so they just need to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and they will be okay. They'll head to their map now of Lair, a map that they have played once against the Sonics. They lost 8-6 earlier in this stage. It's a map that Luminosity have never in their history played on, so this is going to be a first from them in any level of competition. Should be an exciting one to get underway. Jonah, do you think we see 3 maps here? I know that we said initially that we probably would, but I mean, we're still expecting that, right?
100%. And that obviously is hard to say. It is past midnight now on the East Coast. I'm in an apartment. My neighbors are not going to be thrilled when this one goes the distance, but there is no doubt in my mind that it is about to. You're looking at a team in Luminosity who have never played this map in official competition. That's probably pretty telling. On the other side, you have Oxygen. You mentioned this, Jesse. They lose to Sonics. So on their record, it's technically an OT loss, but that was a heck of a battle. And as Foxay and Laxing put it on the desk, a battle that they very nearly won. In fact, could have, and maybe should have won. But to have that kind of a performance against a team that has already booked a ticket to Montreal, that says quite a lot, and that's why Oxygen have picked this map. Luminosity could have been wielding this one as a trap the entire stage long, but you gotta think we would have seen this earlier if that was the case. The best of 3 environment, you don't get a chance to ban every single map in the pool down to one final map in a best of 1. You're gonna have to go to some unfriendly territory. Feels like this could be heavily OXG favored unless Luminosity pull off some crazy shenanigans here.
In the final round of Skyscraper, we saw a Boss G out-snipe a Glaz in a long-range duel. That won't be a factor this time as Oxygen banned the Vigil, which, I mean, Vigil's pick rate has been steadily rising. The Boss G is ridiculously strong, but the K1A is a very good gun as well. They're going to take it out. It's not an operator we see banned too often. It's going to leave a lot of strong defenders still up for this Lair game. We're going to have, of course, Mira still on the board. We're going to have Valkyrie still on the board. Fenrir, not a crazy common ban anymore, but still going to be here available as well. So watch out for some of those operators as we continue to get forward in this game. And an interesting initial setup from Luminosity. They've got Silent down here in lobby, but Wi-Fi as well, all the way down on yellow stairs. Trying to figure out if this is going to be an early R6 room push or if they're going to be more focused around operations. With intel being played out and they track the pulse, this could be a good opportunity. Yaga, I don't think he knows where the player inside of lobby is.
Yeah, dropping down, no apparent information about the threat that lurks just inches above his head. He's also got to worry about some pressure down below. That's what Gomez is here to try to alleviate. He has spotted Wi-Fi. They'll track that position. Of course, Wi-Fi also aware of the position of Gomez as a result. So the hunt continues, but Wi-Fi walks right into the trap that OXG laid. Yaga will claim that opener. And that is exactly the way that OXG wanted to start their map pick.
All right, you take down the pulse. It took you not even that long, honestly, about a minute to clear that player out, and you get a free pick. You lose a tiny bit of damage on Yaga, but really nothing too much that you're going to worry about. So that's a good first opening frag. Kixro did rotate back up to the top floor as well, so your Fenrir is rotated back towards the site. And you've got full bottom floor control with a Buck and with a Deimos. Deimos is top floor right now in operations, but the bot can do so much work from inside a site, dislodging the positions of the Tachanka, dislodging the positions of the smoke, making sure that they can't set themselves up in positions where they can deny this masked plant. That's going to be really the name of the game. They are likely going to be pushing in through operations and eventually in through mask to get that defuse kit down. Could be opening up the outside wall to site as well. A lot of bodies still on the main floor here as Yaga not 100% sure if everything is clear, but that's likely to be the push that we're going for. As I say this, bit of rotations coming out as well. We could still see an R6 room execute. You've still got Hat over here, of course, on the Grim. Now we're starting to see DS rotated over. I do think they will be changing their minds. They're likely going to be pushing this in through R6 room. So whatever the push ends up being for Oxygen, they got to make up their minds, and they're in now.
Yeah, now looking to make the move. Hat's the first one on the swing. Newers will go down. The smoke's choking him out. And a couple of missed shots from Hat, but eventually finding the kill he needed. Gomez, he gets his job done. Kixro responds. Close corner. Somehow Diaz comes out on top in that one. 1v2 now. Silent trying to make something work. The barbed wire claiming a kill. Silent's able to get one, but that is just about it. OXG came down to the wire, yes, but that was a clinical start and a methodical take of that site.
Hat able to walk right past the player inside of server. I believe that was Woos, who should have been holding the cross on from display, but Hat makes his way so deep into sight for that push. I honestly think Oxygen did a great job of catching Luminosity off guard a little bit because they started their push with full bottom floor control, and then by opening the mask wall, they telegraphed to Luminosity that, hey, we're going to largely be pushing in maybe towards Master. Then they had a bit of pressure. The smoke seemed to be aware that there was somebody coming in around green, but they were able to come in through display, an angle that was not being expected at all by LG. And Oxygen had a great first round attack. You know, when they had that game against Sonics, they really were carried by their defenses. This is a map that obviously is still new to the pool, but when Oxygen played it their one and only time, they had 7 attacking attempts, and they were only able to win 2 of those 7 attacks. On defense, they had over 50% win rate. So if they can start off strong on this attacking half, I have to imagine they're going to be even better on that defense. And so for Oxygen, this is a really important first half. 1-0 up is massive.
We know how big those wins can be here, and you know, even if we expect Oxygen to be favored here, as you said, Jesse, these are still so important to secure. Luminosity, of course, fighting their way back in that one and nearly winning it, but starting out on the back foot, never truly recovering. Every kill that Luminosity was able to find, well, it seemed that Oxygen had somebody there to trade it right back almost every single time. Early on here, again, we'll keep an eye to see how successfully Oxygen can hunt down these defenders. Very good at doing that in the last round. A combination of good drone work, the use of the Deimos, that Deathmark tracker. Really just top-tier stuff. This time, a bit more site direct right now, at least the focus for the Deimos. Look at Newers right outside the site, just looking to step in through the window and see what he can find. The other attackers are worried about establishing that flank watch. That's DS on the Nomad. That's his job. Ooh, and Newers as he steps up. Silent was ready.
Yeah, really aware of where Newers wanted to enter the building there. Good play by Silent. Gets the man advantage early now for Luminosity, and they still hold full top floor control. Gomez says, what if I too jump in the same window? He does make it a little bit farther, but encounters a Toxic Babe and then must back off. This is definitely a direct hit from Oxygen. They have control of bottom green, but they have no pressure up above. They will not be controlling that, and it's going to be likely that they try to execute without really pressuring top floor. They will likely have somebody up there late round to apply the pressure, but they don't want to go for a full clear. Silent on 1 HP on the main breach. Barely avoids getting his headshot off. Can he do it again? He's in such a dangerous position right now, Jonah. If they are not aware of what corner he's tucked into, he could be really devastating. Wow. They're Silent.
Does it. Triple for him on 1 HP, getting 2 more kills than he should have. Gomez now the only player left. Unreal, the turn of events there that Silent was able to just orchestrate. Luminosity had the advantage, sure, but he just got away with robbery. Gomez is about to be swung, yeah, from 2 angles at once. It is a flawless round from Luminosity. That is a heck of a way to respond.
Silent, no stranger to these multi-kills, wasn't the loudest player on the team on Skyscraper, but throughout this stage, throughout all of stage 2, he actually has the highest kills per round of any player not already qualified to the Montreal Major, putting up a ridiculous 0.89 kills every single round on average throughout the first stage. And given how Luminosity plays, that's really impressive coming out from Silent. 76 and 62 in the regular season. Not a great first map, but not bad. And now a huge start to map 2, where he's really making his life count. Just inside the breach, tucked inside of it. Typically, you think on that bomb site, it's going to be the top floor players that are able to have the most impact, that are able to win or lose the round. But sometimes just being a good anchor can really be all that it takes.
Well, 1-1 early on Lair. Just waiting to see if Oxygen can start to separate themselves from Luminosity. That really, I think, is what they're hoping to do and carry as much momentum into map 3 as they can. We expect them to win this map, but what Luminosity just showed us there on that defense, it is by no means a guarantee. As you pointed out, Jesse, it will come down to what Luminosity can do when they pivot to their attacking side, but for now, still 4 rounds of Luminosity defense to go, and Oxygen, well, a chance here to try to get that back in their favor. Look at Silent right now. He and, I believe, the Yokai drone from Woo's just spreading out all over this huge map. Eddie doing the same, doing whatever they can to just maintain as much space as possible. Wherever Oxygen entry from, they're going to face somebody on the defensive team trying to get up in their face.
Yeah, currently 2 players maintaining position on the main floor. Top floor is vacant, at least from Luminosity. Oxygen trying to work their way through it. It's a big map to clear. But again, one of the disadvantages of roaming on this site is often it can be very tough to get back to the bomb site. It can be tough to find your teammates. And so if you die, it's often you don't get traded. The demos could make this somewhat easier, but obviously you still got to get the scan onto the player before you can clear them out on the roam game. With Kickstraw going back to site and Eddie just playing on the blue stairs, it is likely that this roam has been cleared and they can start working on the floorboards. Even still, though, I mean, they've not wasted a crazy amount of time, and with full top floor control and a buck, Auction are in a really good position to open up a ton of these floorboards and set themselves up for a really strong push coming in late.
Yaga around the corner, be careful, there are 2 defenders here. Waiting for him to pop that flash, but he knows the Warden is going to relatively be unaffected. Great shot as he just goes for the swing, goes through the FNAP mine and just takes it. Newers, he'll end up getting that kill onto Silent despite the shenanigans with the shield. That is all Oxygen right now as they come up in a 4v3 advantage as a result of Yaga's dastardly move. They take the advantage here with a minute to go, Jesse, and I mean, you look at that take, it was bold, but it worked.
It did, and I mean, now they've got the man advantage, they've got the buck fully up above as well to start setting things up. They are currently inside of filtration. They're ready to go for their execute. They've got a good plant spot. 3 Toxic Babes and the Yokais, though, are my main concern, and that sure doesn't help.
No, that one's gonna sting. You lose Hat here, back to a 3v3, but Gomez still alive, doing what he does best. Choked out by the smoke, taking no damage as he rotates around. The frag grenade will continue to get Woos and Wi-Fi to move, not allowing these 2 anchors to stay comfortable, to stay in that same position they'd like. 1 toxic smoke remains. Doubtful that there's any echo drones still in play. But at some point, Oxygen do have to push in. Newers, he'll be the first to step up. Woos gets shut down. Wi-Fi, good shot there with 5 seconds. Gomez, diffuser going down, but his Wi-Fi pops up. He actually goes 1 for 1. But there were 2 attackers remaining. Oxygen make it work, and they take a 2-1 lead.
You know, Yaga's received a bit of criticism from his Monty play on that last map, and I would say rightfully so. He had some poor moments on the shields, but I actually think his blitz play has been quite good this game. He had the 1 round attacking on Barbecue Kitchen in map 1 where he was able to pivot to the top floor and get good value. And then here, you notice exactly how he played this. He's aware that he's staring at a Warden. Flashing a Warden isn't gonna work. They have specific glasses designed so that that flash doesn't do anything. So what does he do? He just stares the Warden down. He doesn't let the Warden press up. And then as soon as the Warden goes to rip that C4, as soon as his gun is put away, down goes the shield, pop right in the head. beautifully played by Yaga on that blitz. It got them the opening pick, and then from there, they were able to work that man advantage. They had full top control, large numbers to try to push them through site. Not without trades, but I mean, the trades were great from Oxygen anyways. So able to push on through, good execute in the end there. Really did enjoy that. And yeah, maybe the Monty play is not there from Yaga, but I've been really enjoying his blitz play.
Yeah, the blitz works. You know, it's hit or miss, but when it works, it really feels nice. It really looks good. And those are the kind of things that can really make the difference. It can open up a round. It can change the trajectory of a given round. Those two gunfights, had they gone the other way, had Yaga lost his life right away, you're looking at 2-1 Luminosity in the lead. At that point, you've got two defenders who just came out of that fight with a kill. You know they're going to go for some kind of a flank. They're going to try to still be a nuisance on the Oxygen attack, and that was something they simply weren't allowed to do. Yaga was able to go 1-for-1 there, provide a nice distraction for his team to come in and get the kill, and look at where that puts this OXG stat line. Everyone has 2 kills at the moment. So clearly, a team effort on the side of Oxygen, one that has put them into a 1-round lead. We've seen them teasing a couple of different attacking varieties. Willingness to pivot has been one of their strong suits. But once again, look at Newers, taking a lot of space. Might be alone at the moment, but he is taking control.
Good utility clear. Long angle still being contested, but of course, Silent on the other side doesn't need to poke his head out and take these gunfights when they're ill-advised. One player still below that is going to be Yaga on the buck, who's going to be an important player in this puzzle. They're going to try to open up the mask wall now. That'll be what these Selmas are for, but they wait a little too long, and now the bandit batteries start to come out. Able to open up the left wall instead, and with the buck down below, there should be no tricking whatsoever. Pushing this player out of position, there goes the wall. Opened up now, but the angle remains for Wi-Fi as he continues trying to play it. Backs off now towards the single panel in the site. It is left soft as it usually is, with head holes there to try to play around, but it still does kind of open up for a plant now. Luminosity in a bit of a pickle. Oxygen have full operations control. They've got full bottom floor control. The last time they did all this, they ended up rotating over to our 6 room and it still worked, but whether they decide to do that or not, I think they're in a really good spot to go for a plant.
Yeah, no reason why they shouldn't just open things up, which they already have done, move right in and try to take control of this mask master position. Silent, though, doing what he can to continue to slow this down, making this advantage even more one-sided. Yaga will try to fight back, but there's a Wi-Fi right behind him. Despite the positioning advantage, Oxygen get a little stuck in the mud, get a little slow. And because of that, Luminosity are able to surround them and pounce. Gomez, last one standing, but not for long. We are tied up at 2.
Okay, to be fair, the guy who would have gone for the plant was fine for the majority of that push. Everybody else on Oxygen just happened to fall, and I really think the move from Silent on the Warden to go down the main stairs and play on that first floor was critical. A couple of huge kills in that round to really tilt the man advantage in the favor of his team. Yes, a couple of players got traded out. Eventually he did die, but still the numbers were so big for Luminosity. They're able to win that one back and tie us back to a 2-2 game. Impressive stuff, again, from LG. It feels like even when Auction are in a good position, even when they have some strong early rounds, Luminosity are always fighting back. They're making sure that they come at Auction with a lot of strong moves that I don't think OXG are always expecting, and that's keeping them in this game.
Very much in this fight. This is looking oddly like Skyscraper at the moment. Don't see the defensive team emerging in the lead in the same fashion, but there are still 2 rounds left, Jesse. There is still plenty of time for that. The back and forth on Skyscraper took us all the way to round 12, and unless something changes here soon, we may be on course for the very same thing. We said we were not getting out of here early, and we meant it, folks. Strap in. We've got a lot of layer ahead. You've got Cafe around the corner if Oxygen can just find their stride like we expect them to do. I will say, Jesse, I'm impressed so far with what LG have brought to the table, given that we've never seen this map from them.
Yeah, it's been good. Obviously, they haven't played it in officials yet, but I'm confident they've been scrimming it. You never really know how good a team is until they bring it on game day, though, and that's what we're seeing from Luminosity, trying to defend on Bunk's briefing once again. They had a really strong setup, and it was off of some big plays from Silent He wants to roll with that momentum, challenging the window that first prompted the entry from OXG the last time they were at the site. But nobody on the window this time around. He's got to retreat back to site. He's caught on a Twitch drone. Still playing in the bomb site here. The rest of his teammates are all up above. He is the lone anchor. And I'm still not convinced if OXG actually want to clear his teammates. They are so obsessed with just clearing out Silent. Now this time around, the bandit trick won't be successful. They will get the ace charges, meaning that Silent's position is very, very vulnerable. But as the Capital Firebolts come out, the question is, can he get one before he goes down? The answer is no.
Yeah, Silent, he was playing so active there, but when you look at the clock and when you look at what was he able to do, was it really that much? Was it really worth it? A little bit of chaos, but no real damage dealt. In fact, not a single bullet landed onto OXG. If he had wasted another 30 seconds, I would say, job well done. Not the case here. Again, Oxygen, they find themselves in very good positions on the attack. Can they follow through? That has been the ultimate question so far. Not concerning themselves too much with this top floor take. And I gotta say, Jesse, that concerns me a little bit. Luminosity in position to shut this down if this execute were to come through down below.
Yeah, we've got the Warden, of course, to see through the smokes. This plant will start from Hat, though. They don't seem to be aware. Can they find the angle? Yes, they can. They force Hat off. He's in the cubby, and he has to move with just 4 HP. But the plant does finish, so that will be a successful kick down onto the ground. Now, Wi-Fi does clear out Hat with the Toxic Babe, and there is still full top control from LG. Can they make the retake work? It's going to be tough. The cross held by Gomez. 3 bodies are running down the green stairs. They find a kill. They lose 1, and they trade it. That means man advantage remains in the hands of Luminosity, but a good long angle from Yaga gets it back to 2-2. Can't find the second shot, though. Yaga outside the breach. He misses the cutoff. Woos is now hitting the disable. Yaga's got to jump in. Where is Diaz as well? Yaga tries to jump in, but he's denied. Diaz is so far away, and they just stick the disable, Jonah. Luminosity now take the lead, 3-2.
Oh, my head is in my hands, Jesse. That one was so winnable for Oxygen. A couple of missed shots. That's all it takes. Once that final player was able to cross and get his hands on the diffuser, it was wrapped up because you could have that second player come in to defend you. My God. You see Hat just beating himself up, the whole team not feeling great about how that one played out. It was a winnable position once that diffuser was secured. I was as shocked as you, Jesse, when the diffuser did go down. Hat was being taken to within an inch of his life. With 4 HP, he stuck it and got it done successfully. But at the end of the day, he died quick to the smoke, and it was up to his teammates to deliver in the post plant. And somehow, a 3-man push down the same staircase is the winning formula for Luminosity. I don't think that sentence has been said before, especially on this map. And I don't think we're going to say it again if Oxygen can tidy things up. But look at the lead right now. Luminosity, 3-2. Not the scoreline we thought we'd see right now at this point.
Oh, it's been a fun game. It's been a very fun game between LG and Oxygen, and now OXG with the opportunity to tie this game. Honestly, if they get a 3-3 split, I think they're feeling pretty good moving to the defense, and that will help. Diaz punishes a spawn peek attempt from Wi-Fi. Peeking his head out the door. That does get shut down. Diaz coming from the other angle, able to find that pick, and that will be a hard punish. You lose your Malusi. Likely the setup's already been done, so not the most important operator, but still, even in a 5v4, you're not feeling good, especially with this bomb site. We're on weapon and an armory, by the way. This is not a common site, and Auction, they seem to have a setup for it.
Yaga swinging, they're ready. Up, couple of missed shots, though. That's been the bane of their existence so far. The man advantage, though, gives them some comfort. They don't find the kill there, but it should be fine. They've got the wall open and already so much progress into this site. Woo sitting back, waiting to make his impact felt on this long angle with the ACOG. Same thing goes for Silent. No one over-aggressing on the defense because they know just how threatening Oxygen are right now. We saw how active Silent got in the last round. He's gonna do it again. This time he gets away with it. 1 kill onto Yaga, eventually traded. Sneaky move, but it wasn't enough to get the advantage back. It is still Oxygen in the lead.
These 2 players with the fuse kit inside of range, I mean, how are they gonna get a plant down? They don't have a lot of, no smokes. They've got no calls, of course. They will start it now on hand, starting to put the defuse kit on the ground. Gomez dies though at the same moment, and Hat steps up. He finds 2 kills getting off of the plant. That's massive, leaving just Kickstro in the 1v3. He's in a hash, and he will avoid falling down it for now. There's a player up above on mezzanine, and then it's just Hat in the sight, looking for a 3K against his former team. Still Kickstro in an awkward situation. 60 seconds on that clock. Auction don't have to rush this fight. They can hold their angles, bide their time, and if they are smart enough with it, they might be able to find this final kill on a Kickstro.
Yeah, Kickstro should probably stop swinging that doorway. They were watching that the whole time. He'll just pop right back in, and Newers will pop his head right off. A 3-3 half after Oxygen remedies some of their attacking problems in that final round, and they move on to their defensive half at an even scoreline. Pretty decent place to be, moving on to defense.
Hat spent stage 1 with Luminosity, and together they made top 4 in the stage 1 LCQ. Then in the offseason, Hat moved over to Oxygen. He joined this team, and now, of course, they face off against each other. Only one of Hat or his former team can repeat that success and get top 4 in the LCQ again, as they are now facing off in the quarterfinals. To move to what, in theory, should be a better team and then lose to your former squad would certainly be a stain on the resume for Hat. You already saw his emotions earlier in this game after a round didn't go their way, but know that he is locked in. Yeah, he's the hard support. He's not always going to have the greatest of numbers, but when you need him to step up, when you need him to be the guy to choose whether he's got to be planting or getting off and getting those kills, he can be exceptional. In that final round he was, and he's going to need to continue to be if OXG want to force a cafe and not go down 0-2 to Luminosity.
I think these first 2 rounds here, Jesse, are really going to give us the indication of if this one is going to be competitive or not, because very easily we could see Oxygen really start to lock this down on your map pick, on a map that we have not seen LG play before. You got to think things could get a little hairy on the attacking side, but here's the thing. If Newers is going to just give a kill to Luminosity to start the round, no matter how difficult attacking this map may be or the lack of experience Luminosity had on this map may be, a 5v4 advantage feels pretty good.
Looking for Woos to step up on the second half on Skyscraper. He was killless, I believe, through the first 6 rounds and then stepped up quite massively on defense. He has found 1 kill through the first 6 rounds on Lair and will need to step up on the attack for Luminosity to bring this game into their favor. Again, you'd expect the defense to do a bit better on a newer map like this, but I don't think Lair is going to end up being as defender-sided as some of the other newer maps that have come into the pool. So I think this is still hope for Luminosity. They've also never played this map, so you're currently witnessing their first ever Lair attack in any official competition or unofficial. They've, of course, got the blitz from Eddie. They're currently poised themselves over towards... they've got some bodies in operations. They've got some bodies outside display. They could really go for either bomb site, but it looks to be an operations push. They start to get this breach open, and they start to clear the angles.
Yep, mask wall popped. Selmas will go off without a hitch. And after that first kill, because they have Eddie on the blitz, we've seen this work, and, well, we've seen it have some problems before, but what that means is they can play off this explosively and just look for the trades. At this point, mathematically, if they can trade every kill that Oxygen are able to find, they will win this one. Of course, it's never as simple as that. Eddie just needs to stay alive. That would help. Unfortunately, not much longer. He turns his head, and through the hole that the attack opened up, Eddie is going to get taken down. Now, a couple more bullets fly down range. It's Kicksrow doing some damage now. Diaz, he's not going to be able to make his impact felt, as you're seeing Luminosity approach from, well, now the opposite side, work their way around and try to surprise this OXG defense. 40 seconds, so far it's working.
The site now, Kickstro starting to make some space. Does he know the player to his hard left? I'm not sure that he does. Tucked behind the wall, he'll see the C4. That's a good sign, but he loses the fight anyways. Yaga for a second hits the beautiful headshot on his Kickstro. Yaga a third as well, finds Silent, and Gomez closes out the round. Oxygen, a super solid defense, will shut things down. Despite the opening pick, despite the hard breach all coming through, Auction step up and get some huge frags to turn that round away. Big from Yaga that round.
Big, but that is a scary result for Luminosity, just looking at the way that transpired. As we said, they got the opening kill. That's great, but they made, let's see, How much progress for the rest of that map, rest of that round, Jesse? Not much. They were able to secure another kill, but after losing Eddie, I mean, this is classic when you see your shield player die. It was almost as if it just all fell apart. They just lost whatever coordination they were trying to bring. Just seems so disjointed, no clear plan of attack. And that was our worry coming into this map. Hopefully they can remedy that going forward, but the first round not giving us too much confidence into their attacks to come.
All right, well, still early. One attack unsuccessful. They'll get to switch up the bomb sites. And we'll get to see one of my favorite new operators, to be honest with you, the Scopos. One of Newer's most favorite operators. In fact, OXG have been running more Scopos than almost any other team inside of North America. They have been loving this operator. They're playing Scopos on Clubhouse, and the last time that they were on Lair, they played Scopos on this site as well. The ability to have a very aggressive roam and then immediately just zip back to site. I've talked a bunch about how sometimes it's hard to fall off of a roam on Lair. Map is so big, it can be difficult to get yourself from the roam back to site. Well, Scopos solves that problem. Your ability to swap bodies and just immediately be in the bomb site once again after your roam got droned out, or maybe after you shoot some drones, maybe after you take a fight. It can be really advantageous, and Newer's in particular has been loving this operator. So working with Yaga on the roam at the start, they will find a pick. It's neither of those two, but instead Gomez down in the site himself, able to find the first pick onto Silent.
Well, that's what we said was going to happen here. Oxygen with a little bit of momentum on this defensive side. As long as they're not giving their life away or doing anything too crazy, I mean, they're going to have the advantage here whether they like it or not. Silent doing whatever he can to try to give Luminosity an edge. Double-digit kills for him. No one else all that close. You got Wi-Fi with 6, but Woo's still 1. On the other side, Oxygen, they've been keeping this one a team fight this entire time. Everyone, contributions here and there. You're seeing everybody come in clutch in a different moment. Open and kill this, open and kill that. Oxygen, I mean, this is just, they're just playing this like a team that understands this map a little better. Look how calm they seem to be on Lair right now. They're not trying to do too much. They're really forcing Luminosity to take all this space themselves. And if an attacking team is not overly familiar with what lies on the other side, that could take a lot of time. Gunfight here, big one for Newers. He'll win it against Wi-Fi. Kixro will trade that quick. But again, the man advantage still remains in Oxygen's hands.
Yeah, and now you've lost your buck and your hard breach, so you can't really do anything with this top floor control. You can't open the hatch with your ace. You can't work the soft breach with your buck. I mean, you're just in a really awkward situation. I guess you have a secondary shotgun on Woos, but not really what you're looking for, and he's deep into the bomb site now. So with a man disadvantage, poor positioning, and it's even getting worse as you drop that defuse kit, this seems almost unwinnable for Luminosity.
There's a nitro cell to make it even worse. It's Woos now. Maybe trying to make something happen, but I don't think he'll even get a chance to secure the kill on the down player. Oxygen, 2 in a row. This one feels like it might be over very quickly. It's 5-3, but Luminosity have not shown signs of life on the attack yet.
And I believe this will be prompting a tactical timeout. There it is from LG. So need to get their head straight for these attacks. 2 in a row for Oxygen, as these defenses have looked very clean from them, as we expect them to. I wouldn't say that these defenses are looking anything out of the ordinary. Oxygen are running similar-ish strats to what they ran against Sonics earlier on in the stage. We're seeing the same kind of roams coming out from Newers. We're seeing his top floor hold still be quite effective for them. Nothing crazy out of Oxygen. It's just Luminosity struggling to find the answers as they go for these executes. They'll have words from their coach now as Luminosity listen to Sublik, their coach, and Froshi, their analyst. You got to hear a little bit actually before the before map 2 started of the calls being made by the coaching staff. Right after they won map 1, Sublik told the team to stand up, you know, move your legs a little bit. Don't get too stuck in one place. Get some air. Try to move a bit. There's kind of short breaks between the maps, so you got to move when you can. In this tactical timeout, though, I'm sure the conversation will be much different. How do we work these attacks? What's going wrong with our pushes, and how can we try to fix them? I hope they figured it out.
Let's find out what the major adjustments are going to be. They're going to have to attack a third objective here and see what they can do. Maybe they can hope that Oxygen's defense is a little bit weaker here. The toughest part, Jesse, is just how these defenses have been successful, because it hasn't been anything otherworldly. It really seems like somebody on Oxygen has said, hey guys, let's just chill. Luminosity can't really attack. Let's just hang out and wait for this to happen. Let's make them do all the work. Maybe that wasn't the approach in round one. We saw the spawn peak that didn't go well for OXG. But after that point, for the remainder of that first defensive round, then for the second defensive round, so passive. And it worked so well. Not something you typically say in Siege. Often we are complimenting all this aggressive play and how well it's working. But if you know what's working against your opponent, if you can just say, this is the way we need to approach this, and you keep on having that success, well, now it is up to Luminosity to see if they can speed things up, if they can try to set the tone and set the tempo. Again, as we said, if this continues, Oxygen, they are in a very good spot.
You can talk about those early aggressive moves. Hat testing the waters in Skybridge, but gets droned and immediately falls back, and now Woos will take this position. Bomb site is bunks and briefing, so as we always talk about, top floor vitally important. Oxygen didn't often really try to clear the top floor when they were attacking the site, just going direct to site instead. But Luminosity, with so many bodies up here, I have to imagine they're going for the other approach. They've got the Grim, they've got the Blitz, and they've had the Ash. With that being taken down, how do they make this entry, and can they find the man advantage on the roam clear?
Eddie just cannot seem to get into the building unscathed. I mean, he's walking into crossfires left and right. The one thing you don't want to do is the Blitz. He's alive for now. He's got some support behind, but there he goes. I mean, just dumpstered. There go Luminosity. It is over. Oxygen wiped the floor with them. The very thing we feared has now come very much into the picture. Silent in a 1v5. He prevents this one from being a flawless round, but it might as well be a flawless round. Dominance for OXG on defense. They take it to match point.
Still feels like the blitz plays just aren't working out for Eddie. I mean, consistently, he's just having really bad luck with who's looking at him, who's not able to isolate these like 1v1s that you want to have with a blitz. It's always multiple bodies that he's contending with, and you know, sometimes maybe the area that he's entering in, he makes that entry and then stalls out a little bit, and then that gets punished. Whatever it might be, these blitz plays are not working their way at all. Oxygen now with some confidence will start to type as well, and that just does not feel good. If you're Luminosity, Cafe looms on the horizon, our third and, well, sixth map of the night, our third map of the series. Luminosity will need to win 3 attacks in a row in order to avoid that fate. Oxygen have been a very good defensive team, especially on Lair. This has been their preferred side, so you've got to imagine they're feeling good about it. And now with this top floor bomb site up on deck, what will Luminosity have? I gotta say, after their tactical timeout, the first round back, probably their worst attack so far.
Yeah, that one didn't leave a lot of hope still in my mind about this one. I feel like this is a GG go next kind of situation. I mean, this is a situation where we as, you know, as casters, as analysts look at this game and go, what could we possibly extract on like a positive note for the team that's struggling? And Jesse, I think you can agree, this is one of those moments where there's really nothing. I mean, you're looking at Luminosity and going, guys, come on, can you please figure out something different? Can you try to figure out how to attack this map? Of course, you know, you can draw it up however way you want, hindsight 2020, and maybe they did have a cohesive approach coming into this, but whatever that may have been, it has clearly not been effective, and Oxygen have firm control unless we see a complete turnaround, which is unexpected based on the way this has been going. This is going to be Cafe on the horizon very soon.
Credit to Luminosity, they're sticking to their guns. Eddie back on the blitz, trying to make an explosive entry point. But the Clash is actually a pretty good blitz counter, not only slowing down that operator, but obviously if she's flashed, she can still do her job of zapping the enemy and slowing them down. Obviously, the shield that counters the shield, Clash can sometimes be called, and certainly will make life difficult for Eddie if he manages to find that Clash. Immediately, they will start work on operations. There is a mirror window, which they clear out thanks to an Ash charge of Kickstro. Nothing crazy just yet. Wi-Fi down below takes the first bit of damage. I know Gomez is down on that main floor. Newers is as well, actually. And I think Wi-Fi is aware of that. It's the vertical angle he's most concerned about, though, as he takes even more damage from the player up above him. And there's the finish off as well. Finally destroyed. He gets downed, and there will likely be a finish off as Newers sprints his way in. The one speed gets the job done eventually.
C4 goes up. That could be dangerous as well. Just misses Eddie as he rotates around and drops down. Now he's looking to go for this 1v1 hunt of Newers. Newers knows this and is quickly gonna dip towards the basement. The chase continues, but Eddie will eventually back off and head back to the top floor. Now that means Newers is going to be a late game threat, but recognizing that the big rotation is happening, Luminosity may be looking to take advantage of the momentary equal man count on the site and hoping to move in. The problem is there's a clash in their way. A shield v shield standoff. The clash is going to win that situation every single time. Not to mention Oxygen, pretty good support behind it in the back line. There's the flank. We knew it was coming. Luminosity should have known it was coming, but it still gives them trouble. Hat, Diaz, good night, Luminosity. Oxygen take map 2, no trouble at all once they moved on to the defense, Jesse, and we've got Cafe on the horizon.
We're approaching 1 a.m. on the East Coast, but it doesn't matter. We don't stop for anything. These teams bringing us the distance in back-to-back series. Oxygen remain undefeated on Lair, and they will be looking towards Cafe to get their win and secure their spot in the semifinals, where they will be playing Sunday for that spot in the major. We've got one more. I hope you're not going to bed. The desk will break down Lair, and then we're off to Cafe.
let you one know.
I'm gonna put a
Do
mason
you want to
down.
power the
I'm
hole?
gonna
Do
mason
you
down.
walking
Just call
out?
that.
Yeah,
Call the mason
yeah,
down.
we
could. Ready, ready?
Call
Yeah,
it.
2.
Just call it. They're gonna flood the hall. They're gonna flood security.
Who's gonna kill him?
Where's that? Ashen Blitz are there. Ashen Blitz are there. Ashen Blitz are both there.
Blitz there too. Oh, keep your shield up. Keep your shield up.
Nice.
Got away.
Nice.
Nice.
I was just trying to kill the fun hit.
Let's call Gomez. They'll get fired.
Well, Fox, we are going the distance. I mean, you predicted it was going to go. It needed the full 3. I mean, the lair, we said that this was a match that we saw in that Sonics game that realistically Oxygen should have won. So this is the performance that we should have maybe seen during the Sonics game that we do get to beautifully see here displayed against LG. But I mean, I think there was still some areas for Oxygen where I just wasn't feeling as confident. Granted, they did get that map, but now going into Cafe, neither of these teams have found success in the regular stage. I believe Oxygen losing to C9 Beast Coast in a 7-5. And then LG losing to Sonics in a 7-4. Neither of these teams look super great, but they don't look terrible on the map.
Right. I mean, OXG is playing to potential now. I think this was a really good showing. Exactly what we saw from them in their last play day against Luminosity. Skyscraper, I think it was just not a map that's OXG favored. I just don't think they fundamentally enjoy playing that map. Yeah, it is one of their worst maps. I remember when we were on the team, Skyscraper was always an auto ban for us anyway, so kudos to them for letting it go through. But obviously, Lair was a beautiful showing of what potential OXG came to offer. And there was just so much to take away from OXG's performance. I mean, their attacks were great. Their defenses were great. I really liked the way that they were focusing around the executes, constantly going, like shoving it in Luminosity's face, constantly hitting the site, getting the execute down. Yes, there was maybe that one round where amazing retake from Luminosity, but for the most part, OXG looked very confident. And once they went over to defense, it really was them the rest of the game. Luminosity couldn't really find a way to get into the map, get their openings. Luminosity's success on Skyscraper came from their strong defenses of having that information, but they just didn't have it. Once OXG swapped over to sides, they ran away with it on defense. The information game for Luminosity was shut down. They didn't really have a response. They didn't have an answer to what OXG's defense was showing.
I think it really just came down to the lack of team play from Luminosity. They were really getting caught off guard in some areas. And I mean, hats off to Oxygen for being able to do that. But on a map like Lair, it does allow, we already talked about it. It allows the team play and it promotes the synergy to be had. And I mean, Yaga had a wonderful performance. What I really liked in that last round actually is when they pivoted, Hat actually brought the clash to negate the shield play, to stop any attack that was going to be coming onto that defensive. So I do like the pivoting that they were playing in those operators. So hopefully going into Cafe, we can see that. But still, both these teams, I think, genuinely still have a lot to bring to the table that we haven't seen just yet. But thankfully for Oxygen, you're now coming off of a hot win of that 7-3 that you can hopefully carry over now going into your Cafe.
It did feel like much more of the Oxygen we saw right towards the end of the stage when they beat Luminosity. But, Cafe is the decider, a much more systemic map, I would say, than perhaps Lair is. Do you think that lends a little bit of an advantage to Luminosity? I mean, the objectives are relatively straightforward on Cafe. I don't think that's going to confuse anyone, maybe kind of like Lair does.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you said it best. I mean, if we look at Skyscraper, very linear, very limiting on attack, on the flexibility that you can bring to it. Same situation with Cafe. It's stacked on top of each other. It's hard to get inside the map, plain and simple. Luminosity thrives in situations like that because they play well off of each other when they're forced to do so. And their attacks, they're able to get away with a couple scrapey back and forth gunfight trades, just like on Skyscraper. Now, that's what's going to limit OXG going into this map. But obviously, OXG looks like they're playing to their potential. They look like the OXG that we expected to see them in this stage, the team that isn't worthy of that 8th, 9th place spot. This is the team that we expect to be playing well. And Cafe, obviously, better suited for Luminosity. But I think just plain and simple, OXG is playing better. So going into the map, if OXG just doesn't let the fundamentals of the map slip away from them, let Luminosity get in their head with maybe some early picks, I think OXG should theoretically be able to just beat Luminosity, because right now it looks like they are currently the better team.
Yeah, and in terms of consistency, Oxygen has just looked very consistent across the stage, even without getting wins. But, I mean, going into this map, and I think because of that round count, Oxygen will start defense here, so that will be hard for Luminosity to entry into that map. I do expect Oxygen to bring an aggressive play style, to not give up these power positions, and then maybe falter back, you know, once the round is delayed a little bit, if they're on the mid floor or even on the late floor. I do expect a lot of roaming coming out of Newers and Gomez possibly. But what I really want to see more so than anything is Hat to continue his performance that he just had from that last game and bring it here. Bring those shield operators, bring a clash, bring something that is ultimately going to help the team and help shape out a round to be played better in their favor than what we may have seen in previous games. So again, I am really looking at Hat to come into this last map to close it out here, but have the performance carry over from that lair now going into Cafe.
Yeah, I just want to see a lot more from Yogg too. I mean, he's been coming alive so far in this playoff, in the playoff LCQs, and I'm excited, hopefully, to watch him carry this team a little bit through more. Him and New have really been coming alive. We've been seeing New be kind of the main voice on the team, screaming at all of the cameras. He's trying to bring the hype to the team, the energy that they so desperately need. And Yogg has just woken up from his slumber. He's been doing phenomenally well. I hope he keeps it up.
I mean, I feel like there's been a remarkable, I know that both of you guys would say Oxygen was going to win, so I'm not going to say there's been too big of a shift, but there's been a remarkable shift in tone of how we're feeling about Oxygen just based on one lair. Like, when we were coming on the back of Skyscraper, I feel like it was quite doom and gloom. There was a lot of negative kind of commentary, and deservedly so. I mean, is the one layer really enough to have kind of reset the board here? Because I almost feel like we're starting to kind of discount Luminosity on this last map.
Well, when you look at the two maps, Skyscraper is one of Luminosity's best maps. So the fact that Oxygen even brought it to a 7-5 is already a feat in its own. Then you go to Lair, where they were confident on obviously losing to Sonics, not having the best game, but like we said, they should have won that. Now they closed it out very convincingly in a 7-3. So now you have that redirect of, you know, getting that win, getting the job done, doing what you need to do, fix the mistakes that you had against Sonics. Now you go into the last map off of a hot win and off of teamwork.
Right. It was a convincing win, and that's what gives me the confidence to believe in OXG. Also, just plain and simply, Luminosity doesn't look up to par. They don't look like the Luminosity that's been at the start of the stage. And we saw Eddie talk about maybe them slipping off and pressure being on OXG's shoulders, they're going to do worse. But so far, when Luminosity, when they're in the hot seat, they just haven't been able to perform to their caliber.
Well, belief in Oxygen high here as we jump into our final map of Cafe. So for the last time, let me turn you over to the wonderful casting duo of Jesse J. Chick and Jonah.
Thank you, Corbeck. Jesse, we may have a desk of the last OXG believers in the country. They had a really bad stage, and still the stands, they stay standing, and we have Foxe and Laxing still believing. Listen, it's 1 a.m. I'm getting delirious. This is going to go to 2 a.m. at the very least. We know that. But what do you like between these two teams when you're looking at Cafe? Are you also in the Oxygen camp?
I mean, I'm going to say I am, because here's the thing, right? Oxygen have not been the greatest of Cafe teams throughout their history, right? This season, they are 1-2 on Cafe, and their only win was 8-7 against Upper Deck, okay? They struggled to even beat Foxe on this map, an old washed desk analyst. So that doesn't bode well, but for Luminosity, it is somehow worse. Their last two Tier 1 games were against Sonics and W7M. They lost both of those. Between those two games, they had a 22-round match against Fluffy Aimers. They did walk away with the win. They eventually lost that series. Infinite overtime game of the wildcard restart tournament, if you are curious. But, I mean, this is still one of those games that feels like it goes either way. You know, I think both teams have shown that they are stronger on the defense than they are on the attack. I think both teams have shown that they are maybe dependent on the map pool a little bit. The devs talked about how Oxygen aren't very comfortable with Skyscraper. I think it's also pretty clear that Luminosity weren't super comfortable with Lair. Now we're going to a map that neither team are comfortable on. We go to a map that can be quite difficult to attack on sometimes. I think, as I said at the start of the stream, it's going to come down to who makes the fewest mistakes. It's going to come down to who can keep their composure, especially in a high-stakes game like this late into the night. That is not something that's easy to do.
Well, you see these teams readying themselves, strapping in for the final map, because as we've talked about, it is now do or die. You win and you still have a chance. You still have an opportunity to make the major. You still got to work through a semifinal and a final, of course, but the opportunity still remains. For the other team, Jesse, well, they're packing their bags. They're going home, and they have to figure out what is next. They cast their sights on the following stage. But Cafe is what this is all about. A map that has the potential to see close quarters chaos, that has the potential to see the blitz, to see something like that, but also can be a lot more slower paced, a lot more one by one, work your way in, get some hard breach done. That kitchen site is a great example, somewhere where we see the Monty thrive and things like that. So right now, obviously still waiting to get into this game. Jesse, any final thoughts before we get in?
I don't think so, Jonah. In fact, I'm getting words that we need to build the suspense and the anticipation a little bit more. So we're going to toss to a quick break, and then we'll be right into this game as soon as it's ready.
Well, we told you we wouldn't keep you waiting for long. We dive back into Cafe, map number 3, for hopefully the final time here, Jesse, and the final map of the night, as much as I know people want to see this one go even further than the 6 maps we are seeing right now. This is the last one, and the LCQ will resume tomorrow. But for now, Luminosity and OXG, they go toe-to-toe for the final time on a map that, well, if the first map and the second map are any indication, could bring just about anything.
I'm expecting all 15 here tonight, Jonah. We got 2 teams that have been neck and neck. We got our operator bands, Ying and Grim, both taken out. 2 big operators for executes, for disruption, to really deny an area of the map. Gonna be interesting to see how those top floor executes look without those operators, but all bomb sites can be effective with those 2 players. And then Azami and Mira, the expected bans here. Azami, the perma ban from Luminosity. Mira, a very common Cafe ban from Oxygen. It's pretty much the only off-day ban on this map. So defense, nothing too crazy. Offense wasn't easy to predict, but certainly those bans do make sense. 2 powerful operators being taken off the board on each side. So we've got Cafe once again. As I mentioned, neither of these teams have great records on this map. OXG, the only recent win that they have had was against Upper Decky, a tier 2 team. And for Luminosity, their only recent win was against Fluffy Aimers, which was not only a tier 2 team, but a game that went all the way to unlimited overtime, 22 rounds. So both of these teams struggling against tier 1 opponents. Who will break that curse? Who will finally get a win against a tier 1 enemy and advance themselves to the semifinals on Wednesday? We'll find out.
Yeah, that's what this is all about. a date with destiny down the line for one of these teams, but it will start here in round one. As we talked about, back and forth between these two teams so far. This is one of those maps, maybe not like Skyscraper, where that opening kill doesn't mean quite as much. Here, it can get a little more wild. It can get a little crazier, especially when you think of bomb sites like that kitchen site, like this top floor site on Bar and Cocktail, ones that have relatively easy entry from above and below. Looks like, though, Luminosity are going to go through the motions here. They are going to take the time to clear top down. They will want to take as much of this map control as possible. Their target, of course, that soft destruction, that vertical play, and making sure that those defenders cannot sit comfortably down on the site.
Silent bring back the F2. We saw that a little bit earlier today as well. Not a common gun, or we saw it on Skyscraper earlier today. But Silent gonna do his best with it, playing the Twitch now. Obviously, they will start up above and they will work their way down, as you so often do on Cafe. There's not a roam, so this top two floors are going to be taken for free. They've got a Buck, they've got a Ram, they've got so much soft breach to deal with this. Only can openers, but as long as Wi-Fi doesn't die, and he won't, that'll be an easy opened hatch. Takes a bit of damage to the floorboards, I believe, as he got taken down to 86 health, but ultimately he is fine. This is going to be a plant that will likely come in through the freezer drop. Eddie is upstairs inside of reading right now, so they've got that full top floor control. The main thing that they're going to have to do is clear out VIP. Yaga inside of VIP on the Warden is going to be the main player that will stop that drop, or can at least aggress in and punish those players that are pushing into freezer. Assuming that is the execute, he will be the first line of defense, and then everybody else in the site will come just a little bit later.
You see the skeleton key, Wi-Fi doing exactly what he was meant to do, what the Buck is all about in this round. Getting things open and starting the pressure from above. OXG, as you pointed out, Jesse, have done a great job of avoiding that. Have not been touched. In fact, doing such a good job to reposition. I'm having a tough time figuring out where they are right now. Several players out in restaurant, out in whiskey bar. Another one down below in Big Bakery. As the Twitch drone runs in and tries to deal with this utility, it is certainly also going to pick up on the fact that it is not necessarily manned right now. That should light up alarms in Luminosity's mind, though. They gotta know that VIP is actively being pressured, and a C4 perfectly pre-placed. 7 seconds, good shot there from Silent with the diffuser in hand. He's gonna try to get this down. The coverage, though, from the rest of the team, that's the most important. Woos, Wi-Fi, each get one, but the time expires as the defuse is denied, and that is what it's all about.
At the last possible moment, too, Silent was nearly done. In fact, I don't know. Oh, he got just jumped over. Newers, the last moment, vaults over the countertop and kills Silent. He had maybe half a second left on that plant. A game of inches. But that's the game that you play when you take 2 minutes and 50 seconds to clear out the Cafe top two floors against zero roam game. They had no time whatsoever when they went for that final execute. They weren't able to clear the player out of VIP. That gave Yaga the opening pick with the C4. Then they scrappily got into position, but they just didn't have the bodies and they didn't have the time to be watching all of these angles. Newers walks in the door, vaults over the desk, and denies the plants at the last moment. Impressive stuff from Oxygen. Really quick thinking from Newers to win them that round. But Luminosity, problems with time, problems with the clock in our very first attacking round. That's something they gotta fix.
Always a problem here on Cafe. It's something we talk so much about. If you do want to go through that full top-down clear, Jesse, which is what we saw Luminosity attempt to do there, well, it does take so much time. Maybe this map isn't Bank in terms of the sheer size. It's not Skyscraper. It's not Lair. But there are so many important power positions, so many little nooks and crannies that you have to clear out. I mean, teams in ranked know this. You know how long it takes just to take control of this map, and oftentimes that's why we see teams choose to ignore it. They'll decide to go more direct. Bring a Monty, go through the bakery, something a little more forceful, something maybe geared up towards the back hall, that white hall pushing into freezer. You've got options, certainly, but if you want to undertake a full map clear, you've just got to be prepared for the amount of time that's going to take. Another site, this site and the reading room site on this first floor, both can result in similar problems. At the end of the day, This is all about what they can do on the top floor for the defense and the attack. Oxygen, they're going to be wanting to maintain that position up above, maintain that control. And Luminosity, well, naturally, they want to take that.
A little bit of utility being dedicated to Cigar here. We've got Castle Barricades, we've got Surya Gates as well coming out from the Aruni, but most of the players, if they are holding up above or over or back by Cocktail, Newers has actually worked his way back into Cigar Lounge, maybe retaking some of that more aggressive position. They've got drones down below, but there are no defenders down there. Late, there could be a Solus, so watch out for that. If you find Hat in the late round, could be caught on a drone. Here comes the first logic bomb as well being thrown out with the flashbangs as well, but no initial movement coming out from Luminosity that we can see on the top floor. It looks like they have dropped in now through the skylight. They've forced all of these players back. The one logic bomb was enough. And we see the real game plan from Oxygen. They've got the Valkyrie, they've got the Solus. They want to be playing down below, and Diaz is now inside of Kitchen looking to see for the plants.
Silent, of course, keeping an eye on those gadgets that may be lurking, including any potential pre-play C4. Doesn't have to worry about that right now. Is busy dealing with the Valk cams. At this point in the round, though, this is when Luminosity need to start making that transition from the map control phase to the actual execute. Now, they've got top floor control. That much has been accomplished. But now actually getting onto the site is the ultimate finish line. Can they push themselves across that line in the next 30 seconds? Reading room is not the site, something that Silent is aware of now. Gomez, he's been blindsided though, has no idea that someone was lurking right behind him. Newers, a good response, but here come the smokes. Kixrow, he's been finished off. Yaga from behind. Another swing, this one from Newers, and he's got another kill. Still the advantage as Diaz makes it work from below, and there it is, a Nitro Cell that just misses Wi-Fi. 7 HP, 5 seconds, stuck behind the bomb chassis. Where can he go? OXG, what a strong defense right now. They seem to have it locked down.
I mean, the top floor push was pretty clean, but maybe Luminosity a bit too clean, as Auction didn't really put up a fight at all on the top floor. That's because they really weren't concerned about holding up above. Yeah, they had a little bit of utility placed up there, but really they had strong site players and they had that pressure down below. Newers able to get a couple of kills. You saw Yaga, of course, playing the Warden, able to flank up Brownstairs and get a hugely important pick halfway through that round. If he had come up 5 seconds earlier, he probably gets more than one there. Doesn't really matter in the end. Still is able to contribute to the team's success that round. His teammates clean up the rest of the kills, and he just survives the entirety of it. So really well played by Oxygen. I don't think Luminosity expected that. I think from start to finish, they didn't realize just how much pressure there was down below. You saw that they were droning it. They had drones down inside a kitchen, but when they were droning, there actually weren't any players down there. It wasn't until later in the round that Yaga rotated below, Diaz rotated below, and they had that pressure to play with. They had that vertical aspect that really helped them out. Of course, site players were very good in that round as well, but Oxygen just feels like they're one step ahead through this first half. We already talked about how both these teams do tend to favor the defense and that we might not see very many attacking rounds through this game. That certainly held up through the first two.
Well, all maps in Siege, we always say this, they can skew defensive-sided. That's typically the default. Here on Cafe, that, of course, true. Oxygen, good start, though. And you're riding the high from those layered defenses. This is not insignificant. Of course, it's a 2-round lead on Cafe defense. No one is getting too upset about that just yet on the Luminosity side. But there does come a point where you're like, all right, we haven't won a round in a minute here. Let's try to get some confidence back. Let's start to remember what it feels like to win a round. Listen, we said it's late for us. It's late for these players as well. They've been playing for a while today, waiting for their match to start, and then actually in the trenches for a minute. Takes a lot to continue to push through and get these kills. Wi-Fi, I mean, he's got the first one. Already a good start for Luminosity, a marked improvement from what we've seen in these past few rounds. This is a top floor site as well, a site that just can't often come down to your ability to take those 50-50 gunfights in freezer, on planks, in cocktail, and win them. You have a man advantage when it comes down to those 50-50 gunfights, Jesse. You are going to have a significant advantage. But as I say that, it is Gomez, the jump out, the full rotation. No way he gets out of here alive. He's got to open this barricade. Has some help from within, and he survives it. Unreal.
Nice. Yaga was obviously down there on that main floor, has the impacts, but it's Newers who's next to show up and finds the head of Silent. I mean, the man advantage back in the favor of Oxygen, traded back as Eddie goes 1 for 1. Doc actually healing himself up here, and Newers is still nice and healthy. That means it's just Woos in a 1v3 as 2 of his teammates are down. He finds the head of Newers to start things off. 1 bleeds out. Wi-Fi continues to bleed out on the floor as well. Can Woos make his way to Wi-Fi? Yes, he can. 2 W players will work together now in the 2v2. Gomez and Yaga still lurking in the site. What an angle. Gomez, the sliver that he's able to find to take down Woos, leaves Wi-Fi 20 HP in the 1v2. The logic bombs, he does have those. He's got flashbangs as well, but no intel beyond that. Clearly doesn't know player positions. They're both over by Cigar. 35 seconds, no defuse kit in hand. You can tell Wi-Fi, he doesn't know which way he wants to push here. Defender's firmly in control of the kit. Thinks there might be one inside a freezer. There's not. Nobody on this angle. He's got to rotate back, looking towards planks now. Tosses a flashbang and try to isolate the picks, but he still loses the fight. Gomez, full blind, I think, still somehow hits the head. Maybe we could see a little bit. Regardless, they shut down the clutch.
Yeah, nothing allowed there to happen. OXG, I mean, you saw it the whole time. It was just simply clean. I mean, LG, a moment or two there where, you know, you had maybe a little bit of confidence in their ability to pull that back. But at the end of the day, I mean, these defenses have just been rock solid. I mean, this is one of those moments where now you go to the timeout. Reasonably so. You're 3 rounds in. You still have 3 rounds left to get some sort of attacking prowess going. But I don't know. So far, not a lot of success here for Luminosity, other than a few moments, other than that opening kill in that 3rd round. I mean, what do you talk about here? Where is the most important thing that they need to address?
I mean, I think it's got to be the clock. I don't think it was a factor in that round. Typically, the clock isn't a factor when you're attacking top floor, obviously, because you're usually going top down, and that's the first floor you hit when you go top down. But they know, the coach of Luminosity certainly knows that rounds 4 and 5 will be on those bottom floors. It's probably going to be kitchen. Then after that, it's probably going to be mining. I don't see Oxygen having a reason to switch that up, but reading is a possibility. Whatever the case, they need to recognize that like their clock management has not been the best this game. Even when they're able to cleanly take map control, it doesn't feel like they're able to really utilize that. Yeah, it was full white from Gomez, so great crosshair placement before the flash comes out. Would love to see if they can maybe change up their strat and go direct to site, or if that's a little too obvious, if that's not the way they play it, just speeding up those takes and be able to use that soft breach a little bit more efficiently to find those picks, working in some of those early man advantages, much like they did in round 3, but obviously lead you to finding a lot of success, but doesn't guarantee anything as they learned the hard way. So that'll be up for them to figure out. They've got 3 more rounds to try to equalize this. They'll have to win all 3 if they want an even split. But I think even, 2 rounds, they'll be quite happy, as they will move on to the defense after that, and they can likely force an overtime or win in regulation with only a 4-2 split.
We always talk about these rounds right after the TAC timeout, just how significant they can be to the overall flow of the game. We compliment teams, we compliment coaches who use those TAC timeouts so successfully. There was a streak there, Jesse, where I think we were talking about SSG and their ability to take a timeout and then come back from it and just win around almost every single time. It's something we measure because it does show value. It does show the ability of, yes, a coach, but the ability of a team to regroup, adapt, reshape their attacks, their defenses to whatever their opponents are bringing to the table. That is a valuable trait here. It really is. And it is so difficult to do that if you are getting countered with aggression. If, as you try to change something up, Oxygen are also trying to change something up. And in a match with this level of stakes, I mean, you get that kind of a swing from Newers, it's got to feel devastating. Now, they get that kill back, Wi-Fi will secure it. So at the end of the day, he is taken care of, but you still, at least a moment ago, you still had Gomez being a threat. Yep, there he is, positioned by the tables in pillars, waiting for his little surprise. Wi-Fi doesn't know he was going to use the skeleton key to open up the wall. Instead, he gets shut down, and look at who just fell. It's the Buck. A huge amount of soft destruction taken off the board. The saving grace for Luminosity is that Woos is still alive on the Ram.
Yeah, I think that's honestly so smart from Gomez, recognizing that his teammate got a kill, not on any old operator, but got a kill on Dokkaebi. With Dokkaebi down, all of a sudden, rat spots on the roam become so effective. Gomez correctly predicting he wouldn't get droned inside a pillar, and he was able to swing out, find the kill on a Wi-Fi. You're right, the Ram will still be able to do a lot of work, but oftentimes the reason people bring 2 soft breaches on the site is just because you need so much soft breach. Like, it helps having both working at the same time. It really speeds things up. For a team that have had problems with pacing, slowing things down on that soft breach is not exactly what you're looking for. Still a lot of good site utility as well. There's going to be Evil Eyes in sight. There's going to be C4s in sight. There's going to be Bulletproofs in sight as well. They've got a lot to deal with on the side of Luminosity. 30 seconds as they pick up that defuse kit and start to mount an attack.
30 seconds. Well, less. Now about 20. The drop comes in. Eddie's going to be the first to make the move. He's been in this position before with the diffuser in hand in almost identical circumstances. Last time, OXG denied the plant. This time, they will come up just a bit short. They do deny the coverage. Both Silent and Woo's fall. It's Eddie against the world, and Luminosity have yet to secure a single attacking win. The bodies on the floor get cleaned up. The diffuser quickly countered, and OXG 4 in a row on Cafe.
Starting to get that point in the night where the momentum starts to float away. Luminosity now, if they don't get these next 2 attacks, they're going to be in a rough spot, even moving on to Cafe defense. That one, of course. They went 2 for 2 in the roam clear. I think operator-wise, they lost that trade. But then again, they had to all scramble for this final push. The Evil Eyes in sight were able to deliver good information. Some may have been hacked by the Brava. I didn't quite see that they were. But in any case, the intel was there, and I think Auction responded to it extremely well. Just feels like, yeah, okay, the Evil Eye was hacked. But regardless, Auction didn't have any concerns with what was happening. They knew the whole time what was going down, and so then they swung out and they won those fights. I think it's honestly just a difference in confidence. OXG, they've been here before. Say what you will about their recent performance, but they know what it's like to have grueling, long days. They've had plenty of them in the past. Not to say that Luminosity haven't, but I think when you get to this point, when you know you're the underdog, when your tactical timeout has failed, sometimes the wind just kind of blows out from under your sails, and you're not really able to get much going. We were really praising Kixro back on map 1. If you remember, he was the MVP back on Skyscraper. He was the top performer, yet to log in on Cafe.
Starting to reach that point of no return for Luminosity. It really feels like it. And I know I may have given the Oxygen believers a little flack to start this map, and well, I think I've been put in my place very swiftly. Because if we do not see Luminosity take the next 2 attacking wins, this really feels like it is out of reach, Jesse. I mean, what are you supposed to do at this point if you're Luminosity? We've obviously discussed it, they've discussed it, and we still haven't seen any concrete improvements. That last round, sure, I think was the closest round yet, but it still left a lot to be desired. Oxygen just sitting back so patiently and just shut down any chance that Luminosity have of holding that down in a post plan. Could this round be the one? Another round where they have to wade their way into a top floor extension that Oxygen have prepared for them? I don't know, it doesn't feel like a winning formula. We're gonna have to see Luminosity change something up fairly substantially here. Maybe you work your way around and go site direct. Maybe you cook up a bit of a rush. I mean, it's rarely something we recommend, but 0-4 Cafe, a map they should know quite well, it's not promising seeing the way this is going. It's a good kill for Eddie, and maybe that's what they needed to kick this one off.
But a minute 35 and we're still on the roof, Jonah. I mean, we've dropped in Cigar now. Initially it was Hat playing inside of Cigar, but he dropped the hatch to fall into Pillar and has given up that control. Yaga, the only person still technically on the top floor. He's playing White Stairs, so really between the two. Minute 19 now. Auction going for the World Tour, by the way, trying to win every bomb site on the map. They've won all but Reading, and this will be their 4th bomb site that they'll play in the 5th round, of course. Goyo Canister stalling this push out even more. Still 3 Toxic Babes in the pocket of Yaga. Kixro, the man of the hour, is on the sledge. No Ram today, no Buck. Going old school with the sledgehammer. Those nades can come in handy to help pop some of those Goyo Canisters. May also be some beepers around. There's also a pre-play C4 somewhere from Hat. I'm actually not sure where that's at. Nowhere where it's going to find a kill. It gets detonated. Now the time looking like it's going to need some execution. They've not found much with this vertical control. So with 30 seconds on the clock, Jonah, they're going to have to go for another late round execute. They struggle with these floorboards.
Yeah, simple act of sledging open the floor. Kickstro eventually getting it done. Woos with the kill onto Hat. This finally looks like some life for Luminosity. Time, though, still a problem. They've been in this situation before with an advantage and unable to follow through. This time, though, the flames will dissipate. Eddie will step up, and it looks like this time, Luminosity will not fumble it. Oxygen, one defender remains, and Yaga, that player, is finally cut down. Some energy back into this Luminosity team as they take one of the 2 attacks we've prescribed.
Nice. All right, you know what? They take their time, and it's okay to be slow as long as you can get a solid man advantage. This is the one rule about attacking in Siege. You can be slow or you can trade. You can't do both, okay? You can't leave the early round both with little time and without an advantage in the man count. You need something, and they had a massive man advantage that time from Luminosity. That's exactly what they had to do. That's one of 2 that they can now achieve here on the attack. 4-1's our scoreline. I like the way that Luminosity were able to kind of segment that map. You know, they took a while, but they got the opening pick up above. They grabbed cigar control. They worked on those floorboards. Didn't find anything immediately, but while they were working on those floorboards, while the sledge was doing what he's able to do up above, well, they were able to work picks elsewhere around the map. They were able to find those OXG anchors and take them out one by one, leaving no room for trades from Oxygen. That's how it's done. Next bomb site, the last bomb site for Oxygen, unless this goes all the way to OT, will be mining and dining. This is the bomb site that can play very similar to reading. If Luminosity can repeat the same process of clearing this top floor, working the vert, and then finding picks on those anchors, it could be in a good spot. But again, these are all coulds.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's what losing teams ask. Look in the mirror and decide, all right, well, let's do this differently next time. Let's do all that. And at this point in the stage, Jesse, well, that's not worth much of anything. In the interview, like leading into this game, I think teams have said, and we've talked about, that you learn more from your mistakes. You learn more from your failures. I think it was Newers who admitted that. And they've learned quite a lot this stage. He said that himself. But at this point, it's not about learning what you can to go into your next match and perform better. It's about winning or going home. It is about winning to have a chance at competing in the international event, to competing in Montreal, or you lose and, well, you pack your bags and you watch from the sidelines. That's what we're dealing with here. And Oxygen still remain in control, and Luminosity, all the lessons that they've learned prior to today, they need to somehow channel into this matchup here. We've seen some success, finally. They claimed one attacking win. It was flawless, something that we've seen from Luminosity a shocking number of times today. Even with their backs against the wall, they step up and secure a round dominantly, but can they do it again? They really will need one more.
Silent in the basement, but Yaga's down here as well, the main floor. They have no idea the Scopos is down here. Yaga's been there since the start of the round. It's not like it was even a late teleport. They just don't have the intel. Eddie also falls to Hat, and there's only 3 players alive now. The Deimos got nothing done. One logic bomb in the pocket of Kicksrow, but with this full top floor control, can they get anything done with it? They have very little soft breach. Wi-Fi has used all of his charges already. Doesn't have enough hard breach to open up the hatch either. He's only got 1 Selma left in his pocket. That won't open a hatch. At least not enough for you to drop through it. Kickstar decides to rotate to the basement. He does find the pick on a Yaga. They had good intel on him, and that clears out the Scopos. But is it enough? They hack the phone now. That's going to give more intel to the dead players in Luminosity. If there's a hope, this is going to be it. The intel's got to be massive, and they've got to work together in this massive man disadvantage.
And working together in this situation is necessary, but it can be so difficult. You have to spread your manpower so thin when you only have 3 attackers left, given the control that you need, given what is required to stop OXG from just swinging around the corner and doing that damage. But can they group up and play the trade? Good start from Wi-Fi. He manages to equalize from above. He gets the kill onto Hat, and we are in a 3v3. Keep an eye on the clock, though. So important for them to deliver all the way through to the final few seconds. The man advantage secured now for Luminosity, but the swing here from Diaz is good enough. All he's got to do is deny the plant, but Woos is ready on the swing. He gets the last 2 kills, and Luminosity, signs of life.
6 months ago in the Stage 1 LCQ, Woos was playing for Makers, and they played through their quarterfinals, and they played a very close series against SSG, but in Map 2, they suffered an 8-6 loss where Woos was the lowest rated player. They just couldn't quite get it done. Woos trying to correct old mistakes, showing back up to the LCQ, doesn't want to be the reason why Luminosity don't advance to the semifinals. And he's putting up big work towards the end. I love the way that they were able to work off of information. The logic bombs weren't necessary, but they had pings regardless. They immediately hacked the cameras, and they've got all of that intel where they then work the man advantage. They get it back from a 3v4 to a 3v3 to a 3v2, and then they just trade, and trade. DS only so many kills that he can get, only so much that he can do. In that round, it was only 1. And so Luminosity, back-to-back rounds. We were starting to write them off a little bit, Jonah. Now they've got 2 rounds. They're on the defense. This really feels like they could start moving with momentum.
5 seconds left.
And this is one of those moments where now we look at OXG to see if they can try to stop it, right? Luminosity, they on the defense, as you said, 2 rounds coming off that half. You saw the energy there. We all did. It might feel like a long shot, but after 4 rounds in a row from Oxygen, at this point, it doesn't matter because it's 4-2, the split that we would have expected to see at this point in the game. The energy is certainly back for Luminosity. You got to imagine that OXG are going to start to feel that pressure soon enough. But here's how they alleviate it, and here is really how they push things over the line right away. They do that with aggression. They do that with a dagger. They just twist it in and say, you know what? Doesn't matter that you took those last 2 rounds. We are going to run away with this here on the attack. That's what Yaga on the Blitz is all about. Now, we've seen a lot of questionable shield play from both of these teams so far tonight. But if there's anyone and any composition of operators that could be the right piece of the puzzle, that could be the thing that puts Oxygen into a winning position. I mean, you look at this stacked Oxygen lineup right now. You look at Yaga ready to go. It is certainly getting ready to pop off. Smokes go in, and he is going to take this control as best he can. No one in Cocktail, no one in Freezer, and the attackers are able to clear this top floor without a problem.
That's good map control. Used a lot of utility for it. They took a bit of time, but they do have the full top floor control. This is not dissimilar to the last time that we saw Luminosity do this exact same thing. I think it was round number 2. LG just kind of give it up. They don't really care because they've still got pressure in the basement. It's not a Valkyrie this time. No, they're running with a Pulse instead. Silent down on that bottom floor is going to be a huge player, and it's something that Auction are going to have to recognize. They're currently Demos tracking the castle. That's another player that's bottom floor. That could be a clue that Luminosity have some plant denial from down below. Eddie is in Bakery. Why is there a player in Bakery? Maybe there's some utility that we've got to be aware of. Already, it's Pulse Scanner getting a bit of value. They see a player on the upside down rappel. The shot's coming out. Auction going to be aware that he's down here. What is their answer? What is their response? Can they get a plant down with 2 players on the main floor?
Well, let's see. Rotating. They know the time is near. Yaga's now the one with the diffuser in hand. Rappel in. That's Gomez. Pressure above, we know how important that is. They clearly have the soft destruction to work with, but they still need to actually get this bomb down. As we've said before, easier said than done. Yaga will work his way in. Now a heads-up gunfight. Reminder, he's got the diffuser in his hands, but it simply doesn't matter. All of OXG rumble into the site, and they decimate the Luminosity defense. 5-2, Cafe continues to go to OXG.
Huge round coming through from Diaz, of course. Excellent play coming out. Really good push from Oxygen, just taking apart that defense of Luminosity. I mean, they had a couple of good players down below, but the Pulse, he was in a 1v5 by the end of it. Didn't have any other help because his whole team ended up dying. Silent couldn't get any value. I don't think he even used his C4, which is usually what you'd expect to see coming out from a Pulse down below. Instead, the Pulse doesn't really get anything done down there. His whole team dies up above. And then Diaz, of course, kind of the star of the show. Been a bit quiet so far in this game, but has really popped off towards the end of it. Those last 2 kills that he got in the final seconds of that round really put the push together and have now given Oxygen a 5-2 lead. Even on the disadvantaged side, that is a good place to be if you're Oxygen. While I don't think Luminosity will lose this game 7-2, we are really starting to look towards the statistics, and we're starting to think that, man, they're going to need a huge comeback. They don't want to lose this game in some fashion to Oxygen.
Attackers are heading out to the diffuse bomb.
Well, only 2 more rounds needed, Jesse. You can talk momentum, we can mention confidence, we can talk about Luminosity, the defensive-sided map that this can be. Whatever we want to say, whatever copium that we want to absolutely inhale, Oxygen are winning this game right now, and only 2 rounds stand between them and advancing to the semifinals of this LCQ. Of course, Luminosity, 3 rounds is not impossible if they can just keep hitting shots like that. Nice work, Kixro, as he takes care of Newers, who won't have a chance to contribute here. But as we've said, still a long way to go. Good start, though. Again, we've seen both of these teams have success on the entry, whether they win these rounds or not. This time it is Newers. Instead of being successful to start the round, he's the one who goes down.
Yeah, that's an important pick, too. Oxygen not having the best recovery, only an 18% win rate through stage 2. When they lose the opening pick on attack, that is one of the lowest in the entire league. So already the statistics point to this being a good round from Luminosity on Cafe as well. That can be a big factor. Certainly they start to find out these player positions. Wi-Fi's been droned, and there are some pieces of utility that can clear the shield. Maybe push the ram in. Of course, the Monty just pushes him back as well. Yaga, be careful. Exposes his back for just a moment, but now with the goo mine, Yaga's in an awkward spot. He managed to get the goo out of his foot, and we'll continue this push forward. And from the back, it's Diaz on the white window, able to take down Wi-Fi. Really good pressure around that Monty, forcing that player to move. Now Hat finds another into Silent, and Diaz, the same window, takes down Woos, leaving Eddie in a 1v4. Plus, it's a ridiculous clutch from him. This might be match point from Oxygen.
Eddie, I mean, what's he gonna do? He's got Yaga bearing down upon him. I think that Oxygen, they're just gonna let this happen. They're gonna say ISO 101, let it happen. No, come on, Hat. You wanted to let that finish out. He'll jump over the railing and close it out, no problem. It is indeed 6-2 Oxygen. Sitting in a firm position to win this game. We've already seen the TAC timeout taken from Luminosity, so any strategizing, any regrouping they want to do here, Jesse, well, it's got to happen in these few moments between rounds, but that is it. They have to rest their hope on going for an insane 4-round comeback. Otherwise, this thing is all buttoned up.
It's been a long journey for Hat. Doesn't want to let any of his teammates get these kills. He wants to be right there in the action. His former squad of Luminosity left them to join Oxygen a few months ago. Oxygen then put up maybe their worst stage of their entire history as an organization. They finally win the final game of the season against Luminosity on Playday number 9. Of course, it's not enough to make the playoffs, but it will secure them a spot in the last chance qualifier. And of course, who else do they meet in the very first round? It's LG, now just 1 round away from Hat vanquishing his former team and going on to the semifinals, where they will get the honor of playing against Spoit for a grand final spot on Wednesday. Plenty to play for still, but the story's not over. Still, it is a game of Siege. Anything can happen. You go round by round. Luminosity, look at the SOP lineup. They're not giving anything up. Vigil, Mozzie, Fenrir, so much drone denial, so much aggression, so much annoyance for the attackers. Legion as well, of course, and then Toxic Babes to hold down that basement. Of course, VIP will be the position from Wi-Fi. Oxygen, on the other hand, they're not interested in dealing with that roam game. Straight to Bakery. They've got a Monty, they've got a Capitao to smoke off any vertical angles. This should be a really exciting round.
And this has the potential to pop off, but not just later in the round, but early. Look how eager Yaga appears to be, potentially working his way into prep already. As always, we talk about this prep position in conjunction with the middle floor of this map. the position in train and mining that watches below into the site, into prep, into bakery, right? You have that ability to influence the round from above. And so that often means that attackers need to clear it. They have some information. They know that Silent is playing up top and trying to watch for it. So Yaga is going to be careful on this initial push.
Yeah, the two advantages they have, the smoke bolts can cover the angles from vertical, so you can use Capitao bolts to cover the vertical angles, and now the smoke makes it so you cannot see down below. Also the Monty. It's hard to deny a Monty plant from above when he puts that shield on his back. That's going to be what Yaga tries to do here. Running into those dread mines up above, Silent doing his best to make angles with the Boss G. It's not the greatest gun for making angles, admittedly. That's probably its one weakness. But as the Capitao bolts come out, this will be the plant.
Here they go. Yaga going in. He'll flip that shield around. Oh, but a goo mine will delay the process. Good coverage from Woos will slow this down even further, but Newers, oh, he's there. Yaga sticking this. Just 2 seconds left. 1 second. It's down. Woos, he keeps the advantage in Luminosity's favor, and Gomez is so low HP, but look at the position that Yaga now maintains. Standing above the diffuser. A strong position, but one that is lacking support. Gomez on low HP is going to have to come in clutch, and he gets 3. He lines them up down the hall. Unbelievable. Gomez, highway robbery, no retake for Luminosity. They are denied at the onset. It's Woos against the world, against Yaga and Diaz to keep Luminosity alive, but Gomez just ended it for Luminosity. Good bait, but Yaga wins it anyway, and OXG move along in the LCQ. Luminosity, they're packing their bags.
And a big final round from Gomez, of course. The huge 3K off of Diaz's air jab. Beautifully done. This team has received a lot of criticism over the last couple of months, and rightfully so, but it feels like Oxygen might finally be getting things back together. Yes, they lost map 1, but they battle it back. They bring it all the way to nearly 2 in the morning for the East Coast folks, and they get the job done. They will be in the semifinals where they will play against M80 on Wednesday for a spot in that major. Of course, the grand finals after that if they can win it. Huge congrats to them. Really well played here on Cafe. Oxygen, a well-deserved win.
Listen, Gomez did me dirty. I had to pop off for that triple, and yeah, it's 2 a.m. We're going to get some notes on the door in the morning that are like, listen, shut the hell up, my dude. Either way, it has been an incredible first night of the LCQ. We've got a lot more action to come, and of course, Korbeck, Laxing, and Foxe will be back on the other side of this break to break it down.
down. Let me know when to peek.
Nice,
Jesus,
boys.
let's
fucking go! Let's fucking
You
go!
guys are so good, bro.
Yo, y'all played fucking great cafe today.
Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Bro, we played so smart.
Well, Oxygen walking away with the win there. Luminosity packing their bags, heading home for this stage. It is done and dusted for them. And it ends in brutal style. Gomez just riddling a hallway with bullets right there, collecting that free 3K and ending Cafe in just a brutal fashion. Kind of epitomized the entire map, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we expected from OXG. Obviously, they looked so much better on Lair. I just think Skyscraper was really just not their best map, but seeing that performance out of Lair, I mean, you noticed it. It struck kind of a chord in both me and Lax, and we felt like they were going to walk away with the game, and obviously they showed it. I mean, they were playing so good on defense, and we talked about it before the map started, that Cafe could work against OXG because it's so linear, because it's so small. But that's exactly what we saw happen against Luminosity. Because it was so limiting, they couldn't really get in the map at all. They couldn't do anything against an aggressive OXG. Obviously, the statistics on opening to entry look similar because Luminosity maybe was trading on the initial start, but in those defenses, OXG was just shutting them down, and that's where big individual plays was really pulling them through. And I mean, we heard the coaches at the end, they were hyped for them. They were said that they played very smart, and that is exactly what we saw, a very smart OXG.
I mean, I was more impressed just by the fact of how OXG was playing, even coming off of that Lair. I mean, you know, I was expecting to have a little more aggression in some of those rounds, but what I was actually seeing is them just holding their position and then rotating off those positions when they needed to, when they knew the time was wasted, when they knew they didn't need to play for it anymore, and then also just playing off one another, going for those trades, going for a flank sometimes. And like you said, you know, after we saw that Lair game, both me and you already kind of knew, okay, like this is how they're playing now. This is what we expected to see from them throughout the stage. Now they're going to bring that into that Cafe. And granted, they did start on that defense, but again, I mean, Oxygen, this is what we have been wanting to see. This is the consistent team that we know that they can be on paper. This is how they should be playing. So thankfully that they could end these last two games that they just had beautifully, and they looked far better. But again, the road's not done yet. They had to push themselves slightly further.
Not at all.
But again, we have to see this performance continue, not only from the player individuals, but also from the team as a whole.
Yeah, definitely something they'll want to continue. But we have one of the players here. We have Noors on the line. Let's go ahead and get him in for an interview. Congratulations, Noors, on the win. I know that you guys really wanted that one. You did obviously great there, especially that last map. Absolutely loved it. So I just got to ask, you know, you played a best of 1 against a Luminosity. You played a best of 3 against them here tonight. Went to 3 maps. What was your big takeaway from these games against Luminosity? Anything that you guys kind of learned about yourselves?
I think those last 2 maps we played really well as a team and not like selfishly and not try to look for kills, and it went really well, honestly. That's probably our best like 2 maps we played, and I'm glad like everyone else can see that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you guys looked spectacular, especially I think on that Cafe. We were very impressed here on the desk. Even the Lair, I mean, Foxe and Laxing, they were singing your praises coming off of Lair. They knew you had it in you, so good on you for that. You know, I gotta say, obviously it's super late, and I don't want to keep you too long, but it is a good question. I mean, how did you guys deal with the fatigue of this? This was such a late start. This match went the distance to 3 maps. Are you guys all doing all right, powering through?
Nah, that's got work in like 3 hours. So.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. That's rough. I guess you can only celebrate the victory so much with something like that on the line right there. But so you're playing M80s in the semis. You got a day of prep coming into that. How are you feeling about that matchup? What are you looking at? Because M80, they've been a bit of a hot hand lately.
Take a game or day by day, you know. I don't think they didn't look that crazy today. So, and we're looking way better than we usually do. So I think it's gonna be a good game.
All right. Awesome, man. Yeah, well, I know it's late, so I will let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview, and congratulations again on your win.
Thank you, man. See ya.
Boy is tired.
I was gonna say, I
Yeah.
think I'm just here so I don't get fined energy, which is great. I appreciate it. It's super late in the day, obviously, for doers. What was it, 2 o'clock in the morning, East Coast? I mean, it's 11 my time, so it's gonna be that. Absolutely super late. So no disrespect there for wanting to get it over with. So this is where we sit now at the end of the first day. M80 and Oxygen will be our first semifinals match. I don't think, we're particularly surprised. This win as you guys predicted.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, you're going to have M80 as the favorites against SSG Academy. Just plain and simple. Obviously, they look the best out of the teams coming out of playoffs. Oxygen beating Luminosity, I think that was really a toss-up based on how the last play day of the stage looked. OXG looked to be playing a lot better, and they showed it today. They are kind of finding their footing, and maybe getting that first win was that mental hurdle, and now they've gotten through it, and they have been playing better as of today. So I'm excited to see that matchup. I do think it'll be a lot closer than what the regular stage would predict this game to be.
I'm curious for you, Fox, and this is a little bit of a question because you had M80 still going through this bracket at the start of this, that they're, looking the absolute best. They're the favorite. But I mean, me personally, given their performance against Space Station Academy and versus how Oxygen looked in their last two versus what M80 did, I'd have to say going into that game up to not tomorrow, but the next day after going into those semis, I think Oxygen possibly could put up a very good performance against M80.
Oh yeah, no. If you're gonna ask me, do I still think M80's the LCQ final? No.
All right.
Honestly, until tomorrow, where we get to see C9BC play, I mean, they could definitely change my opinions by taking that spot. But you're right. I mean, based off of what we saw today, I could definitely see OXG making M80 sweat a little bit, bringing them all the way to the third map, especially with how they struggled against SSG Academy. So I could absolutely see OXG taking that win, but regardless, it'll be a great game. And the favorites now could potentially be C9BC, could be Wildcard. I don't know. We still got a lot to see on the other side of the bracket.
Well, the first day of play here in the NAL LCQs has left everything a little bit wide open, as you might take away from that. But for now, day one is done and in the books, so we will be wrapping it up. A big thank you to our casters, Jesse and Jonah, of course, Laxing and Foxay for joining me on the desk, and to all our production staff behind the scene, and of course, from all of us here at the NAL, thank you so much for watching, and have a wonderful evening.
A real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. Oh, that one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh, a take from Spirits in the 1v1. Holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Cafe.